code for Thursday's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. This is going to be mostly Led Zeppelinized, so when you're on and watching, go ahead and let us know. This is a live stream, and some people watch it after it's reposted, so first thing I do is go ahead and get it started. So we probably will officially start showing and selling records in about 2 minutes. Craig has just already commented, so thank you, Craig. So thanks. First thing I'm going to do is start sharing and give everything we need to do. Jake's got us logged in here. Did that not work? I think I simplified it. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah. There you go. All right. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get it shared. It's Led Zeppelinized. So when everybody's on in the chat, let me know. I need to first thing go over here and start sharing it myself. And go ahead and fix my drink, my energy drink. Tanner fixed it for me the other night because I had started the show and forgot that I've done it. So let me go ahead and do that myself. Thursday night, we're going to have a lot of Led Zeppelin bootlegs and Pink Floyd bootlegs, new arrivals, new vinyl, on sale new vinyl. It's going to be one of those great Thursday nights. So when you're on and watching, hope everybody's ready. I'm going to go ahead and start getting this shared. When you're on, please go ahead and share the link. That would be greatly appreciated. Let's share it there. I'm sharing it in a few places. You can go ahead and share it in a few places. I got several places to copy the link as well, so everybody knows that we're on and live. So let me go over here to our group and get that copied everywhere. So a couple more minutes before we actually officially get started, as I'm sharing links and posting links. Let's see, there's one. Let's see here, live now, and over here on the main page as well. So regardless of where you're watching from, thank you for tuning in. It is Thursday night. I'm going to go ahead and get all caffeined up. Very important, right, Seth? Seth said not important to drink caffeine. He thinks he survives on like natural energy or something. Psh. No such thing, right, Jake? All right. Well, Tanner is still, by the way, I can't see the chat comments right now. I'll be able to in just a second as we're getting the show started. But right now, Tanner's still out. He's got a light back injury, so I don't know if he's tuned in tonight or not. He may be. Right now, it's me, Jake, Seth, and Paul. Paul's in the back pricing more stuff. Paul's actually listening to a cut of Led Zeppelin 2 right now. He's actually listening to a Robert Lovewood Led Zeppelin 2. He's test playing it right now in the back. So, all right. Let me get, I've just got a few more places to share the link. So now you can officially see my hand. I've been across the room. Let me go ahead and copy this link over here. Let everybody know that we're live. So, live now. And I see a couple of last minute comments. Yes. And let me share this guy a link. All right, and we're also streaming to YouTube. So most people watch over on Facebook, but we do have some people who only watch on YouTube. So the YouTube feed is up as well. And we always, if you don't have a Facebook, but you do have an Instagram, we also share over to our story on Instagram, which let me do that right now. Story. And I'm going to post the picture here, some of tonight's hype records, link, and live now. So let's do that. And now the link's in our Instagram story. And I think we're officially ready to get the show started. So let me enter our chat. And we got some great stuff. I think they've got everything marked as far as new vinyl. I'm about to get to some of that in just a second because that's usually how we start our show. So, all righty. Let's go over here and see what we've got. Let's see. This is new stuff that's just been priced, right? I needed these Linda Ronstats. Here they are. How many of these do I need? Linda Ronstadt. I need 8 of those. We got 2. We got 4. We got 6. And we got 8. Perfect. sorting a little bit of new vinyl here, so I'll go ahead and show y'all our first crate of the night. Got lots of great new vinyl, and I think one of the best ways to start the show is probably with a new Led Zeppelin record. I don't say that every day, a new Led Zeppelin record. So lots of great auctions tonight. We'll even slip in maybe a few Japanese here and there, but mostly tonight, if you're looking for Led Zeppelin records, then you are in the right place, especially for some of these unofficials and bootlegs that we're going to have tonight. So let me set this off to the side, and we've got our first crate tonight. It's going to be new vinyl, new vinyl. And like I said, we're going to actually start with a Led Zeppelin record. We're going to start with a new Led Zeppelin LP that comes out tomorrow. So let me show that right now so I can go ahead and start reading the pre-order. So one more time, I'll say it again later, but if you haven't already, please make sure you shared the feed. Make sure, if anything, you've hit the thumbs up button. I would really appreciate you hitting the thumbs up button. And we're about to get started right now. Actually, as soon as I take a drink of water. Alrighty. So this Friday, tomorrow, is New Vinyl Friday, which means there's new releases to come out. We show and pre-sell them live right here on Facebook. That's what we do. Actually, we get stuff sometimes that comes out on Monday, or we get it on Monday that comes out on Friday. You can't get it, obviously. We don't do any pre-sales. We don't break any street day laws, but what we do is we pretty much pre-sell it, and most people don't get it in their shipments until next week anyway. And if you're a local, you can't pick it up till Monday. But we show new releases every night here. I got new restocks, and we have new stuff like I'm holding in my hand. I don't know how many times Led Zeppelin's been officially pressed on colored vinyl, but not often. This is Led Zeppelin's classic 4th album on 180-gram crystal clear vinyl as part of that Atlantic 75th anniversary. So Atlantic is celebrating an anniversary, and part of their biggest, part of their celebration, they have reissued Led Zeppelin's biggest album and one of the biggest selling albums of all time on clear vinyl, $33.99. So that's a new Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl, $33.99. That's the Atlantic 75th Anniversary Edition on clear vinyl. I had several people pre-order that. The first was Burt Jordan, also Kara Bauer, Scott Fish, David Howard, Amy Hutchings, Sherry Darnell, Larry Williams, Steve Howe, Brent Alverson, Cynthia Herdron, Stephen Young, Christopher Nagy, Paul Brothers, Jesse Hood, Bob Reiger, Debbie Blair, Bo Wagenladder, Scotty Hops, Kyle Gregory, and Jeff McIntosh. And that was the new Led Zeppelin. So that is $33.99. $33.99. That's the Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl. First album of the night. Burt Jordan, you was already on the pre-order, so actually we don't need to give him one, but I don't think I read off James Ludwig's name. So James, you get a Led Zeppelin, and congratulations, you're the first sale of the night. So yeah, pretty much all night, we're going to have a lot of Led Zeppelin records, and let me bring the crate and Pink Floyd. Let's not forget about Pink Floyd either, but we've got some great stuff here. I think Paul has pretty much marked a lot of stuff that I didn't get to last night. And then we got, we also have some stuff that that was in the hot picture, which we will start a little bit later in the show. Pamela Yeager also wants a Led Zeppelin. We'll sell that to Pamela Yeager. Clear vinyl, $33.99, and Chris Sheridan wants one. Also Greg Rogers, and this is new. What a great way to start Led Zeppelin night with a new Led Zeppelin release. Clear vinyl, and like I said, most of Led Zeppelin's catalog has never, to my knowledge, hardly any of it been officially released on colored vinyl. So, Chris, are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've said your name too many times, but let me know if you are. And I'll also start handing out new instructions for a lot of other first-time buyers. So, our first Led Zeppelin record is the Playhouse Theatre, London, June 27th, 1969, and also the Paris Theatre in London, April 1st, 1971, which I think is a little bit of BBC sessions. Paul says it has fantastic sound quality. So tonight, we're going to be showing a lot of amazing records from a collection we got in Pittsburgh. It's from Dale. It's been known as Dale's Pittsburgh Collection. And this guy specialized in collecting a lot of vintage bootlegs, okay? And a lot of them are really cool. I listened to a ton of them last night. We've cleaned them. We've done the research to let you know what show and when and where. And we're going to have them for auction pretty much all night. This is stuff that you don't see every day. If you're a Led Zeppelin collector, you know that. They're really hard to come by. You don't see them a lot on Discogs because you can't sell most of them on there. Sometimes they slip through on eBay, but what I've noticed in the last couple of years is these have been really in demand. You look at PopSpsych and you'll see prices have been rising on a lot of these. So Led Zeppelin's a $65 start. $65 start for that one. And pretty much all night we're going to have some kind of Led Zeppelin boot and then a Pink Floyd record also. The first Pink Floyd record is Syd Barrett, and this is actually a 2-in-1. This is an official release. This is the Madcap Laughs and Barrett, which is 2 of Syd Barrett's solo albums. This is a 1974 Jacksonville press. Paul says it's very nice, which is EX Plus Near Mint Minus. Very, very clean. And that is a $45 start, Syd Barrett. So there's our first 2 auctions. Led Zeppelin's a $65 start. That's live 1969 Zeppelin from the Playhouse Theater and the Paris Theater, both in London. Both in London. And that's a Led Zeppelin live recording. Very cool. That is $65 and $45 starts on those. So you bid in the comments if you want any of those, and they're now up for bid. Led Zeppelin is sold to Michael Potts. He was the next person on the Led Zeppelin claim. That's sold to Michael Potts. Thank you. And Led Zeppelin 2, we're actually test playing one right now on the back. Yes, we will have a Led Zeppelin hot mix tonight. I've only got one copy of this. It's Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99. Motorhead Ace of Spades is $33.99. That's available. We're right now going through our first credit of the night, which is all new vinyl and releases. And boy, was this a big one. I have several extras too. This has been a big one. This is Journey Frontiers. Journey Frontiers is $36.99. This is a new 40th anniversary edition, which includes a bonus 7-inch. That's $36.99. And Journey Frontiers, let me go ahead and read the pre-order off on that. $36.99, a new remaster with a bonus 7-inch 40th anniversary edition. The pre-order for Journey was George Buchanan, Mike Massey, Stacy Brown, Tommy Green, Walt Cruz got 2, Jerry Stone, Bo Wagonlander, Shepard Michael, Greg Rogers, Cynthia Herdren, Michelle Phillips, Jeff Luna, Keith Pettit, Scotty Hops, Debbie Blair, Kristen Seen, Kara Bauer, Leslie Holt, Wesley Stover, Jim Baker, and Rich Shockley. That's everybody that got one of the new Journey Frontiers 40th anniversary edition. Also has a bonus 7-inch with it, $36.99. $36.99 on that. Also, one of the new Rocktobers, and this should be one of the last weeks that we have any new Rocktober, and this is $33.99. $33.99. This is Naked Talking Heads. Naked Talking Heads, and that's one of the new Rocktobers. That's on limited edition Orchid vinyl. That is $33.99. Rocktober, that is the 1988 Steve Lillywhite produced classic. $33.99. Talking Heads Naked. That's one of the new Rocktober exclusives that's on colored vinyl. Let me go ahead and read off the pre-order for that. So Talking Heads Naked, that was Lillian McCurry, George Buchanan, Cynthia Herdren, Rich Recor, Richard Davis, and Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone. I've got 4 extras of those to sell. Talking Heads Naked, and that was $33.99. Okay, so just so you know, we have 2 Led Zeppelin or 2 auctions up for bid. Looking for an opening bid before I make it. I'm going to buy it now. Led Zeppelin's a $65 start. That's the Playhouse Theater London and Paris Theater London, $69 and $71. And we have opening bid of $45 on Syd Barrett of Pink Floyd, and that's a 2 LP repackage of the Madcap Laughs and Barrett. So what's the difference between BBC and soundboard? They're both live recordings, Greg. A soundboard is where they was recording a live show and they just copied it straight off the mix board. A BBC sessions is where Led Zeppelin played live that was broadcast for the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation. So they're both live recordings, yes. You'll be hearing me say lots of BBC tonight because the BBC transcription disc was one time an official release. And then a lot of it was bootlegged on various Led Zeppelin bootlegged records. It's BBC sessions. Of course, you can also buy the official pressing of that that's in a box set that they came out with officially in the 90s. So Paul Brothers wants Naked. Kenny Heathcock is in on Led Zeppelin at 65. So, and Scotty Hops wants to know if he got a Journey. I don't think I read off your name, but let me look one more time. Scotty Hops, you got a Journey. Yes, you did. All right, so we got a bid on Led Zeppelin. Kenny Heathcock's at 65. Final call on Syd Barrett at 45. If you just joined us, we're in our first credit of the night. We're about to really get into some of the new vintage stuff next. First, I want to go through some of these new releases, and we have Randy Savage, Be a Man, Macho Man Randy Savage. That's on orange vinyl. That's very limited edition. It was originally only on a record store day release, and it was very limited. We've got them back in as orange vinyl as a new release, $44.99. I have two extras. I have two extras of those, and the pre-order for Randy Savage was Kyle Gregory, William Simmons, Robert Lynn, Regina Tabor, Doug Page, Joe Gabriel, and Paul Brothers got two of them. Paul Brothers got two of them. So Led Zeppelin, new bids. We have 67, 70, and now 72. Four new bidders all of a sudden. If you're just hopping on, you hadn't missed any Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd records. I want to go over these one more time. I feel like the show is officially starting. It usually takes everybody to get on and me go through the first crate of new vinyl. So Led Zeppelin is a 2 LP, unofficial, vintage, bootleg. You'll be hearing me say vintage, bootleg a lot. That also means unofficial. It's bootleg recordings. All of it's going to be live Led Zeppelin. I don't think there was a lot of bootleg studio material by Led Zeppelin. Most of these are going to be live Led Zeppelin recordings that have never been officially released. Some of them have, BB Sessions, How the West Was Won. Some of those I'll explain when we get to those. This is at $75, and no one bid on Sid Barrett. I'm going to go ahead and make him a buy it now. Sid Barrett's a $45 buy it now. This is an official release. This is Sid Barrett, the Madcap Laughs and Barrett, two of his solo albums, Pink Floyd, one of the members of Pink Floyd. That's a buy it now if anybody wants it, and it's sold to Mark Fallon. So anybody new watching, you see how that works. If no one bids and I make it a buy it now, and whoever's first when I say you can buy it now gets it, that's sold to Mark Fallon for $45. We have a new record out by Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn? This is $34.99. It's a picture disc, comes out Friday. This is Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn? We do have a pre-order for that. That was Sean Fairweather, Scott Smith, Dwayne Sevilla, Felix Quintanilla, David Taylor, Joe Frias, and James Bragg. And that was Danzig, $34.99. So Mark Fallon got the Barrett. Led Zeppelin's now at $80 with Jeffrey McCall. And we have Destruction. I haven't had this one yet. Cracked Brain. Destruction is $46.99. There's Led Zeppelin. After one Pink Floyd sells, I'm going to put up another. When one Led Zeppelin sells, I'll put up another. Our next Pink Floyd record is called, let's see, some of these are kind of psychedelically drawn. Pink Floyd Live, 67 to 69. This is BBC sessions from 67, 67, 68, 69, and 69. Overall, it's a VG Plus condition. The cover's in shrink wrap, vintage Pink Floyd bootleg. This is a $65 start. That's Pink Floyd BBC 67, 67, 68, and 2 times in 69. That's going to be a $65 start, VG Plus condition. Okay, we have Bush. This is Razor Blade Suitcase. Pink vinyl, Bush Razor Blade Suitcase is $34.99. I only have one copy of that, $34.99. And yes, big release here. More pre-orders of this than anything. This outbeat Led Zeppelin, and it outbeat Taylor Swift on our pre-order. Kicks Blow My Fuse. Blue vinyl, Friday Music, $39.99. I've got 5 extra copies, but I have more on the way, just FYI. Let me read off everybody who got a Kicks Blow My Fuse. I've got 5 extras to sell. Let me rephrase that. I ordered more. They should be on the way. And let me borrow this for a minute. Jake, I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to print this Word document that's hopefully right here. Yeah, let me print this Word document. Kicks was so long, I had to put it on a whole document by itself so it wouldn't confuse me. So Blow My Fuse, and as y'all know, anytime a vintage copy of this has come up lately, they've been selling for, I can't really remember the last one, $70, $80, and then I think we had one night in shrink wrap, maybe if a hype sticker sell for over $100 at auction, and we never get it in. One of those metal records, it's just always really popular. So I've got about 5 extra copies, and then I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get more. And it was still showing when I ordered it, they still didn't have the quantities loaded because it was still showing as a pre-order. So I don't really know how many more I'm going to get. So, but if you want on the list and want to go ahead and claim one now, that's great. Led Zeppelin 82, and John Martinez was next. He gets Danzig. John Martinez is Danzig. He was first on that. Tom Bryan, first on Kicks. Also Mike Vandergit. So there's 2 Kicks sold, Tom Bryan and Mike Vandergits. Greg Rogers is at 85 on Led Zeppelin. We're still bidding on the first Led Zeppelin. Derek Mandacek on Kicks, Ken Crooker on Kicks, and Jim Stafford's out on Led Zeppelin. So I've actually got 1 Kicks left, $39.99, and that is on blue vinyl. And I have a new release from Linda Ronstadt. That's a Merry Little Christmas on metallic silver vinyl, $31.99. Scott Drum is going to get the last copy of Kicks. So from here on out, this will be a waiting list, and I should have more of those showing up. So let me go over the first crate. If you just joined, we're in our first crate. If you haven't already, make sure you've liked the post, liked the page, liked the feed, and shared it. I'll usually say that within the first half hour a few times, and then I'll remind everybody late again tonight to please do that for us. So Led Zeppelin, $33.99. New release. Great time for a Led Zeppelin album to be coming out Friday. We've got 4 left. One of the first few times I know that Led Zeppelin's been officially pressed on colored vinyl. This is on crystal clear, $33.99, part of that Atlantic celebration. And yes, let me read off the Kicks pre-order. First, let me update everybody on Led Zeppelin. Greg Rogers has this for $85. Greg Rogers has it for $85. Final call. Jim Stafford's out. That's the first Led Zeppelin boot. And no bid yet on Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, we're looking for a $65 start. That's BBC Sessions from 67, 68, and 69. Final call to get a bid in if you want to lock it in. If not, then we're going to go ahead and sell them. Here's everybody who pre-ordered Kicks. Joe Gabriel, Richard Davis, Danny Czar, Jamie Shears, Chris Kirkley, Ken Crooker, Eric Storbeck, Brenda Medina, Brandon Jackson, Nick Pullen, Autumn Betts, Kelly Gabney, Devin Reese got 2 of them, Joe Hawkins, Roger Radloff, Kelly Cook, Jen Baker, Scotty Hops, Alan Case, Howie Hisner, Jimmy Clark, Jared Benoit, Jerry Stone, Brent Kay, Todd Tipton, Scott Fish, David Tate, Eddie Manning, Victor Veen, Kevin Jordan, Craig Ruth, William Lee Murray got 2 of them. Ryan Christie, Jason Conklin, Rich Krulak, Greg Neal, Jamie Butler, and Ron Duffield. That's everybody who pre-ordered Kicks. Let's put Paul Brothers on a waiting list, and let's put Kenny Heathcock on a waiting list. 1 copy of Motorhead, Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades, $33.99. The new Journey, Frontiers. This was a big pre-order. 40th anniversary. First time it's been print in a while on new remastered vinyl with a bonus 7-inch. $36.99 for Journey. The new Rocktober release, Talking Heads, Naked, $33.99. All right, let's go ahead and end these auctions. Led Zeppelin sold to Greg Rogers for $85. If anybody wants Pink Floyd, it's a $65 buy it now. BBC Sessions, 67, 68, and 69. Pink Floyd is a $65 buy it now. Lots of Pink Floyd records to get through. And we have Macho Man Randy Savage, $44.99. Thomas Hujar is going to get Pink Floyd. That's a $65 buy it now. Our next Led Zeppelin is going to be Led Zeppelin, Bonzo's last ever gig in Berlin, July 7th, 1980. Live at Berlin in Germany. This was July 7th, 1980. This is a 3LP. Overall, a very solid EX condition. Live, vintage, Led Zeppelin bootleg recording. This is an $85 start. Led Zeppelin, Bonzo, that's John Bonham's last ever gig, Berlin, July 7th, 1980. Amazing Stork Records, $85 start. Led Zeppelin's an $85 start. $85 for Led Zeppelin. Let me go over here to the Pink Floyd section and grab another PF record, which means Pink Floyd. This is called Flowers and Vegetables. This is sealed. This is Sessions, Outtakes, BBC, and Paul says it's likely, but not guaranteed to be, a colored vinyl release. So this is on possibly colored vinyl. It's sealed, so we can't really confirm it. And that's Pink Floyd, Flowers and Vegetables. And that's a Sessions, Outtakes, and BBC Sessions live, $65 start on that. 2 bids on Led Zeppelin, 85 and 85. We had 3 copies of Danzig left. Who Killed Marilyn? Picture disc, $34.99. Destruction, Cracked Brain, $46.99. Bush, Razor Blade Suitcase, that was $34.99. And we have 3 copies of Linda Ronstadt left, A Merry Little Christmas. And we have Jerry Nito says, maybe that's, I like that Linda Ronstadt. Maybe that's not, I want to purchase it. I took that as a different claim. If you actually want to buy it, say Linda Ronstadt sold. Ken Crooker said he was on the Kicks pre-order and we tagged him 1 live. So let's put that back and give it to whoever was first on the waiting list. So right now, Jake's tagging for me. Tanner still has a hurt back. I mean, hurt enough where he couldn't come to work tonight. And so we got Jake tagging. We got Seth keying in stuff. And Paul's in the back. He's test playing a Robert Lugwood cut of Led Zeppelin 2 right now. So Paul's in the back actually test playing, cleaning, and pricing more Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd records while we're up here selling them. So later on in the show, we're going to do some new Pink Floyd albums on sale and new Led Zeppelin albums on sale. So hope everybody's ready for that. I'm going to go ahead and grab our first crate of new vintage stuff. I've got our new crate of vintage stuff here. And the pre-order for Linda Ronstadt. I didn't, but I can right now, or I don't know if I did or not. Jackie Reynolds, Alice Lowry, Jerry Stone, Matt Algram, Leslie Holt, Tracy Miller, Linda Banks, and Debbie Blair. That's everybody who pre-ordered Linda Ronstadt. Okay, so we have Jeffrey McCall, 90 on Led Zeppelin, Bill Samus at 95 on Led Zeppelin. So 90, 95, Joe Musser wants the Bush album. And Jake Bush was, what did I just do with that crate? Bush is not stickered, but it was $34.99. So, and that's on pink vinyl, by the way. That's on pink vinyl. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Bush, that's on pink vinyl. That's sold for $34.99. Next is Linda Ronstadt. That was the Christmas album. Jerry Nito says he wants one, and Paul Brothers. Okay, so those two more of those are gone. Jerry Nito, if you're a first-time buyer, which I'm 99% sure you are, this is an announcement for you and all first-time buyers. All first-time buyers, make sure you send our Facebook page a message. It's very easy to buy from us. We do this every night. We've got it down to a science. We sell records every night, 6 nights a week here on Facebook. But there's only one thing we need you to do other than buy, is to send us your contact information. We need your email address so we can send you an invoice, and we need your mailing address so we can confirm where to ship it to. And this is, these two are so, Jerry Nito and Paul Brothers. Paul's been buying from us for years. He already knows what to do. Jerry's a new buyer. Jerry, make sure you send our Facebook page a message as soon as possible. Led Zeppelin's at $100 with Bill Samus. Bill Samus is at $100 on the Led Zeppelin. No bid yet on Pink Floyd. Final call before I make it a $65 buy now. Chris DeMoss is going to take the last. This is a new release. It comes out Friday. It's a new, first time on vinyl, I think, in a long time. Yeah, first time on vinyl, the Linda Ronstadt Christmas album. One of the greatest female vocalists of all time doing a Christmas album. I figured we'd sell a lot of them. I'm going to order more if anybody wants on a waiting list. I know we hadn't even got to Halloween yet, but we've been selling the heck out of Christmas albums. We've probably sold, well, I know we've sold 3 full crates of Christmas albums, so we've already sold over 150 Christmas albums here in the 3rd week in October. So, new vintage arrivals, Wagoneers, Good Fortune. From 1989, $12.99. All of our vintage records have been clean, inspected. These are not check condition. That means everything I'm showing is EX Plus to near mint minus, very high grade condition. Unless I say otherwise, which that will be in a different bin. JoJo Gun, EX Plus near mint minus on everything in this crate. JoJo Gun, this is called So Where's the Show? That's $12.99. $12.99. So final call on Led Zeppelin. That's now a final call. Bill Samus is at $100. Let's make Pink Floyd a buy it now. If anybody wants this sealed Pink Floyd, sealed. This is Flowers and Vegetables. That's a $65 buy it now. Pamela Yeager on JoJo Gun. Pamela Yeager on JoJo Gun. Christmas Collected is due out next week. Those music on vinyl titles, they hold until the week it's due out. So those will be in next week, Christmas Collected. Pink Floyd is a $65 buy it now if anybody wants in on that. So far, all the Pink Floyd albums have sold. They've all been buy it nows. They've all been buy it nows, and Led Zeppelin's a final call. Put Bill Samus on that waiting list and put Michelle Miller on that waiting list. Jerry, make sure you send your email as a Facebook message. Make sure you send it as a Facebook message. Foreigner, Double Vision. This is $59.99. This is a 1981 MoFi pressing. It actually has a promo stamp on the front. That's something I don't see very often from MoFi. This is Foreigner, Double Vision, a MoFi pressing from 1981, $59.99, and Def Leppard Hysteria, a 1987 Hot Pog press. This is $79.99, and it is extremely nice condition. This is normally something we would auction. I think the last one we auctioned brought over 80, close to 90. This is very, very nice. We had one the other night with a shrink wrap and hype sticker. It was extremely nice. This one's very nice. Hysteria, original inner sleeve, that is $79.99. David Eberle is going to get Double Vision. We're going to go ahead and sell our next Led Zeppelin record. This is sold to Bill Samus for $100. Also on that Linda Ronstadt list, let's start a waiting list for Bill Samus and Michelle Miller. Next is the next Pink Floyd, which is live at the Rainbow Theatre in London, February 20th, 1972, Dark Side of the Moon. This is Pink Floyd live, London, February 20th, 1972, $95 start. The actual name of the bootleg is called Nordster, Pink Floyd, $95 start. And some of these are just Some of these I made notes on. I think Paul still got a lot of the ones that I marked and researched in the back he hadn't brought up yet. But some of these is like I would find were one sold 2 years ago, and then before that it was 6 years ago. So some of these are pretty scarce and they don't come up often for sale. Pink Floyd's a $95 start. All right, the next Led Zeppelin is live at Faulkner Theater, Copenhagen, Denmark. This is Led Zeppelin. Very rare. Paul has a note on here. Overall, it's a VG Plus condition. 3 LP. Look at that cover. Led Zeppelin, Melancholy, Danish Page Boys, Get It On. This is at the Faulkner Theater, Copenhagen, Denmark. This is a $115 start. 3 LP, vintage Led Zeppelin bootleg. 1979, July 23rd. That is a $115 start. 3 LP. Chris B. Jack wants Def Leppard. That's sold to Chris B. Jack. And we have Duke Genesis, and that is $19.99. Yeah, Eric won a Def Leppard a couple months ago. We had one just like a couple weeks ago too, though, that it brought, I think, 90. This one sold to Chris B. Jack. Wow, nice looking copy here of Genesis. I didn't even mention it had promo markings on it. Promo strip and a gold stamp promo, not a promo marked label. That was $19.99. Genesis Abacab, $19.99 for Genesis Abacab. Back-to-back Genesis. This is $19.99. Randy Anderson is in on the Pink Floyd at $95, and that was at the Rainbow Theatre, London, 72. That's going once, going twice, and we're looking for a $115 start over here on this one. Pete Townsend, White City, a novel. Pete Townsend from The Who is $14.99, and Kiss, Unmasked, a 1980 German pressing, $39.99. 1980 German pressing of Unmasked, $39.99. Kiss, 1980 German. Genesis self-titled, 3 great Genesis albums in here. Genesis, what did I say? Genesis albums. $19.99 for self-titled. And another one, 3 Sides Live. This is $24.99. 3 Sides Live is a 2 LP, $24.99. All right, so we already have a bid on Pink Floyd at 95, MJ. So Randy Anderson was already in first. He was in first at 95. And now this Led Zeppelin's a final call. If anybody wants to lock in a bid for $115, we're looking for a $115 start. Looking for a $115 start. That is Copenhagen, Denmark, 1979. Doug Kershaw, Swampgrass, $19.99. Does it have the poster? This does not have a poster with it. No poster with this one. No poster with that Unmasked. Pink Floyd's now at 100, and Dan Sessler's at 115 on Led Zeppelin. So we got bids, new bids on both of our auctions. Doug Kershaw, The Cajun Way. That Doug Kershaw is actually a white label promo. A white label promo, $19.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I can take a drink of water. I can hear Paul listening to Led Zeppelin 2 in the back. He's test playing one right now. So, Ricky Lee Jones, The Magazine, $14.99 for Ricky Lee Jones. And Spyro Gyra Carnival, that is $9.99. Dan Sessler, you're first on Kershaw. Let me know if you want The Cajun Way or if you want Swamp Grass. You're first. You can have pick on either one of those. Randy Anderson's out on Pink Floyd. MJ Misty Dog has that for $100. That's going twice, going 3 times. And this is Led Zeppelin, and this is at 115. This is the Copenhagen, Denmark. That's with Dan Sessler, 115. Final call on that. Final call on that. This is 3 LPs. This may be, sometimes, you know, you'll see a bootleg, and when it's 2 LPs, and then when you see another one that's 3 LPs, it's probably the whole concert. Probably the whole concert on that. So, what's the price on each? The 2 Doug Kershaw's, Swamp Grass, they're both $19.99 each. They're both $19.99 each, actually. Romelu first to the Spyro Gyra. That's sold to Romelu. And we have Foghat, Energized. Foghat is $14.99. And we have another Spyro Gyra. This is called Catching the Sun, $9.99. Dan Sessler said he'll take both of the Doug Kershaw's. That's sold to Dan Sessler. And I think we've already done a final call on Pink Floyd. We have. This sold to MJ Misty Dog for $100, Jake. That's sold to MJ Misty Dog for $100. That was the North Star. That is sold. And this is now sold to Dan Sessler for $115. Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin, Gone and Gone. Dan Sessler gets that for $115. Dan also got both Doug Kershaw's. Romelu got Spyro Gyra. And then Romelu gets the other Spyro Gyra, and Jetstream was second. So that's sold to Romelu. Let me grab two new. So basically, when I sell one Led Zeppelin, we'll put up another. When I sell one Pink Floyd, we'll put up another. Let's see what this one is here. Let's do... Okay, I'm going to do some of these that Paul marked that I hadn't actually got to look at yet. So, and we actually do have an official Pink Floyd here. No, this is actually an unofficial. Interesting. We have an unofficial pressing of Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. That's interesting. This is a $45 start. I actually pulled this out. I was like, well, we're not going to have many official Pink Floyd records tonight. I put this out thinking it was like maybe an older copy because it certainly looks like one. This is actually unofficial. This is a $45 start. Pink Floyd, I don't know a lot about it other than it's marked as an unofficial pressing of the Division Bell. That's a $45 start. Gatefold, I know this. It's in really nice condition. So there's the Division Bell, Pink Floyd. It has the jacket and has the look of one just like that was pressed in the 90s when that came out. Here's another Led Zeppelin. We have File Under Led Zeppelin. I've seen this series before. A couple weeks ago we had File Under Rat. The other night we had File Under the Psychedelic Furs. And this is essentially a 12-inch single on white vinyl, Heartbreaker and Stairway to Heaven from BBC 1971. So this is a bootleg on white vinyl, and in the bootleg collecting business, if anything becomes available on colored vinyl, it greatly increases the value. Some of these we have on colored vinyl, and the price is almost like double. Some of them are pretty scarce on colored vinyl. So Paul is saying this is pretty much a 12-inch single of Heartbreaker and Stairway to Heaven on white vinyl. It's from 1971's BBC Sessions. It's a $55 start. $55 start. So that's called File Under Led Zeppelin, white vinyl. There's the information, Heartbreaker, Stairway to Heaven. That's a $55 start. Pretty easy for that track listing, right, Craig? That's a $55 start. Okay, next, Foghat, Jeff McMaster Foghat is $14.99. Foghat is $14.99. $14.99 if you were asking about that one. Do you have any extra copies of Iron Maiden 7th Son from last night? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember if I got you one of those or not. Wagoneer sold to Thomas Bowman. G. Michaels at 55 on Led Zeppelin. Randy's at 45 on Pink Floyd. There we have it. Both auctions have bids. Let me get back to the bin. So 55 and 45 on those. Diana Ross live at Caesar's Palace. That's $9.99. Diana Ross live. And Keel is $19.99. Jeff, I haven't found it yet, but I did some sorting last night. I've got all of the vintage stuff that's been shown recently. I've got it all in one area in the back. And tonight I'm going to start sorting because over the last month we've had so many incredible records that hadn't sold. It's been mind-blowing to me. So I'm going to make some compilation crates probably for the next couple nights and be like, these are amazing records that haven't sold. They're buy it now, best offer. And when I'm making those crates, I'm going to look for your Foghat. So I plan on doing that tonight. Led Zeppelin's at 58. Romelu got Diana Ross, but I hadn't forgot about you. Anytime I'm flipping through a crate, I have this inventory of records in my head that people are looking for, and I'm looking for people. So I don't forget about those. Romelu got Diana Ross. Javi first on Keel. Sean Holford second. John Martinez third. And Eddie Lau was fourth. So several people on that one. Taj Mahal. This is a 1970s Pittman press. $24.99. $24.99. Gray crate. I hope I hadn't recondensed it. If not, then I'll try my best to find it in a gray crate. But the other night, we've been condensing records because we have a crate shortage. And I did a lot of condensing. So the Crusaders. Pass the Plate. 1971, don't get a lot of their early stuff. The Crusaders, Pass the Plate, $24.99. $24.99. So Led Zeppelin's at 60. Led Zeppelin's at 60. And Jeff McMaster wants Taj Mahal, TM. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. We've only had one bid on Pink Floyd. That's to Randy Anderson for $45. Final call. And that's an unofficial pressing of the Division Bell. That's a bootleg of the Division Bell. Crusaders is sold to Jetstream. That's sold to Jetstream. Led Zeppelin's now at 62. Michael Nath is at 50 on Pink Floyd. Warm Thoughts, Mar Vista, a 2014 pressing on blue vinyl, $19.99. Warm Thoughts, that's Mar Vista. That is $19.99, 2014 blue vinyl. Boston, Third Stage, an RCA Music Club pressing, $34.99. $34.99. Randy's out on Pink Floyd. Michael Nath has it for $50. That's now going twice, going three times. Led Zeppelin's at $62. Last night, there were some people asking about concerts. They asked if we had Copenhagen, or no, we just sold Copenhagen. They asked if we had Blueberry Hill. They asked if we had Zurich. There's a couple people asking about concerts, and I think everything that was asked about last night, I have found. I do have a copy of Blueberry Hill, and I'll tell the story on that record in just a second when we put it for auction. That's an amazing live recording. If you're a Led Zeppelin fan, you have to have that. Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong, $24.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong, $24.99. That's a 2LP on Capricorn Records. Brewer and Shipley, Down in L.A. This is also a promo copy. Brewer and Shipley, Down in L.A. That's a promotional record, $19.99. Jerry Stone needs to put back the Stones, Hackney Diamonds. That's okay because we have a waiting list and we might not be able to get more of them. They were sold out. All my distributors were sold out of the new Stones album, so I'm hoping we can get more, though. Hope they're either about to get more or they're going to be repressed. That wasn't tonight. That was a pre-order from last night, Jake, so we'll just have to make a note of that. And Country Joe McDonald, On My Own. Country Joe McDonald, On My Own. $14.99 for Country Joe McDonald. Okay, and let's go ahead and pull the Jetstream Wants the Fog Hat. And let's go ahead and sell Pink Floyd. This was an unofficial press of Pink Floyd. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Michael Naff for $50. And let me remind everybody what's up for bid here on the Led Zeppelin. This is a Led Zeppelin. It's called File Under Led Zeppelin. It's on white vinyl. It's essentially a BBC Sessions 12-inch single of Stairway to Heaven and Heartbreaker on white vinyl. It comes in that original File Under Led Zeppelin bootleg folder, has this insert with it, and that is at $62 with Daniel Booziden. Daniel's at $62. That's a final call. One Pink Floyd down. Let me grab another. I'll just pull whatever is first here. This is live at the Fillmore West, April 30th, 1970. This was recorded by KQED TV for the 10 o'clock mix. Overall, it's in VG Plus condition. This is called Pink Floyd, Om, Sweet Om. Om, Sweet Om. This is Pink Floyd, live, Fillmore West, 1970. VG Plus condition overall, $55 start. $55 start on that. $55 start on Pink Floyd, Om, Sweet Om. We have Dueling Banjos from the soundtrack Deliverance. That is $19.99. $19.99 from the original soundtrack of Deliverance on the green Warner Brothers label. Smith & Myers. No luck on that yet, Brooks. No luck on that. I'm about to sell Led Zeppelin. Pink Floyd is a $45 start. Mountain, they take a sleigh ride. Mountain is $19.99. This is on the original Windfall label. This has Robert Ludwig and Lee Holko mastering. Mountain records always sound amazing. Mike Vandergit's first on the Dueling Banjos. That's sold to Mike Vandergit's. And we have the genuine Imitation Life Gazette. That is the Four Seasons, and that is $19.99, and it includes the original booklet. The Four Seasons, the genuine Imitation Life Gazette, that is $19.99. Pink Floyd, let me keep my sticky on that so I don't forget what it is. That was live at the Fillmore, 1970, looking for a $55 start. Led Zeppelin is sold to Daniel Booziden for $62. That is sold, and Kevin Dokesy gets Mountain, They Took a Sleigh Ride. That's sold to Kevin Dokesy. So I'm going to move Pink Floyd over here. Looking for a $55 start on that. Going once, going twice. And let me grab another Led Zeppelin. This one's called Led Zeppelin Alpha and Omega. And I've actually may have had this before. This is one of those really sought after ones. I've seen this before. One of these more what I'll call like popular or desirable bootlegs. You know, one that's a lot of people at one point probably had this, kind of like Blueberry Hill. This is called Alpha and Omega. This is disc 1 is at Gonzaga University, December 30th, 1968. That's one of the earliest known Led Zeppelin recordings in the U.S. Gonzaga, December 30th, 1968. Disc 2 and 4 is the Alameda County Coliseum, Oakland, California. So Oakland, 1977, and that was the last U.S. performance in circulation. $145 start. So that is 4 LPs. That is a 4 LP set, Led Zeppelin, Alpha and Omega. So 1968, Gonzaga, one of the earliest known Led Zeppelin recordings. 1968 and 1977, Oakland. That's 3 LPs, the Oakland. $145 start on that, Led Zeppelin, Alpha and Omega. Pretty cool stuff there. All right, so Pink Floyd has bids, 55, 55, 60. Marshall Tucker OG. If you're asking if that's an OG, then yes. Where We All Belong is the original pressing, Capricorn labels. If you want that, Harry, it is $24.99. We have another $45 bid on Pink Floyd, but we're already at $60 on that. And Led Zeppelin's $145 start, Alpha and Omega. Almeida. Yes, thank you. I think I said Almeida. Thank you, Craig. We could not do the show without Craig's help. Literally. Gray Slick, welcome to the Wrecking Ball. That is $14.99. Gray Slick, welcome to the Wrecking Ball. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, Volume 1, a UK pressing, $19.99. Delta Lady, with a little help from my friends, Lottie Miss Claudie. Don't let me be misunderstood. And my baby, she wrote me a letter. UK pressing of that, $19.99. We have an RSO Prime Cuts of, wow, lots of people on here. This is $9.99. I knew I saw Eric Clapton. I'm pretty sure I saw Freddie King on there. Bee Gees, Jack Bruce, Arthur Lee, $9.99. That's RSO Prime Cuts. I thought I saw, did I see, I saw the name Freddie King, but maybe I saw something else. But that's RSO Prime Cuts, $9.99. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Romelu wants the Joe Cocker. That's sold to Joe Cocker. Harry Morris wants he does want the Marshall Tucker Band. That's sold to Harry Morris. Fred Carnell, you were second on Joe Cocker. Pink Floyd's at $68. How much was Boston? Boston was $34.99. Michelle. Scott Drum on Prime Cut. Stacy was second. And Thomas is at $69 on Pink Floyd. So, update on our auctions. Pink Floyd's at $69. That's Fillmore West, 1970. It's called Pink Floyd Ohm, Sweet Ohm. And Led Zeppelin doesn't have a bid yet. Going once. I'm going to give these plenty of time for everybody to get a bid in before we make it a buy now, because some of these I'm like, you definitely should be locking in a bid. $145 on that. Next was Prime Cuts, and that means Jedit was third on that. Actually, yeah, third. The Clarks, I'll tell you what, man. The Clarks is from 1988. That's $34.99. The Clarks, I'll tell you what, man. 1988, $34.99. Super Bowl, Vassar Clements. Super Bowl, Vassar Clements, that's $19.99. And Albert Collins, Ice Picking. Albert Collins is $26.99 for Ice Picking. And live from Chicago, Coco Taylor and her Blues Machine. An Audience with the Queen. That's a 1987 pressing, $19.99. Also, Albert Collins and Barrel House live, a 1992 Lithuania pressing. Lithuania pressing, $19.99 on Albert Collins and Barrel House live. Okay, so Pink Floyd, $85. Do have a bid now on Led Zeppelin. Daniel Booziden's at $145. We have a bid. So now that's going once, going twice as a final call to his $145 bid. Jeff McMaster first on AC. And I think I pretty much almost had back-to-back there. So, Jeff, let me know if you want Ice Picking or let me know if you want, we'll call it Barrel House Live. So he wants the first one shown. So that's sold to Jeff McMaster. Michael Nath first to Coco Taylor. Jetstream was second. Chris B. Jack third. Thomas is at 88 on Pink Floyd. And then, Chris, you were next on Albert Collins. If you want the first one, it's gone. But if you want this one, it's still available. Also, Paul Winchell and Jerry Mahoney, Chips of Wisdom. He's got a ventriloquist doll there. $19.99. This is from 1959. $19.99 on Paul Winchell and Jerry Mahoney. Ray Charles, Friendship. This is a record he did with a lot of duets and people that worked with him, like Willie, Seven Spanish Angels, and Johnny Cash, and Merle Haggard, and Ricky Skaggs, and George Jones, and that's $19.99. Chris DeMoss does want the Barrel House. And now let's do some final calls on these auctions. Pink Floyd is with 88, Thomas Hujar. He's at 88 on the Pink Floyd Ohm Sweet Ohm. I've already done it one time. That's a final call to Thomas. And now Led Zeppelin's a final call. Alpha and Omega, that is Daniel Booziden, and he was at $145. Now, my biggest question is, I wonder if Dallas Coop is watching that. I meant to send him a message. Dallas Coop. If anything, I need to get somebody that's friends with him to tag him. He's one of the bigger Led Zeppelin collectors I know, and I meant to tag him and remind him that we're doing Led Zeppelin records tonight. Next, new bid on Pink Floyd, 95. Chris DeMoss wants Ray Charles. And we have Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free, $14.99. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. And the Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, $24.99. Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, $24.99. $149. All right, this crate's done. No one else has been on Led Zeppelin, so that's sold for $145. And that was to Daniel Buzodin. We still are bidding on Pink Floyd. Dan was at 95. Thomas is now at 98. One Led Zeppelin down. Let me grab another one in here. Let me pick from the front of the bin. This is called The Zen Master and His Page. This is actually a Page and Plant. This is actually a Page and Plant live concert from 1988 at the Hammersmith. Very cool. At the Hammersmith. That was $145. Yeah, I'll take that sticky note. The Zen Master and His Page, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. This is live at Hammersmith, April 17th, 1988. This is going to be a $75 start. That's a 2 LP Page and Plant live concert, 1988, $75 start. Page and Plant, the Zen Master and His Page. That's a $75 start. George Lyle wants the Beacon Street Union. That's sold to George Lyle. Pink Floyd's now at 105. Let me recap what's left in this bin. We have Genesis Duke, 1999, Genesis Abacab, 1999, and Genesis Self-Titled. All fantastic albums. They're all near mint, very clean copies. All have original inner sleeves, 1999. Pete Townsend, White City, $14.99. Genesis 3 Sides Live, that's also available for $24.99. I can't believe no one bought this. Kiss Unmasked, a 1980 German copy for $39.99. That's shocking. Ricky Lee Jones, the magazine, $14.99. Warm Thoughts, Mar Vista, $19.99. Blue vinyl. Boston, Third Stage, $34.99. Brewer and Shipley down in L.A., White Label Promo, $19.99. Country Joe McDonald, On My Own, $14.99. So, Pink Floyd's now at 110. Final call to get a bid in on Led Zeppelin, which is Page and Plant, I should say. $75 start to get a bid in on Page and Plant. $75 start. The Four Seasons, the Genuine Imitation Life Gazette, $19.99, and it does come with a booklet that originally was released with it. Gray Slick, Welcome to the Wrecking Ball, $14.99 for Gray Slick. The Clarks, I'll tell you what, man, $34.99 for the Clarks. We have Vassar Clements is $19.99. Also, Paul Winchell and Jerry Mahoney, $19.99, and Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free, $14.99. The Pink Floyd was live at the Fillmore. That was VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition overall. VG Plus condition. We do have a bid on Led Zeppelin for $75. And Gary, I'm going to keep everything sticker price now. I'm not saying that I won't entertain an offer later or from a lady, but right now, everything's sticker price. And last night, I did the same thing. And after I go through everything once, we'll probably have time to go through everything again. And I may entertain very fair offers. So just keep that in mind. And if you want to pass right now, that's okay. But if you want to go ahead and get them, they're $19.99. I have one more crate of new vinyl to go through. Actually, three, but the other couple crates are all same releases. So John Lills at 77 on Led Zeppelin. And Dan Sessler's at 125 on Pink Floyd. Thomas right back in at 130. So let's go through some new releases. First, I've actually got a U.S. restock. I think these are U.S. of Music from the Elder, $36.99. Let's see. That's not the typical U.S. sticker. That's usually the Euro sticker, $36.99. They're both remasters. All rights reserved, prohibited. Is this U.S. or... Usually that has a different sticker. I know this, though. The Music from the Elder album is usually one that we can't get in stock. So I'm just glad to have it. $36.99, Kiss Music from the Elder. I've got 3 copies for $36.99. These are special requests. This John Mayer here and this John Mayer. These are special requests for Troy Robinson. So I'm going to pull these, and then if anybody else wants one, let me know, and I'll order you one. This is John Mayer, Paradise Valley, which I've never had that before. This is a special order for Troy. $44.99 for John Mayer. So this is a special order if anybody else wants one. And Battle Studies, which I've never had new. I've usually never had it as the used copy we got in a collection. So John Mayer Battle Studies is $54.99. So those are Troy Robinson's. Jake, we can actually go ahead and just make him stickies for those. Troy Robinson and Troy Robinson. They're on my spreadsheet, but I didn't copy and paste it over. So those are sold to him. We got new bids on Led Zeppelin, which is the Page and Plant, 77. Then Jeffrey's back in at 8 or 8E. And then Dan Sessler, let me know if you want back out or back in on Pink Floyd. Thomas has it for 130. Tom Byrne wants a copy of Kiss, Music from the Elder. That's sold to Tom Byrne. Next, we have Rush. We have Dreaming Out Loud. This is Wisconsin broadcast 1994. This is a Rush live recording, 1994, Volume 1, $39.99. That was a random restock that I had in. Rush is $39.99. Bush, the other Bush we have for tonight, is 16 Stone. We already sold Razor Blade Suitcase. Here is 16 Stone. That is $33.99. I have not ordered the Led Zeppelin box sets yet, Edwin. I have not. I don't think they were in stock. I tried to order BBC Sessions and How the West Was Won. I don't think they were available, but I will double check on that. John Leal first on Rush, Dreaming Out Loud. Randy Anderson, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Since they randomly sent me one, I think that's where I had left over from a previous order. That tells me they're probably back in stock if you want on a waiting list, but John Leal gets that one. We need to do some final calls. I'm waiting for some people to say out if they're done. Dan Sessler, let me know if you want back in. Thomas Hujar has this for 130. That's a final call. And John Leal just bid 81 on this. Jeffrey McCall, you're out bid. So I'm about to sell Pink Floyd, waiting for a final out. If not, I got to sell it. And Led Zeppelin's at 81 with John Leal. I got 2 extra copies of Ozzy Osbourne. This is a live unofficial on red vinyl. Live unofficial, and that is $36.99. I bid 135. And we had Thomas Hujar 130. I thought he had already bid again. Dan Sessler, let's see here. 125, 130. Either something didn't come in or I missed it. So we'll say you're at 135 then. Thomas is at 137. I don't think that one came in on my feed. Sometimes there's a lapse like for a millisecond on Facebook and they don't send me a comment on my restream. So I see you're 135 now. Thomas is at 137. So we're back on the same page. So this is Ozzy live with Randy Rhoads in Montreal, 1981 on red vinyl. Red vinyl, $36.99. I've got 2 copies of Motorhead Overkill, $28.99. Motorhead Overkill, $28.99. $28.99 on Motorhead Overkill. I got 2 of those left. Now, this is a new release. I hadn't pulled the pre-orders yet, but this is Prince and the New Order, or excuse me, Prince and the New Power Generation, Diamonds and Pearls. And this is limited edition, translucent white vinyl with a foil cover, $46.99. $46.99. And there was a pre-order on that. We've actually already pre-sold 9 copies of it to Bill Walton, Chris Crowley, Sherry Darnell, Nikki Cox, Scott Fish, Stacey Brown, Lisa Davidson, Kristen Seen, and James Bragg. So I've already got 9 of these sold. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. I hadn't actually officially pulled these out yet, so those are sold. I've got 3 extras to sell, and that's Prince and the New Power Generation, Diamonds and Pearls. Prince's iconic 1991 album remastered for the very first time. First time remastered on white vinyl, $46.99. $46.99 on that. So Dan was at 135 on Pink Floyd. Thomas bid 137. Jeffrey's out on Led Zeppelin. Dan's back in at 139. And we sold 2 copies of the Ozzy. I only had 2 available. Rick Wright gets 1. And Dominique Musolino. Those are both sold. So if you're a first-time buyer, I know I've said Dominique's name. Rick Wright, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Either way, make sure you message our page if you're watching. This is for anybody watching right now. If you want to claim something, very easy. Just do what they just did. Also what Edward Star Wars just did and Freddie Milford just did. Comment whatever you want. If you're first, you get it. That's how that works. We invoice every Monday, $7 in limited shipping. So the great thing about what we do here, $7 as much as you want to buy. And that also includes what you buy here live. We have a private group where all these pre-orders come in, etc., etc. Sometimes we even do collectibles, and you can buy posters and Funkos. We ship those too for $7. So back up to the top then. Can you show me the 2 covers of the 2 auctions? I will. Right now, we still got a heated auction going on for Pink Floyd, Ohm Sweet Ohm. Ohm Sweet Ohm is Fillmore West. Excuse the train in the background. Let me let this thing go by. We're right next to the train track, so actually probably about 100 yards, but it sounds like it goes through right through the middle of the store. So Pink Floyd, Ohm Sweet Ohm. Pink Floyd, Ohm Sweet Ohm. This is live at the Fillmore West, 1970. This is in VG Plus condition overall. It's a vintage Pink Floyd bootleg, 1970, and the high bid on this is $141. Thomas Hujar's at $141. $141 on that. Also, we have Zen, the Zen Master and his page. This is Jimmy Page and Robert Plant live, 1988. That's also a 2LP unofficial. The high bid on that is John Leal at 81, and Jeffrey McCall's already out. That's a final call. John Leal has that for $81. There's where we're at on our auctions. So we have 2 copies of Prince sold, Edward Star Wars and Freddie Milford. Thomas was at 141 on Pink Floyd. Rick Wright, yeah, great for Rick Wright to show up back from the grave on Pink Floyd night. Excellent. Tom Byrne on Motorhead. Tom Byrne, you get a copy of Motorhead. And we have Led Zeppelin, $82. So Chris Gardner's in on Led Zeppelin at $82. Pink Floyd is at, Pink Floyd's at 141. Dan Sessler, you're out. John Leal's back in at $83. I think we're caught up. Everybody knows what's going on now. Welcome any first-time viewers. This was a sponsored ad on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. So hopefully we have some new viewers watching. And we do this every night. If you love music, and especially if you love collecting records, you're in the right place. I have 1 copy of Prince left. That's what we do every day. That's what I do all day, every day, is price records and price music. Price records and price music. I listen to music. I research music. I read about music. I watch music. That's what I do every day. Taylor Swift, Folklore, $44.99. This has been out of stock. We got a restock of Taylor Swift Folklore, $44.99. We have it back in stock, 2LP. $44.99, Taylor Swift Folklore. We've been out of that one. We've got 5 extra copies. We have, or 5 new copies. Prince is $46.99. Pamela Yeager wants Folklore. We've been out of stock with that one. Okay, and we have a new, great timing for this, a restock of Relics. Pink Floyd Relics is $33.99. Pink Floyd Relics Remaster, $33.99. $33.99. It's not a Zeppelin. It's a Page Plant. This is Page and Plant. Hammersmith, 1988. 1988. No, this is Page and Plant, 1988. This is not... John Paul Jones and John Bonham is not on this record. This is just Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. That's when they were touring together in 88. So Chris Gardner's at 84. Thomas Hujar's at 150 on Pink Floyd. Dan Sessler bid 144. Thomas bid 150. Pamela got a Taylor Swift. Prince was $46.99. We have not sold Blueberry Hill yet, and that is a final call. That's a final call for Led Zeppelin and a final call for Pink Floyd because Dan's out and John Leal's out. We also got a restock of Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, $33.99. These came in on great time. And we got a restock of Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. And I hadn't pulled these yet. Jerry Stone, I'm pretty sure you were the last one left on the pre-order for that if you want that. If you want one. I hadn't pulled it yet, but that's Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas. That's the new Zoetrope. That's the available for the first time as a Zoetrope double LP featuring 4 sides of animated designs. $36.99. $36.99 is the Pink Floyd of US UK. The actual release here is a US version. This is a US version. The release looks like the UK version, if that makes sense. This is a US pressing of the UK version, Relics. So there's a couple different ones of those. Okay. Monica wants a Pink Floyd collection of great dance songs. That's sold to Monica Malley. Jerry says he's going to pass on this. Nightmare Before Christmas sold to Thrasher, Jason Kenton, Chris DeMoss, Joey Bigley. Those are all sold. And we need to start another waiting list. Kevin Doxey also wants one. That's Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas. Available for the first time as a Zoetrope. And those are sold to Thrasher, Jason, Chris, and Joey. We'll put Kevin Doxey on a waiting list. Jake, I'm going to go ahead and end some auctions too. These are sold. $150 to Thomas Hujar, Pink Floyd, Om Sweet Om, and Jimmy Page and his Zen Master is sold to Chris Gardner for $84. $84. The Wasp box sets ship today. So hopefully they're here tomorrow. Most of my distributors do next day shipping. So I don't actually have them on hand to officially say they're going to be on your invoice. But if they are, they'll be in tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow for that final decision. Now, this is a buy it now for $75. We just sold one for $84 that was really nice. This is the exact same record. It's EX condition. $75 buy it now. And this one's a little bit less condition. That's why I'm doing it for $75. If you missed out on the last one, I have another one just like the one we sold. The Zen Master and his Page, EX condition, $75. $75. There's another one of those. Zen Master and his Page. So I had 2 of those actually. Paul had them tagged back to back. John Lill said he will take it. So sell that one to John Lill for 75. Jake, I'll lay that in the buy it now stack on top of the of those. And we just sold a relics to James Ludwig. All right, while Jake's doing some tagging, I'll introduce our next auctions. We got room for a Pink Floyd and we got room for a Led Zeppelin. Let's pull out this one's called Raving and Drooling. I like this. That sounds interesting. I was about to say I like the sound of that, but sounds like an interesting concert. Raving and Drooling, Pink Floyd. What do we have here? Lots of information on this one. This is Pink Floyd, Raving and Drooling. LP1 is a KQED broadcast from the Fillmore West, April 29th, 1970. Side C is Wembley Empire Pool, November 17th, 1974. Side D is Mitchell, Mississippi River Festival, July 7th, 1969. $55 start. So it's a 2 LP. The first LP is the Fillmore West broadcast from 1970. And then side record 2, one side is Wembley Empire Pool, 74. And the other one is the Joni Mitchell. I don't know what I said earlier, but that's the Joni Mitchell Mississippi River Festival, 1969. Wow. That is a $55 start. And that's called Pink Floyd, Raving and Drooling. $55 start. All right. The Led Zeppelin is called British Tour, and this is live at Earl's Court. That's a very famous concert. Live at Earl's Court, May 24th, 1975, 2 LPs. Paul has a note here, very rare, and it was. I remember I passed this one over to Paul to look up. I spent about 10, 15 minutes maybe on Discogs trying to find it, and I never did find an entry for it. British Tour, live at Earl's Court, London, May 24th, 1975. We have a note on here, very rare. That's a $125 start. Led Zeppelin, that's Earl's Court. That's some great music. And then the Pink Floyd is a $55 start. There you have it. All right, now let me recap what's left in this bin of new vinyl. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. The MoFi was pushed back this Friday. I don't think that's shipped. That might be in my cart, Jerry, but I don't think it's shipped yet. So we won't have that for sure this week. There's a good chance it'll be here next week. There's Kiss, $36.99, Music from the Elder. 2 copies left. Bush, 16 Stone, $33.99 for Bush. 1 copy of Motorhead left. Overkill, $28.99. 1 copy of Prince left, $46.99. 4 Taylor Swifts, $44.99. Pink Floyd Relics is $33.99. And Pink Floyd, A Collection of Great Dance Songs, $33.99. There's some more new vinyl for tonight. Let's go through another crate of new vintage stuff that has been priced, and Paul just brought up an entire another crate of Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin bootlegs. Wow. I just told him, I was like, we got a lot to go through, and Paul just brought up another entire full crate. Wow, there's some nice looking stuff in here. MoFi titles. I saw Stones. Some great looking records in here. Let's go through these. Let's go through these and see what we have. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that one. I'll decide. I told Paul, I'll go ahead and let the people know. I think I'm going to keep a Blueberry Hill. I listened to one last night. I think it's in that crate. I listened to a Blueberry Hill last night, and I don't have one in my collection, and that's like a must if you're a Led Zeppelin fan. So, yeah, let me go ahead and show the Taylor Swift and explain how I'm going to do that. I have the new Taylor Swift album. Everybody take a deep breath. Miss NFL is here. 1989, Taylor's version. Crystal Sky Blue. Thank you, Paul. Have a good night. This is 1989, Taylor's version. I have it in my hand. Now, this is like the FBI is watching this to make sure nobody pre-sells these early, which I'm not really selling them early. No one's going to be able to listen to it. I promise you, I haven't gave anybody any. I just unboxed them, okay? So for the FBI and the CIA that's watching, we haven't distributed any of these. This record, we are like, it's under strict orders. If there's any other record store owners watching, they know how it is. They don't want you really posting about this. They don't want you talking about it. They don't want you showing it, looking at it, touching it. Taylor Swift, it's under they're for a long time. They're almost like under embargo. So a lot of stores are doing a midnight listening party, but probably at midnight, we're still going to be selling them. So hopefully. There was 18 pre-orders, and the reason I got to show this is because I have different colors and different covers, okay? So I have different colors and different covers. This is 1989 Taylor's version. Basically, what I'm going to say is if you want one, let me know. And then I've got to go through the pre-order list. I don't think I have. I posted a picture of this for the pre-order and this color, but I don't have the exact quantity, if that makes sense. So let me show you the 3 different versions we have. And I don't have enough of that first version that I posted. It's not like I was allocated, but they sent different ones. And I'm sorry I didn't pay as much attention to this. So there's the 3 different ones I have. This is the one I posted a pre-order. I think I've got 18 pre-orders and I think I've got 15 copies. So what I'm going to do is, if you want a Taylor Swift, it's going to be one of these 3. So if you don't really care about the color or the cover, then go ahead and say you want one. If you do care about the color and the cover and the color, I can't sort that out right now. It's actually going to be a headache trying to figure out who got what. So I'll figure it out tonight. I'm probably going to have to send everybody a message and make sure they actually want that. If they don't get enough of these, that they are okay with one of those. So that's Taylor Swift. I will officially remind everybody in the pre-order post how that's going to work. But if you don't care about cover and color and you just want one, just let me know. So otherwise, I have to get that sorted out. Okay, back to the crate. Pamela Yeager, put her name down for a Taylor Swift. Put Nat Reynolds down for a Taylor Swift. And John Burlingame for a Taylor Swift. They're $44.99. They're $39.99. Excuse me. They're $39.99. And I'm operating on one of the tighter margins I've seen on a new release with that one. So $39.99. Okay. So they're all 1989 Taylor's version. If you want to go ahead and be put down, Jake's going to take down your name. So we have Pamela, Nat, Jake, Chris, $39.99. $39.99, and make sure you're okay with any. You can't pick a certain cover right now. And now tomorrow night I'll show you what I have left, and then I'll show like if you want this one or if you want that one. $39.99. Okay, let's go through some new vintage stuff. We have Todd Rundgren Faithful, $14.99. Todd Rundgren Faithful, $14.99. I wish Taylor, if I could suggest anything to her. She's making a lot more money having 3 different colors and 3 different covers, and I'm sure there's a Target exclusive. I'm sure there's a Walmart exclusive, a Best Buy exclusive, an Amazon exclusive, and she's about to make $1 billion tonight at midnight. However, for me, I would prefer 1 color, 1 cover, and that would simplify our life a lot easier, but I'm sure she'll sell millions of all of them. Pink Floyd, no bid yet on this, back to the auctions. Pink Floyd, Raving and Drooling, we're looking for a $55 start. $55 start, Pink Floyd, Raving and Drooling, $55 start. And Led Zeppelin's $125 start. Led Zeppelin's $125 start. Led Zeppelin, $125 start. So $55 on Pink Floyd, $125 on Led Zeppelin. Pink Floyd's at $55 of Dan Sessler. Okay, so Todd Rundgren. Next is Gentle Giant. We got a couple vintage bootlegs mixed in here in the Buy It Now. This is Gentle Giant playing the full. That is live, January 1975 at the UT Land Communicable Concourse. $44.99. Gentle Giant, $44.99. No condition notes on Led Zeppelin. No condition notes on Led Zeppelin. So Led Zeppelin, that's the Earl's. Wow, beautiful. Beautiful for a bootleg record. Absolutely nice. $125 start. Final call to get a bid in. Let's see here. Chris Sheridan wants any of the Taylor Swifts. Any of the Taylor Swifts. Tony Murphy wants any of the Taylor Swifts. Jake, I'm assuming you are taking all these names. Jake's taking down your name. I may not call you out, or didn't call you out, but he may have. Led Zeppelin's at $125. Pink Floyd's at $58. We have John Fogerty, Creedence Clearwater Revival, The Old Man is Back. That is John Fogerty live at the Welcome Home Vietnam Vets concert, 1987. CCR tracks, various concerts in 1971, $49.99. So that's kind of confusing. Okay, I got you here. So it's a Welcome Home Vietnam Vets, 1987, and then various tracks of CCR live cuts from 1971. So 1987 and 1971 live recordings from John Fogerty. And of course, the 71 tracks would be from CCR. That's $49.99. $49.99, John Fogerty. Here's another one, John Fogerty Through the Years, 1976, John Fogerty's Hoodoo. John Fogerty's Hoodoo, an unofficial on yellow vinyl. Record 1 is titled Hoodoo, is recorded in 1976. Record 2 was recorded live at the Champlain Stage in Hollywood, California, December 1985. And this is on yellow vinyl. 2 CCR vintage John Fogerty bootlegs there, $49 and $64.99. Back to the auctions, Led Zeppelin was at $125, Pink Floyd $58, Led Zeppelin $125, Led Zeppelin $126, and Led Zeppelin $60, or Pink Floyd $65. Jason of the Scorchers, Rock On Germany. This is also an unofficial, recorded live in Cologne, Germany, May 22nd, 1985. They only made 350. Jason of the Scorchers, that is $54.99. Joni Mitchell, live, Winter Lady, 1967. Early live performances of tracks from radio broadcast, 1974, Philadelphia, $64.99. Joni Mitchell. Several vintage unofficial bootlegs in there, all from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Happy All the Time, Joseph Spence from 1964, $79.99. Wow. Joseph Spence, that's on that early Elektra label. Joseph Spence, Happy All the Time, that is $79.99. Okay, make sure I didn't miss anything. Let me go back up to the top right when I started showing Taylor Swift. I've tried to find out how to pay for these. Nobody got back to me. I'd like to know. If you have messaged our page, we're not probably going to communicate through Messenger until Monday. If you're a new buyer and you make a purchase, you won't hear from us until Monday. So if you make a new purchase on Monday, you won't hear from us from a week because the invoice cycle just started and we got 7 days of selling before we send you an invoice. That's how that works. That's how that works. And then there's all the Taylor Swift claims. Back down to the bottom, Led Zeppelin's at 130, Led Zeppelin's at 135. Joni Mitchell, I don't see any condition notes on it, Michael. No, it's very nice. It's very nice. Just some dust. $64.99, 1967. Early live performances of tracks from radio broadcast from 1974, Philadelphia. So Shakedowns at 68 on Pink Floyd. Shakedowns at 68 on Pink Floyd, and Led Zeppelin's at 135. Yeah, Taylor Swift, I guess that's up there now with the likes of like popularity. I was telling them earlier, the way they're selling this vinyl, the amount of stuff they're going through, it reminds me of something like Michael Jackson or the Beatles. The amount of like publicity and the amount of what goes through before they release these records, it's incredible. Yes songs, $39.99. This is a triple LP live, and this is $39.99 with booklet. Yes songs, $39.99. Yes songs. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is a 2009 pressing, $34.99. That's 180 gram Fleetwood Mac Rumors pressing, $34.99. And Moth the Hoople, $19.99. Moth the Hoople, $19.99. So back up to the top, Led Zeppelin's at 135. Michael Potts says he's going to take the Joni Mitchell. So this is some of the first ones that we've priced and not actually auctioned. I was trying to auction all these vintage bootlegs because so I could explain what they are, and we just don't get them that often. So these are some that we've went ahead and marked because we have so many of them. We have hundreds and hundreds of them from that collection. So that's sold to Michael Potts. Led Zeppelin's at 145. Next, we have Pink Floyd at 70, Pink Floyd at 74. Jeff Topping wants yes. Jeff Topping gets yes. And we have the Mad Scene, $14.99. Yes, most of these bootlegs are misspelt on purpose. They do most of that. John Fogerty, they do a lot of that on purpose. The Mad Scene, $14.99. The Mad Scene, and this is, what is this, a compilation? Looks like a compilation. Swamp Thing, The Dans, Spooner, that is the Mad Scene. That is $14.99. Out of Our Heads, the Rolling Stones, a 1965 UK pressing. Wow, $65.99. Rolling Stones, Out of Our Heads, a 1965 UK pressing. That is $64.99. That's pretty incredible, actually. Very nice vinyl, blue Decca label. That is the Rolling Stones. That is the Rolling Stones. Out of Our Heads, the Rolling Stones. Blue Decca label, a 1965 pressing. Okay. let's see here. So Pink Floyd is Fillmore West 1970, Empire Pool 74, and Joni Mitchell's Mississippi River Festival 69. The high bid on that is Shakedown at $74. Dan Sessler bid $77. Shakedown's out. Now Led Zeppelin is at $145 with Dan Sessler. Greg Rogers, let me know if you want back in. Dan Sessler's the high bid on both. This is Earl's Court, London, 1975. Very rare. Very nice, too. Earl's Court. That is at $145 with Dan Sessler. Carol Puckett's going to take the very nice copy of Out of Our Heads. That's very nice. That's so too Carol Puckett. We have John Conley's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $14.99. John Conley's Greatest Hits Volume 2. The Rolling Stones, Metamorphosis, $34.99. And the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request, $64.99. Lenticular cover. This is OG on the blue stereo label. That has the lenticular 3D cover on it. $64.99. Randy Davis wants John Conley. Final call on both these auctions. Pink Floyd, $77, Dan Sessler, and Led Zeppelin, $145, Dan Sessler. The only other person, maybe Greg, I was making sure he didn't already say out or waiting for him maybe to bid again. The Rolling Stones, Black and Blue, $34.99. Texas Bound and Flying, Jerry Reed, $14.99. Texas Bound and Flying, Jerry Reed, $14.99. War, Love is All Around. That is $19.99. War, Love is All Around. That is $19.99. MJ Misty Dog, let me know which of the Led Zeppelins you want, which of the Rolling Stones you want. Black and Blue, Satanic Majesty's Request, or Metamorphosis. Shane Deaver's first to Jerry Reed, and Misty was on Rolling Stones Out of Our Heads. That has already sold. We have a new bid on Led Zeppelin with Holly at $150. Holly's at $150 on Led Zeppelin. That means Dan Sessler, you're outbid, but I'm going to go ahead and sell Pink Floyd for $77. $77, Dan Sessler gets that. Dan's back in on Led Zeppelin at $165. So we've sold one Pink Floyd. Let me put up another. This is Pink Floyd. This one's very desirable. A complete, uncut performance from the Los Angeles Sports Arena, November 26, 1987. 3 LPs, $125 start. It's nice. It's near mint and shrink wrap. It's called Tongue Tied and Twisted. Pink Floyd, Tongue Tied and Twisted. LA Sports Arena, 1987, $125 start. Dan Sessler's back in on Led Zeppelin at $165. We have Rockin' the Guess Who. The Guess Who's $14.99. Status Quo, Hello, in shrink wrap, $19.99. And we have Daryl Hall, the Classic Ballads. That's a white label promo. Daryl Hall, white label promo, $16.99. The Classic Ballads, that is a white label promo, $16.99. Hall & Oates, Oh Yeah, that's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker, $19.99. And The Greatest of the Guess Who, $19.99. The Greatest of the Guess Who. Okay, new bids. Pink Floyd, $135. Holly Saif, maybe? Holly, hope I'm saying your last name right. Holly Saif at $170 on Led Zeppelin. Randy also bid on Pink Floyd. Luke is at $135. Jeff McMaster first on DH, which is Daryl Hall. Romelu was second. Holly Safe. One syllable. Safe. Got it. Thank you. And Randy Anderson's back in on Pink Floyd. So we got new bidders and new bids on both auctions. Firefall, self-titled, $9.99. Firefall is $9.99. Moth the Hoople, Brain Capers, featuring the Brain Caper Kids, $19.99. You'll learn very quickly, I'm not very good with names or pronouncing anything that has more than one syllable in it. Okay, boy, we have a lot of auctions to get. So here's how we're going to do our auctions. We're going to go through these one at a time. We're going to go through as much as possible. We're going to be here for a long time auctioning these and showing records. So we're going to be here doing this for a while. I've got plenty of stuff to go through. And then at the end, if we get to some stuff that hadn't sold yet on auction, late, I won't auction them. I'll start making them buy it nows because we have them tagged like for an opening bid. I'll start making some buy it nows for pretty close to what the opening bid would have been. So Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, that is $99.99. That is a 1979 MoFi pressing, Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, $99.99. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, $99.99. Also, MoFi pressing from the Kinks, Misfits from 1981. The Kinks MoFi pressing, $39.99. And Kenny Rogers and the Gambler, that is a 1980 MoFi pressing, $39.99. So Pink Floyd is at $150 with Luke Schellbauer. That's going once, going twice. If for any reason you're done bidding, say out. So right now, Luke is at $150. Randy Anderson, you are outbid. Let me know if you want to bid again or if you're done bidding. And Holly Safe is at $200 on Led Zeppelin. $200 on Led Zeppelin. That is going once, going twice to Holly. Next is Led Zeppelin is Earl's Court, 1975. Nicholas wants the Kinks. Nicholas first on the Kinks. John Lill first on Kenny Rogers. Pink Floyd is at $155. Pink Floyd at $175. Pink Floyd at $155. Pink Floyd at $180. Edward, Star Wars, is going to get Steve Miller Band. So far, all of the Led Zeppelin or all the MoFi stuff is sold. Led Zeppelin's at $210. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman, $74.99. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman, and that is 1980, $74.99. Put down Krista Calorie on the Taylor Swift want list. Krista, go ahead and send our Facebook page a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. If you're a first-time buyer for Taylor Swift, we'll send you an invoice on Monday. In the meantime, we have other Taylor Swift records. I've got actually about 5 or 6, maybe 7 different ones in stock, counting the new one and the restock we got, not counting the restock and the one we got tonight, a Folklore and the new album. Here's another MoFi pressing, Blondes Have More Fun, 1981. I've never had that one before. That's $84.99. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. We also have T for the Tillerman. We have Gino Vanelli, Brother to Brother. That's $34.99, a 1981 pressing. And Genesis, Spot the Pigeon. This is a 2012 Record Store Day release on blue vinyl. It was originally on blue vinyl, the original release on that. Genesis, Spot the Pigeon, $34.99. All right, so Led Zeppelin, $210. Led Zeppelin, $215. Pink Floyd, $183. Led Zeppelin, $220. John Lill wants Rod Stewart. Led Zeppelin, $225. Pink Floyd, $185. And about the only way I can speed up auctions is if anybody bidding is paying extreme attention. So if you ever want to get engaged on an auction, about the only way I can speed them up is everybody is extremely focused on the feed, which is right here. If you can see this, make sure you're paying attention on what bids come in, because there's also people bidding on YouTube and there's people bidding on Facebook, and all those comments are going to come right here. So about the only way I can speed them up is if you bid again right after somebody else does and you get outbid, or you go ahead and say out. And once you say out, you can't bid again. So make sure when you say out, you're done bidding. Also, if you want to keep bidding, make sure you pay close attention that you're outbid, because they all pop up right here as fast as they come in. Dan Sessler's at $230. I try to call them out as soon as I see them. Dan Sessler's at $230 on Genesis. Holly's at $200 on Pink Floyd. And that was the uncut live performance 1987 Los Angeles Sports Arena. The Genesis was Spot the Pigeon. That was the 2012 Record Store Day. It's originally a 3-track EP. It's actually got, it's one side's 33 1/3 and one side's 45 RPM, $34.99. I will show some new Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin's on sale in just a second. Yes, Jake, I hope you're ready when that happens. It's going to be like the other night when we were doing Rush on sale. I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. Dan's at $230 on Led Zeppelin. Holly's at $250. Randy's at $190 on Pink Floyd. I think there's 3 other people bidding on Pink Floyd that hadn't set out. So like I said, make sure if you're still bidding, let me know as soon as possible. I'm going to read the titles that's left in here. When you're done, or if you want anything, let me know a price, or, whoop, I got that backwards. I'm going to read what's left in the crate. Let me know if you are interested in anything. I'll tell you a price. That way we can move on to another crate. Todd Rundgren Faithful. We have 2 John Fogerty unofficials. John Fogerty and John Fogerty, both John Fogerty. Those are live bootleg unofficials. We have Gentle Giant, Jason and the Scorchers, Joseph Spence, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Mott the Hoople, the Mad Scene compilation, the Rolling Stones, the Rolling Stones, the Rolling Stones, War, the Guess Who, Status Quo, Hall & Oates, the Guess Who, Firefall, Mott the Hoople, 1 MoFi left, T for the Tillerman, and Gino Vanelli. So Led Zeppelin $230, Led Zeppelin $250, And Bill Samus wants the John Fogerty CCR bootleg. He wants this one right here. Old Man is Back. That was the Welcome Home Vietnam Vets from 1987, and then the various concerts from Creedence of 71. That is $49.99. That's sold to Bill Samus. The Watts box sets have not come in. We do not have any shine down. Hall & Oates price and condition. Hall & Oates, this one is in shrink wrap with a hype sticker, $19.99. It does have a cutout mark on it. And I think that was the only one left in there, right? Yep, just that one Hall & Oates. Luke's out on Pink Floyd. Dan's at $260 on Led Zeppelin. Condition and price of Gentle Giant. The Gentle Giant was a unofficial live recording, $44.99. $44.99. And it's very nice. As you can see, it's still in that original plastic that it came in, and it is near mint condition. Holly's at $300 on Led Zeppelin. Edward Star Wars said sold. Edward Star Wars said sold on the Hall & Oates, which was this one. Oh, yeah. Holly's at $300 on Led Zeppelin. And then the Pink Floyd is at, it looks like we're at $213 with Pamela Yeager. Looks like we're at $213 with Pamela Yeager. Let me go grab a new crate of vintage and pre-owned. I think we got a bin of check condition. So all those still available. I'll do another big recap some point at the end of the show. And also, we'll put up new auctions after these sell. But sometimes if we bid on something for a while, just naturally, we could be up for a while. We've bid on some stuff before for a half hour. They go back and forth. All right, let's go through some new check condition vintage arrivals. Holly is at $225 on Pink Floyd. So Holly has high bid on both auctions, $225, and Dan Sessler is at $315 on Led Zeppelin. $315 on Led Zeppelin. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second and take a drink of water before I get started in this next. All right, here we go. Let's see the Stones. Let me take a look at that. I didn't really show that in detail to be such a great record. So this is a 67 press. It has the lenticular. The actual lenticular is nice. Overall, I would grade the jacket a VG Plus gatefold. It really don't have much wear, no seam splits or anything like that. It does have that original inner sleeve. It does have that original inner sleeve, and the vinyl's a solid EX Plus. We don't have any condition notes on it. It's not near mint minus, but it's very clean for this record. I've seen these before for some reason pretty trashed and beat up. So back up to where I was. Pink Floyd $225, Led Zeppelin $315, Pink Floyd $230, Led Zeppelin $325. So Pamela's the high bidder on Pink Floyd at $230, and Led Zeppelin's at $325. Led Zeppelin's at $325. So those are still getting bids. I may have to start a third one, but the only thing I have is Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd, so I may have to do something else where we can abbreviate a different comment or something. So Pink Floyd's at $230 with Pamela. Holly has Led Zeppelin for $325. $325 and $230. The Stones was $64.99. We're going to do some new check condition stuff. So these are graded records. This is everything less. This is everything less than EX Plus. So there's going to be some EX in here. There's going to be some VG, some VG Plus, various grades. Okay, I can start a third auction. It looks like I'm going to have to. Now, if you want to bid on this, you're going to have to use the initials RL, because it looks like we may be bidding on Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin for a little bit longer, and I think they've been up for a while. Led Zeppelin 2. If you want to bid on this, put RL, and that's the initials for Robert Lugwood. We've got two great auctions going. Let's go ahead and get a third one started. Led Zeppelin 2 is a 1969 RL SS Presswell press. The dead wax on both sides has RLSS. That's what you want. This is a Presswell press. Paul says it looks VG or VG Plus. It plays VG Plus with light crackle in the quiet parts. Play it loud and don't play it on a Crosley, he said. Very true. $275 start. This is pretty much, I mean, I don't know how many times I've listened to this copy. or this specific cut of this record, and it blows my mind every time. This is the OG pressing of Led Zeppelin II. Has RL, SS, and the dead wax. That's for Bob Lockwood. This is the hot mix. The very famous hot mix, Led Zeppelin II. If you want to bid on this, put RL. Please don't put Led Zeppelin because it's going to get confusing. Put RL for Robert Lockwood. That's a $275 start. $275 start on that. That's for Led Zeppelin II, RL pressing, RLSS. Okay, in the bin, we have the Rascals Greatest Hits, VG copy, $9.99. Led Zeppelin is at $330 with Dan Sessler. Pink Floyd's at $255 with Pamela Yeager. Holly's back in on Pink Floyd at $260. Dan is the high bidder on Led Zeppelin at $335. Jan and Dean take Linda Surfing. Jan and Dean take Linda Surfing. VG Plus, $12.99. Jan and Dean take Linda Surfing. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. VG Plus condition, $12.99. Steppenwolf, At Your Birthday Party. Steppenwolf is in VG condition, $9.99. Steppenwolf, At Your Birthday Party. Hope I picked up two at the same time. Let me go ahead and show Def Leppard. Pyromania, this is in VG Plus condition. This is a PRC Richmond press, $29.99. Def Leppard Pyromania, $29.99. And just so you know, this copy of Led Zeppelin II in the background is literally one of the greatest sounding, hot cut, amazing records that you can have in your collection. It is an unbelievable, that's why they're so desirable. If these come up in true near mint condition, minimum they're about $1,000 now if you can find a true near mint copy. Very, very desirable in near mint condition. This one plays like a VG Plus. I've had plenty in VG Plus condition. They sound great. They sound amazing. $275 start on that. This is Mott the Hoople, Mad Shadows, VG $9.99. Dan Sessler, you're outbid on Led Zeppelin. Holly has it for $345. Pamela has Pink Floyd at $262. So Pink Floyd's back with Pamela at $262, and we have Led Zeppelin at $345. We have George Thorogood and the Destroyers, Move It On Over, VG Plus $14.99. And we have, I don't know why I'm picking up two records at once. Let's show Ace Frehley first. Kiss, Ace Frehley. This is in VG condition, $19.99. Kiss, Ace Frehley, VG condition, $19.99. Ace Frehley. Captain Beyond, that's a 72 Terre Haute pressing, VG Plus condition, $44.99. Captain Beyond, VG Plus condition, $44.99. That's a 72 Terre Haute pressing. That is the original Captain Beyond with the lenticular piece there, $44.99. Sherry Darnell on George Thorogood. James Rayner first to Ace Frehley. Chris Gardner was second, and Heather was second. We have Todd Rundgren, Something Anything, VG condition, $14.99. Something Anything, Todd Rundgren, VG condition, $14.99. And Captain Beyond is sold to Thomas Hujar. So those are all sold. George Thorogood to Sherry, James Rayner got Ace, and Thomas Hujar Captain Beyond. Kara Bauer wants Todd Rundgren. Now, I've got to do a major update on our auctions, and I'm pretty sure Holly has the high bid on all three of them, but let me make sure what's going on there. I have a bid of Led Zeppelin for $275. I have another, that's the RL, $275. The Led Zeppelin Earl's Court was at $350 with Dan Sessler. And G. Michael got, yes, I forgot to pull that. G. Michael got Steppenwolf At Your Birthday Party. That's so did G. Michael. Okay, so actually, Dan has the high bid on Led Zeppelin. Holly has the high bid on Pink Floyd at $275. We got two auctions at $275, Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. And Pink Floyd, yeah, Led Zeppelin and so it's getting confusing. Oh my gosh. Holly's at $400 on the Earl's Court. I'm going to stick with two next time. I'll let it, no one has said out yet. When I see the first out, I'll update you on the auctions, okay? But right now, I'm just going to let them go. Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, So Far, VG condition, $14.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, VG, $14.99. All right, Earl's Court. I'm going to start calling them by the name. Earl's Court, Led Zeppelin, LZ, $400 Robert Lugwood's at $275, both with Holly, and Holly has Pink Floyd for $275. Now, that's where we're at. Pamela and Dan, you're outbid on all three of them. The Allman Brothers, Wipe the Windows, Check the Oil, Dollar Gas. That's the Allman Brothers live. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Dan Sessler's at $420 on Earl's Court. Duke Ellington, Jazz Party. Duke Ellington is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. That's a mono 6-eye pressing. Duke Ellington, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Pamela's at $278 on Pink Floyd. Pamela, that didn't come through. If you never hear me say it, go ahead and bid it again. Pamela's at $278 on Pink Floyd. Rick Haney wants Mott the Hoople. That's All the Young Dudes. David Bowie wrote that song. That's sold to Rick Haney, and Scott Drum wants Duke Ellington. So now I can do a final call on Led Zeppelin. No one else is bidding on this. The RL pressing is at $275. I can't believe it. $275. Final call. Holly Safe has that for $275. Earl's Court's at $500. Jeff's at $280 on the Robert Lugwood cut. Okay, Jeff's at $280 on Robert Lugwood. That's the RL. Wow, the band, Music from Big Pink, VG Plus condition, $19.99, a classic. That's on the Orange Capital label, VG Plus condition, $19.99. New bidders on RL. I figured that would happen. I was about to say, wow, this is a clean copy, okay? I mean, it plays VG Plus. So, I mean, I'm thinking this should be like the Earl's Court. The Earl's Court's at $500. I'm feeling like that's what the RL should be at. And we're at $280 right now with Barry Seagrave. Sarah Long wants B, and that's for the band. And Sherry Darnell was second on that. Sherry Darnell is second on that. Also, we have the chairman of the board, VG condition, $14.99. Chairman of the board, VG condition, $14.99. So Pamela, you're at $278 on Pink Floyd. Holly, you're outbid. Dan is officially out. Dan is officially out on Led Zeppelin. And that means Holly has that for $500. It's a final call. It's a final call. Holly's backing on Pink Floyd at $300. Now we have Weather Report, Mysterious Traveler. This is in VG Plus condition, $12.99. VG Plus condition, $12.99. And the Tubes Remote Control, EX condition, $17.99. The Tubes Remote Control, EX condition, $12.99. And Peter Gabriel, Rain on the Car album, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Peter Gabriel, Rain on the Car album. There is some cover damage on the back of that. Vinyl's VG Plus, $19.99. All right, for lack of confusion, I'm going to go ahead and sell Earl's Court. That was $19. That is at $500 to Holly Safe. Now, Holly, what I'm going to have to do is I need some information. The other night we had a new buyer, and within the first 30 minutes of the sale, he had spent like $1,500. And when that happens, when we have a new buyer that starts off with a $500 purchase, don't take this personal, but we may go ahead and have you prepay for at least that one, and possibly if you win these next two. And we do that for anybody that watches every night. We go ahead and do that. Just because you're a first-time buyer, and it looks like if you win these first three auctions, it's already going to be over $1,000. So actually what I'm going to have you do is that's sold to you for $500. Tanner's not here right now. Jake is going to text him, and I'm going to allow you to bid on these as much as you want to, because the other person, the other night, I stopped him. I was like, whoa, you've already spent it was actually over $2,000 because he bought more later, and then we sent him a bill for that. And he paid for it. And then he bought more the rest of the night. So just hope you understand on that. So that sold you for $500. I'll officially bring the air horn over here in just a second. How about this? We'll make sure the invoice is paid first, and then I'll do the air horn. But you can bid on these. Feel free to bid, but I am going to invoice you as soon as these auctions are over and go ahead and get payment. And we do that with anybody new that spends within $500 in the first couple purchases. So, okay, that's kind of, that protects us because we Don't want somebody to run up a $5,000 bill and then Monday we never hear from them again. So, okay. Next is Eric B. and Rakeem. Juice, Know the Ledge. This is in VG condition, 1999. So, the Led Zeppelin Earl's Court, that was sold to Holly Safe for $500. Now let's figure out where we're at on Led Zeppelin, the RL. If you want to bid on this, put RL. Dan Sessler was at $300. Dan Sessler was at $300. Holly also bid $300. And I think we're at $300. Who was in first? Dan Sessler was in first at $300. So Holly, you're out. Everybody else is out. Dan Sessler has the RL cut. This is a 69 Presswell, RLSS. This is the one you want. Presswell, 69, the first pressing of Led Zeppelin II. The Hot Mix, RLSS, it will blow your socks off. It's like, it's amazing. You have to, you can't take somebody's word for it. You have to be in front of a good stereo to understand that. That is at $315 with John Leal. We have Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is at $305 with Pamela Yeager. So Pink Floyd's at $305 with Pamela Yeager. That was the high bid on that. Next is Paul T. wants Eric B. and Rakeem. Pamela's at $305 on Pink Floyd. John Leal's at $315 on Led Zeppelin. Shakedown, you were second to Eric B. and Rakeem. So Holly, let me know if you want back in on these. The Led Zeppelin's at $315 with John Leal, and Pink Floyd is at $305. Barry's at $325 on RL. Queen, self-titled, is in VG condition, $24.99. Queen, VG condition, $24.99. That's their self-titled album, VG condition, $24.99. So we're in the middle. We're in the middle of a butterfly, or middle of a butterfly. We're in the middle of a check condition bin. This is on the Butterfly Electra label. That's what I was trying to say. VG condition, $24.99. G. Michael first on Queen. Sorry, I've got 10,000 things going on at the same time in my head. G. Michael first on Queen. Brian C. was second. John Leal's back in at $330 on the Robert Ludwood record. And that means we're waiting for Holly to let me know if you want to bid again or if you're out on Pink Floyd. Pamela is at $305 on Pink Floyd. Holly is at $350 on the RL. We have Queen, another Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. This is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. So Holly, right now I'm just waiting to know if you're in or out on Pink Floyd. If you're in or out, if you want to bid, it's got to be more than $305, or if you're out, let me know. But then we'll put up another Pink Floyd. We've got a whole night. It's only 10 minutes till 9. We've got a whole night of Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd records. So there's going to be records like this, one after another, all night tonight. We haven't even got to some of the best bootlegs yet. John Prine, Diamonds in the Rough, VG condition, $14.99. And The Pretenders is in VG condition, $9.99. Holly's out on Pink Floyd. So now this is a final call. I think it's down to Pamela after a long battle, $305 on that. Final call, Tongue Tied and Twisted, a complete uncut concert. Now, for me, this is a Led Zeppelin grail. It's the RL. This plays like a VG Plus record. The most important thing on this is how does it sound? It plays like a VG Plus record in the quiet parts. That's the thing. When Whole Lotta Love is playing right in the meat of the song, it's not going to sound VG Plus. It's going to sound much, much better than VG Plus. John Leal's backing on that at $360. Henry Pardidez first on John Prine, and Preston Rose was second. And before that, we had another claim on Queen, and that was with James Ludwig. Sorry, I missed that. I'm just trying to get refocused here. James Ludwig got Queen. Jeff Topping was second. Led Zeppelin's at $400. We have Stories. Stories is in VG condition, $9.99. Ian Lloyd and Stories, EX $17.99. I think y'all know what I mean. When you have a really hot cut sounding record, it can be in VG Plus condition, but it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's, especially when it's cut hot like this, you know, it's just an amazing sounding record. Stevie Wonder, Fulfilling This First Finale, VG Plus $17.99. All right, let's sell Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is sold. That is sold to Pamela Yeager at $305. That means we can introduce a new Pink Floyd record. Let me pull out some of the ones that was actually on the Facebook post in the picture. This one here looked really interesting. Yes, this is The Wall, live in its entirety. 3 LPs, Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum, Long Island, New York, February 28th, 1980. Wow. Fantastic sound quality. Look at that cover, too. The Wall, live in its entirety. 3 LPs, Nassau Coliseum, 1980, February 28th, $95 start. A full, uncut, live Pink Floyd concert, $95 start from 1980. Vintage bootleg, The Wall. Wow, how would, if I could time travel, incredible. We're at 200 right off the bat with Randy Anderson. The Led Zeppelin RL is now at $450 with Barry Seagrave. $450. Dan Sessler also bid $450. Randy's at $200 on Pink Floyd. Okay, we have Stephen Stills live. VG Plus $14.99. One side's electric, one side's acoustic. VG Plus $14.99. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. VG Condition $9.99. Supertramp, Even in the Quietest Moments. VG Condition $9.99. Kansas, Leftoverture. VG Plus Condition $14.99 for Kansas, Leftoverture. And Kansas, their self-titled album, EX Condition $17.99. Holly's at $500 on Led Zeppelin. And Dan was at $464. Randy Anderson has Pink Floyd at $200. If I say it's fantastic sound quality, that's something that probably Paul listened to, or he got notes off of Discogs. A lot of people leave very informative notes on Discogs on how they sound. So no, I personally haven't listened to that. Paul got most of these ready. I wish I had time to listen to all these. I listened to as much as I could last night. I was here, I was trying to flip them and jump around and listen to different stuff last night, especially the Led Zeppelin, because when these things are gone, it could be years before I see some of these. I mean, it's been years since I've had anything like this come through, so I've been trying to listen to them a lot. Frank Marino, this is Juggernaut. Frank Marino's an EX Condition, $17.99, and Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, that's $19.99. Okay, so Led Zeppelin here was at $550 with Dan Sessler. David Williams wants Peter Frampton. That was Peter Frampton, sold to David Williams. And Michelle Baker Miller wants the Kansas self-titled record. That's sold to Michelle Baker Miller. Hank Williams and Hank Williams Jr. is VG Plus $19.99. Dan Sessler's at $550 on the Robert Ludwig. That's going once, going twice. Holly, let me know if you want back in. And Randy Anderson has Pink Floyd for $200. That's going once, going twice. Pink Floyd's at $200. Going once, going twice. Both of these auctions on the first fair warning. Bob Dylan, Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $14.99. Dylan's Greatest Hits. And Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. That's an excellent 2LP Gordon Lightfoot compilation. VG Plus, $19.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. This is Piper featuring Billy Squier. VG Plus, $14.99. Billy Squier's and Piper. That's called Can't Wait. VG Plus, $14.99. And Eddie Money, Playing for Keeps. VG Plus, $9.99. We have an out on Led Zeppelin. That means Dan Sessler has that for $550. Pink Floyd's at $225. Randy Anderson is out. Randy Anderson's out. Let me step over here right quick and grab. We're going to need an air horn tonight. I have a feeling we're going to need it more than once. This may be a night. We've already got it twice. We've already got 2 air horns, and I have a feeling we're going to have them. There's several more in here I could see bringing over 500, several more actually, that we have tonight. So, Randy, you're out on Pink Floyd. Let me know if you want back in. David Williams gets Eddie Money. Led Zeppelin's a final call to Dan Sessler. Led Zeppelin's a final call to Dan Sessler. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. Okay. Let's see here. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle, VG Plus $14.99. Randy Anderson, the bid is $225. Randy Anderson, the bid is at $225. $225 on that, $225. I'm about to sell Led Zeppelin for $550 to Dan Sessler. I had a feeling we'd get there. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, that's a VG condition for $9.99. And Kansas Monolith, that's VG Plus condition, $14.99. Hiram Ortega wants Steve Miller Band. That's sold to Hiram Ortega. And Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Van Morrison's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Preston Rose wants MO, Mahavishnu Orchestra. That's sold to Preston Rose. And I'm reaching for Led Zeppelin. I think everybody that was bidding has said out. I'm reaching for it. $550 and sold to Dan Sessler. Now, Holly, what we're going to do is if you can go ahead and message our page, welcome. I hope that I'm not, you don't feel outcast or anything by me asking you to do this, but we're going to go ahead and send you an invoice for that one record. Everybody else who's bidding, they're longtime customers, and that's why I'm only asking you to do this. But for that first record you bought, we're going to go ahead and send you an invoice. As soon as payment's received, you're welcome to buy the rest of the night and bid. So just FYI, I am going to try to get a hold of Tanner, who does all of our invoicing. He's out right now of a hurt back, but we're going to send you an invoice for that record. As soon as payment's received, you're welcome to bid the rest of the night. Pink Floyd's at $250. Randy Anderson, you're out. But we do have an air horn to blow here on Coletco. If anybody makes a purchase on a single album, especially if it's an auction, for over $500, we send a big thank you by blowing a celebratory air horn, okay? And this is the Better Boat air horn. This is for boating. Tonight we're using it for records. So first, this is to welcome Holly. This is to welcome Holly. New purchase, $500. We'll send you an invoice for that right now. And this is also for the Led Zeppelin RL to Dan Sessler for $550. Hope everybody's got their earplugs in. That's a new air horn. It works pretty good too. We ran out of the last one, so. What's that? Okay. So Holly, we just need your email address and mailing address to send us a message on Facebook Messenger, if you could do that right now. Okay, Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. This is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And we have Aldo Nova. This is EX condition, $22.99. Aldo Nova and Steve Miller Band, The Joker. That is in VG, $9.99. I'm showing a lot of vintage stuff while I'm also showing some of these Led Zeppelin bootlegs. Let me do this one. I love the cover of this one. This is actually a Japanese unofficial. This was pressed in Japan. It's a Japanese unofficial. This is live in Cleveland. Live in Cleveland. That was June 24th, 1977. Except for a couple tracks that were in Philadelphia in 1985. So that would be a few tracks in Philadelphia in 85. That would be like Page and Plant tracks. So for the most part, it's a 1977 Cleveland concert. And then there's a few tracks from Philadelphia, and this is a 2LP, and it's Led Zeppelin. Did they actually give this one a name? The Hard Way to Heaven. The Hard Way to Heaven. That's a $65 start. It's actually a bootleg from Japan. What a cool cover there. Jimmy Page circa 1973 with his bow and Les Paul. $65 start on that. $65 start on that. Okay. We have James Ludwig. So let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Cara Bauer on Stevie Nicks. Cara Bauer was first to Stevie Nicks. Was Led Zeppelin signed or something? Led Zeppelin was a Robert Ludwig cut. Robert Ludwig hot mix. Very desirable. James Ludwig on The Joker. That's sold to James Ludwig. Austin Gables at $265 on Pink Floyd. Billy Humphrey was second on Steve Miller. And Led Zeppelin is at $80 with Brian Arrigo. Okay, there's where we're at. So let me leave the notes out for that one. Let me find the notes for Pink Floyd and Randy Anderson's at $270. So there we go. I just saw where Holly messages. So if there's anybody new watching, I don't want everybody to know we're never singling out any person. But when you do show up to a live auction and in 30 seconds, bid up almost $1,000, we're going to ask you to prepay for it. It's very understandable. Everybody else that's bidding tonight is longtime customers. If anybody new does pop on, we do send invoices out on Monday, but if you do get on and spend a lot of money very quickly, it's kind of a red flag, and we ask you to prepay. So, and then you can buy the rest of the night. That one guy, He paid his invoice immediately, and he kept on buying. So, Fleetwood Mac, mystery to me. That was night 2 of Kiss Night when that happened. Fleetwood Mac, mystery to me. He was buying literally everything. He was buying everything that I was putting up. EX Condition, $22.99. That's Fleetwood Mac. Nick Bargeron, Aldo Nova was also $22.99. That has his hit song Fantasy, $22.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. And King Crimson's in VG Plus condition, $29.99. That's Lizard. We had a near mint copy last night. We had a 200-gram remaster. This is another original copy. This one's in VG Plus condition, $29.99. All right, Michael Nath, you're outbid on Pink Floyd. Randy Anderson has that for $270. That's The Wall live, 1980. That's in Long Island, New York. The complete uncut concert. That's never been officially released. That is, Michael Nath says he's out. Okay, not all the comments are coming through either, so sometimes I may miss that. Randy's at $270. Final call. Final call on that. And Led Zeppelin, I started it at $65, but we only got one bid for $80. One bid for $80. And that is with Brian Arrigo. That's a final call. I'm going to move on that one pretty quick because we spent a lot of time on those other ones. We have a lot to get through. So final call. If you want to bid, now is the time. Brian C. is going to take the King Crimson. And Krista wants to know how much the first Fleetwood Mac was and then how much, somebody asked how much Tusk was. The first Fleetwood Mac was called Mystery to Me. That was in EX condition, $22.99. EX condition, $22.99. And Tusk, James Lugwood has, that is VG Plus $24.99. New bid on Led Zeppelin, $81. New bid on Led Zeppelin, $90. And the Pink Floyd, the high bidder is Randy Anderson at $270. Randy Anderson has that. Austin, you're outbid. Randy has it for $270. Led Zeppelin's now at $90. I had a feeling we wasn't done on that. Krista wants Mystery to Me. That's so to Krista. She inquired about that. And we also have James Lugwood on Tusk. Krista, I saw where you asked earlier if we have Fleetwood Mac albums, and the answer is yes. We probably have hundreds. But what we do is we just kind of show whatever's in the bins. I really can't take requests right now, but if you're very patient, there's an extremely high possibility we'll have other Fleetwood Mac albums pop up. Plus, late tonight, I can pull some stuff out of the bins. So, let's see. Led Zeppelin, the condition. If I don't say anything about the condition of the boots, then they're just like anything else. They're EX Plus Near Mint Minus. So that's EX Plus Near Mint Minus on that. It's very clean. If Paul didn't leave a condition note, then they're very nice. And the Led Zeppelin, that's Cleveland. Cleveland concert. High bid is 91 with Edwin Blom. He's at 91. 91 on Cleveland. New bid, Randy Anderson, you're out on Pink Floyd. Austin's back in at 275. Austin's back in at 275. I really appreciate the $5 and $10 jumps after we get over $100. I really don't have it as a rule, but I really prefer the $5 and $10 jumps, obviously, but it really can speed things up too. $1 bumps can really drag on an auction. So here is what's left in this bin. I'm probably going to go ahead and recap the whole thing because we got very distracted from that earlier. Paul Brothers wants a Pink Floyd Relics. I've got those right here behind me, Paul. Pink Floyd Relics. Let's go ahead, actually, before we restart this bin, let's go ahead and do something crazy. I hope you're ready to write, Jake. I'll make sure. Krista got Mystery to Me, the one underneath it. That's James. Yeah. I have hardly ever, never, ever put Pink Floyd records on sale. But there was a new remix of Dark Side of the Moon just come out. And I do have copies of the Dark Side of the Moon, which I've had in inventory for over a year now. I've had these for over a year now in inventory. So it's time to discount them. And for the first time ever, originally $38.99, I've got new, sealed, remastered copies of the Dark Side of the Moon for $29.99. $29.99. Dark Side of the Moon, these are $29.99. They're originally $38.99. On sale, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. A perfect time for Pink Floyd night. Paul Brothers got these two here, Jake. He got Relics, and he got this. And this King Crimson is actually sold to, King Crimson was sold to, oh, he put it back? Oh, Brian C. put it back. Okay. There's Dark Side of the Moon. On sale, that is the remaster for $29.99. $30 for a brand spanking new copy of Dark Side of the Moon. Brand spanking new. Remaster. And I will say, it sounds great. This is an album that I like listening to on new vinyl, especially right out of the package because it's quiet. And as y'all know, Dark Side of the Moon is a quiet album. It's a very quiet album. So hearing it on new 180 gram vinyl, these remasters are really done. So $29.99. Okay, so let me go back up to the top and see where we were. I'll start handing those out. What I have here is all that I have. That's all that I have. So I'll see if everybody got one in just a second. I'll let you know officially in just a moment. But we was at $280 on Pink Floyd, and that was the last bid that came in. Randy Anderson was at $280 on Pink Floyd. That means Austin Gable, you were outbid. Randy has that for $280, going once, going twice. And Led Zeppelin was at $91, and I haven't got nowhere near the bottom yet, but that's where we were at, $280 and $91. And now the Pink Floyds. What I'm going to do, Jake, is I'm going to count these out, and then I'll let you tag the names. We had, let's see here, I'll actually screenshot it too. Oh, that way we can have it also here. Sean Mankel got one. These are all going to be $29.99. Pete Weisgarber got one. Rob Scheffler, that's 3 of them. Barry Seagrave got DSM, that's Dark Side of the Moon. This one sold to Homeland Conspiracy. Toby Graham also got a Dark Side of the Moon. Joe Willinger got a Dark Side of the Moon. IMJMV wants a Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. Bob Riger gets a Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. James Lugwood is going to go to the Dark Side of the Moon, and so is Brian Arrigo, and Tony Murphy, and Pamela Yeager. And that's all that I have. And that's all that I have on that. So let me get those lists too. And Jake, I've got a record of those too if you end up needing those later. These are all spoken for, and that's all that I have. I will read off everybody who's next, but Pamela Yeager was the last one that I read off, and that's all that I have for that title. I've got a couple more like that. That's probably the most I have of any Pink Floyd title. I'm going to do Wish You Were Here in a second, and maybe Metal, but I don't have many of those, just a handful, and maybe a few copies of Animals. So, okay, so Michelle, you were next on Dark Side of the Moon. I have ran out, so sorry, Michelle, I was short with you. Jesse Hood bid $95 on Led Zeppelin, so new bid on this Led Zeppelin Cleveland. Jesse Hood was at $95. George, you were next on Dark Side, so was Dominic. New bid on Led Zeppelin for $96. Austin's out on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin $95, $96, Led Zeppelin $100, Led Zeppelin $101, $105. So now I can do an official final call to Randy Anderson. He has Pink Floyd Live for $280. That's about to be sold, like in just moments, so we can get another one started. Led Zeppelin is at $105 of Barry Seagrave. Edwin's back in at $110. There we have it. Here's what's left in this bin. Timepiece, The Rascals' Greatest Hits, VG condition, $9.99. I've Been Lonely Too Long, Groovin', It's a Beautiful Morning. Easy, what's the other song on here? Good Lovin', did I already mention that one? Groovin', VG condition, $9.99. The King Crimson was put back, so it's still available. Lizard, OG copy, VG Plus condition, $29.99. Jan and Dean take Linda Surfin', VG Plus, $12.99. Def Leppard is still available. Pyromania, VG Plus condition, $29.99 for Pyromania. Moth the Hoople, Mad Shadows is VG, $9.99. And Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, so far, VG condition, $14.99. Wipe the Windows, Check the Oil, and Dollar Gas, the Allman Brothers Live, VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell Randy Anderson, the Pink Floyd Live, $280. That's sold to Randy Anderson. That's sold to Randy Anderson. Led Zeppelin's at $120. Let's go over here and grab another Pink Floyd. Let's see what we have. We have, what is this one called? Brain Damage. Wow. Screaming Adapts, maybe? Dark Side of the Moon, live at Wembley. November 16th, 1974. Vintage bootleg. Brain Damage, Pink Floyd. $65 start. Brain Damage. Dark Side of the Moon, live at Wembley. November 16th, 1974. Very cool back cover. $65 start on that. The cover is actually in shrink wrap, near mint vinyl. $65 start on Pink Floyd. Looks like Led Zeppelin's between Edwin and Barry. The chairman of the board, just give me a little bit more time. VG Condition, $14.99. Weather Report, Mysterious Traveler, VG Plus, $12.99. The Tubes, Remote Control, EX Condition, $17.99. Peter Gabriel, Rain on the Car album, VG Plus, $19.99. The Pretenders, Brass in Pocket, also known as Pretenders, self-titled, VG, $9.99. Stories is VG, $9.99. Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground, EX, $17.99. Edwin, let me know if you want backing on Led Zeppelin. Barry has it for $125. Pete, I will take care of that in 1 second. Henry wants the Pretenders. That's sold to Henry. That's sold to Henry. Next is Stevie Wonder, Fulfilling This First Finale, VG Plus, $17.99. Stephen Stills Live, VG Plus, $14.99. Supertramp, Even in the Quietest Moments, VG, $9.99, just a little bit. And Kansas Leftover, VG Plus, $14.99. Jake, Pete Wisegarber's Dark Side of the Moon for $29.99. Give that to Michelle. You were next in line if you want it for the Dark Side of the Moon. Pete's passing, so you were next in line. And if you don't want it, then it goes to George Ellis. We have Frank Marino, Juggernaut, EX Condition, $17.99. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, $19.99. Javi Soto wants Supertramp. That's sold to Javi. Led Zeppelin, Michelle's passing, so give it to George Ellis. George, as long as you still want it, you get Dark Side of the Moon. Led Zeppelin is at $135 with Barry Seagrave. I'm going to make Pink Floyd a buy it now. No bid. $65 buy it now. Brain Damage. We're going to move on to a different one. I'll put up a different Led Zeppelin after that one sells. Pink Floyd is a $65 buy it now. George says thank you. He'll take it. So that's sold to George Ellis. Pink Floyd's a buy it now for $65, and that's sold to Michael Nath. Barry Seagrave was second. Michael Nath gets that for $65. Next is Hank Williams and Hank Williams Jr. VG Plus, $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $14.99. Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG, $14.99. Gord's Gold, the classic Gordon Lightfoot compilation, VG Plus, $19.99. Piper, can't believe no one got that. Piper with Billy Squier, VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Our next Pink Floyd is going to be Live at Boston Garden, EX overall. The cover has some damage. I'll show you that in just a second. What's important, the vinyl's still very nice at EX. A $55 start. This is Pink Floyd Live, June 18th, 1975. Pink Floyd, $55 start. This is a vintage bootleg on the Good Times label. This is Pink Floyd Pigs, Wishes, and Moons. The cover is damaged. The seams are completely split. The seams are completely split. It looks like there's some water damage on the back too. The vinyl's EX. Live at Boston Garden, it actually is what it says on the cover. That's now up for bid. The vinyl's EX though, of course we got it. All these we've cleaned. We've put them in new anti-statics. And of course, you'll keep those behind the jacket, hopefully like the way we had them. We're still bidding on Led Zeppelin, but not any longer. Edwin's out. Barry Seagrave has that for $150. Don Alker's in on Pink Floyd at $75. I've never seen the Boston Garden 75 concert. I don't think I've run across that one in the Pink Floyd stuff that I've had come through here. Kansas, VG Plus $14.99. Van Morrison was VG Plus $24.99. And Aldo Nova is still available, EX $22.99. Keith Pettit says he will take the Juggernaut. All right. Artist recording team by Dan Lampinski. Dan Lampinski. When I come back, I'm selling the Led Zeppelin. So if you wanted the bid, you have moments left because I'm going to grab our next crate of new vintage arrivals. We've got new stuff to go through that I have not shown tonight. Let me go ahead and take a sneak peek at our next crate. Looks like there's some cool stuff in here as usual. We're going to go through this. Let me mix up these. Oh my gosh. Don't need 5 of those in a row. That would cause some chaos. Or this right here. Wow. Whoa. Okay, not to tease or anything, but there was like 2 great artists or major artists, and there's like 3 or 4 records all back to back. I think I've got some of them separated now. Let me separate him and separate these, and I think we're close. All right, I think we're close. So let's see here. John Martinez is going to take the Piper. I'm going to do what I say and go ahead and sell the Led Zeppelin for $150 to Barry Seagrave. Now, Don Alker is the only one. That's sold for $150, Jake. Don's the only one who's bid on Pink Floyd. That's at $75, and it's a final call. And John Martinez is going to get the Piper from the last crate. That's Piper with Billy Squire. Can't wait. That's sold to John Martinez as a buy it now. Shakedowns at 80 on Pink Floyd. I was about to say. Now, somebody requested a Led Zeppelin earlier that I listened to last night. This is very desirable, and this is probably the best version you can get. Yeah, I tagged this one last night. This is Los Angeles, which I believe is the Forum, June 23rd, 1977. Now, I don't say this too often with bootlegs. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. It's on multicolored vinyl. Look at that hop sticker on a bootleg, multicolored vinyl, and check this out. Already a desirable bootleg, but this is one of the really cool. Check out the vinyl on it, multicolored. $155 start. This is Led Zeppelin, the Forum, June 23rd, 1977. $155 start. Really cool vinyl. These are usually on black vinyl. On PopSpsych, it was really hard for me to find a comp. I think it was years ago. It's been years since one of these slipped through on eBay. Multicolored vinyl. Led Zeppelin's $155 start. Not only is it near mint, but it's near mint in shrink wrap and hop sticker. And that's original master reissue series. It's called Led Zeppelin for Badge Holders Only, Part 2. For Badge Holders, Part 2. That is what it's called. Very desirable. One of those, you can, if you're doing research on bootlegs, you can tell how great they sound and how desirable they are by the values on PopSpsych. If you start seeing these and like one slipped through 2 years ago and sold for $300, then it's desirable just because it's one, a great audience recording, or it's a great audience recording, or it's a soundboard. So, or it's a soundboard. Yes, Carol, thank you for sending me that. I need to share that with the group actually. All the information. I go to PopSite just so I can really see what they're selling for. Or what they've sold for on eBay. That really helps me to kind of know what some of these are trading for. Okay. This was a great sounding. I have it. Yes, this one I've listened to. This one I think I dropped the needle about halfway through it. Some of these I would just like test play. I would just kind of get a quick feel. The ones that I was tagging very quickly last night. Yes, it's and like Jeff's been posting. Some of these tapers are, famous bootleggers that went to these concerts. And I was reading about that. Somebody had some information on one of these. It may have been on this one, Discogs, where some people know actually who taped it, which is really cool. So, all right. Deal on Led Zeppelin. I'm going to do that in just a second. We got lots of new vinyl deals to spread out. Also, I need my charger. Seth, front part of my backpack is the charger that's usually underneath the counter, if you could bring that to me. You think you can do that for me? Seth said he's not going to bring me my charger. That means we have to stop the show. So, okay, back to the bin very quickly. Doug Kershaw, the Louisiana Man, $19.99. It's in the front. It's either underneath the counter, the one underneath the counter, or the front part of my backpack would be great. Foghat Night Shift, $14.99. It looks like these are not check condition. So these are EX Plus Near Mint Minus. We've already sold a couple Doug Kershaws tonight. There's one. There's Foghat Night Shift. It's $14.99. And Dan Fogelberg High Country Snows. That is $9.99. Dan Fogelberg. And Gonna Take a Miracle, Laura Nero. That is $14.99. Thank you, Seth. You're such a spirited person. Let me plug this into my cart and get it situated here. So, and I can tell Don Alker and Jeff Topping know a lot about bootlegs. There's a guy who comes in the store. He's local. He don't have social media. He is an expert. He is an expert on bootlegs, especially KISS stuff. You can name a show, and he can tell you the bootleg information. I mean, it is amazing. Same way with Led Zeppelin. You'll name a show, and he'll be like, yeah, there's a bootleg of that. It was taped by so-and-so. It's this and this. It's soundboard. It's some really cool information there on it. So I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. Sorry. I'm back. Okay. We have Rush Permanent Waves, $34.99. 1980 pressing. Rush Permanent Waves. Wow, that's a very clean copy. Let me take a look at that again. Just got slipped in here all of a sudden. Rush Permanent Waves, original inner sleeve, 1980 original, $34.99. $34.99. Rush Permanent Waves. Spirit of the Radio. Okay, let's see here. Led Zeppelin 215, Led Zeppelin 225. Now, the big question is, where was Pink Floyd at? Pink Floyd was with Thomas Hujar at $77. Thomas Hujar, $77. But earlier, Shakedown was at $80. And actually, Shakedown, if you're still watching, if you can bid that again, because that was a long time ago, and we need to go ahead and wrap this one up if everybody's done bidding. If you want back in, let me know. $80 on that. Just let me know, Jake. $80 on that. Pink Floyd, Pig's Wishes, and Moons. Now, sorry for all the distractions, but James Lugwood wants WB. WB was, I have no idea. What was WB? It wasn't Rush or Laura Nero or Dan Fogelberg. Thomas Hujar's at 81 on Pink Floyd. Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu Orchestra Live, 1999. This is Mahavishnu, 1999, Mahavishnu. It's called Mahavishnu. It's a gold stamp promo with sticker. That is 1999. And King Crimson 3 of A Perfect Pair, $26.99. Ah, WB's welcome back. Gotcha. King Crimson, no condition notes, $26.99. Has the original inner sleeve. That's King Crimson 3 of A Perfect Pair, $26.99. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. It is a cutout. It has a cutout mark, $49.99. That's a 70s pressing. That is a 70s pressing. Brian C. wants King Crimson. That means Led Zeppelin's a final call. Daniel Booziden has this for $230. Daniel has this for $230. Pink Floyd is at 81 and now 90. Brian C. got King Crimson. Garrett was next. Judas Priest in shrink wrap, stained glass, $39.99. Extremely nice vinyl in shrink wrap, $39.99. $39.99. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush Live, a white label promo, $19.99. John Lills at $250 on Led Zeppelin. Let me update everybody in the auctions. For badge holders only, part 2, a top, very nice copy. Shrink wrap, it even has the multicolored vinyl hype sticker, and that's because it's on multicolored splatter vinyl. That is Led Zeppelin Los Angeles Forum, $77. John Lill just came back in on that at $250. $250. Paul T. first on Judas Priest. That's sold to Paul T. Paul T. got Judas Priest. Holly, you were second. And Pink Floyd is at 90 with Shakedown. Thomas Hujar, let me know if you want back in. Thomas is out. So final call on Pink Floyd, $90. Boston Garden, June 18th, 1975. The title of Led Zeppelin is for badge holders only, part 2, and that is on colored vinyl. MJ Misty Dogs back in at $260. IMJ&V wants Mahogany. Edwin's back in on Pink Floyd at $100. Edwin's back in on Pink Floyd at $100. Elvis Country is in shrink wrap, $14.99. Elvis Country's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Yes, I did a dual air horn earlier. And yes, Holly is paid up and Holly is good to go. Thank you. So you can, I'll allow you to buy up to $5,000 more before I send you another invoice. So have at it. Or maybe 2,000. Let's not go crazy here. Bright Sides of Music, K-Tel. But feel free to go crazy. If you're going to pay for them, you can buy as much as you want to. Bright Sides of Music. I have no limits on buying here. This is a K-Tel, $9.99. Bright Sides of Music. K-Tel is $9.99. Bright Sides of Music. Marillion Incommunicado. Marillion is a 1987 UK. It's a 2-track, actually 3 if you count the different versions. 1999. 1999. Dual is a rip. Do I need to do a whole nother air horn for Holly? I'll leave that up for Holly. I did a dual air horn earlier. Technically, she hadn't paid yet, so I was like, well, this is kind of like pending, but maybe we'll have something else hit 500 here in a second, and then I'll do back-to-back air horns. I'm going to have to buy a whole new can after tonight. The Fabulous Rhinestones, $19.99. It does have a cutout. It does have a punch hole. The Fabulous Rhinestones. She's safe to buy. Joke of the day. We have Long as a Messina, So Fine, $9.99. And Loudness, Thunder in the East. Loudness is $29.99. Loudness, Thunder in the East, $29.99. All right, where are we on Led Zeppelin? MJ, Misty Dogs at $260. John Leal, let me know if you want back in. Final call on that. Pink Floyd, Pigs, Wishes, and Moons. This is $100 to Edwin. Shakedown is out. I think Thomas was already out. That's about to be sold for $100. That's about to be sold for $100. All right, we have Little Feat, Let It Roll, $19.99. Little Feat, Let It Roll. And Loggins and Messina. Loggins and Messina is $9.99. The Voices of East Harlem, Right On, Be Free. That is sealed from 1990. The Voices of East Harlem, sealed from 1990, $19.99. Holly's at $300 on Led Zeppelin. We have Mystic Voyage, Roy Ayers, Ubiquity. Ubiquity. I usually just say Roy Ayers, because I struggle with that other word. $24.99. Holly's at $300 on Led Zeppelin. No one else has bid on Pink Floyd. We're going to go ahead and sell that to Edwin Blom for $100. So that way we can start a new Pink Floyd. Let's start a new Pink Floyd. Let's see what we got over here. Maybe one that wasn't featured or advertised. Wow, this one looks interesting. Rainbow Theatre, London, February 20th, 1972, doing Dark Side of the Moon. This, too, is the BBC concert at the Paris Theatre, London, 1971. Paul has a note. This is rare, $95 start. Rare, $95 start, and that is Pink Floyd. This is called Eclipsed. It's got kind of a mushroom, half human, half mushroom there. Perfect for Pink Floyd. Eclipsed. That is a $95 start. $95 start, Pink Floyd, and that is a 2 LP, 1971 and 1972 live performances. $95 start. Pink Floyd is up for bid. All right. We have Led Zeppelin at $300. Colin Butler wants Harlem and Roy. Colin got back-to-back there. Harlem and Roy. Ubiquity. 4 syllables. Wow, no wonder. That is sold. Those are sold and sold. And we have Holly's at $95 on Pink Floyd. So Led Zeppelin is a final call now. Holly has that for $300. Final call on that. Canned Heat, Hallelujah. Canned Heat is $24.99. Canned Heat is $24.99. And Richard Marx is $19.99. Richard Marx, self-titled. Canned Heat, Richard Marx. Pink Floyd's at $125. The Lovin' Spoonful, Everything Playing. Lovin' Spoonful is $14.99. Disco from Another Galaxy, Space Project. Disco from Another Galaxy. Wow, on gold vinyl from 1978, $14.99. $14.99. Kara Bauer wants RM. That's Richard Marx. I'm about to sell Led Zeppelin. I was waiting for the other 2 bidders to say out, but I'm about to reach for it. So let me know if you want back in. Eye of the Zombie, John Fogerty, $19.99. And Foghat, Zigzag Walk. That is $14.99. So Pink Floyd, $95, $105, $125. Colin Butler wants the Disco Spacewalk. That's sold to Colin Butler. Dan Sessler's at $130 on Pink Floyd. And Rob Scheffler wants DIS. I bet that was for Disco Spacewalk. Pink Floyd is on black vinyl. Pink Floyd is on black vinyl. Black vinyl. Very nice, too. Some of these look like they were unplayed, especially when you start seeing them in shrink wrap. Pink Floyd's at $130 with Dan Sessler. Kenny Heathcock wants Foghat. All right, I'm reaching for it. And we were at $300 on Led Zeppelin. Sold to Holly. Safe for $300. Holly got that for $300. Kenny Heathcock was first on Foghat, and Sherry Darnell first on Canned Heat. We got more great Led Zeppelins coming up. Let me go ahead and grab something else that's, I don't really think I've got to hardly any that was actually on the Facebook post, which is incredible because there was over 40 of them in the Facebook post. Okay, that's what I thought. This is really cool. I didn't know what this was. I didn't get to tag it last night. I asked Paul earlier, and he hadn't got to it either, but he's got to it now. Check this out. This is actually not live Led Zeppelin. This is studio. This is Led Zeppelin. A rare 1991. As y'all know, there's hardly anything officially pressed in Russia. This is Led Zeppelin 4 with some alternate cover artwork there, and House of the Holy which looks like somebody traced it or something, very crude. This is a 2-in-1 Russian unofficial packaging of Led Zeppelin 4 and House of the Holy from 1991. A $65 start. So it's from Russia, 1991, Houses of the Holy and Led Zeppelin 4. And that's on Russian vinyl, EX condition, $65 start. Very cool. So that's the full studio albums. And usually these 90s era Russian bootlegs are cut from usually CD files. And they don't sound too bad. I had a Beatles copy of Help the other night that was cut from a CD remaster, and it sounded great. So this is Led Zeppelin 4 and their 5th album, House of the Holy. It's a $65 start, and it's an unofficial Russian pressing with some very cool artwork there on it. They did some alternate covers there. So I think due to Russia's beliefs in free market, they don't really allow a lot of stuff to be, especially music, pressed over there maybe. I don't really know, but I just know there's not a lot of official music ever being released in Russia in the 70s, 60s, 80s, 90s. Not a lot of official music ever being pressed over there. So, all right, is the Eclipse the 2-record set? It is. Pink Floyd Eclipse is a 2-record set. Dan Sessler's at $130. I'm about to sell it to him. It's Eclipse. It's a 2-record set. That's $130, and that's a final call. And Russia is a $65 start. Looking for an opening bid on that. We have the Naked Heroes 99 Diamond from 1999. The Naked Heroes 99 Diamond from 2011 picture disc, 1999. We got new bids on Pink Floyd. I was about to say, everybody stalled out on Pink Floyd. We got 2 new bidders, 135 and 135. Check this out. Black Sabbath, Die Young, a French 12-inch single of Die Young and Heaven and Hell Live, 1999. A VG jacket, no condition notes on the vinyl, with Ronnie James Dio there front and center. Black Sabbath, Die Young. Judas Priest, Point of Entry. Judas Priest, Point of Entry, $34.99 for Priest. Very clean copy. Point of Entry. Original inner sleeve as well. Original inner sleeve as well. So we have Pink Floyd, 135, 135, 150, 145. So we got 4 active bidders on Pink Floyd. Felix is first to Black Sabbath. Felix is first to Black Sabbath. Holly is first to Judas Priest. Barry's at 65 on Led Zeppelin, going twice, going 3 times. The 1991 Russian unofficial of Led Zeppelin 4 and House of the Holy. It's a 2-in-1 package. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $34.99. Bob Dylan, John Wesley Harding, $34.99. Very clean copy. Bob Dylan. Also, Marillion. This is called Lavender. Marillion is $19.99, a 1985 EP. Also, Hums of the Lovin' Spoonful, $14.99, one of the original Lovin' Spoonful albums. Okay, Dan Sessler is back in on Pink Floyd at 145. I'm about to sell Led Zeppelin. Now, I do have another deal over here I'm about to bring over. I'm going to discount this one down to $34.99. It really shouldn't be on sale, and I have very limited stock. I've only got 2, 4, 6, 7 copies. They're $34.99. I have 7 copies, 2, 4, 6, 7. These were originally $38.99, but if you don't have one already, speaking of a remaster that you need, Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $34.99, and I have sold hundreds for $38.99. But that's all I have left of those, just a handful, and that's a great album, just like Dark Side of the Moon, to have remastered because it's so quiet, you know, when Shine On You Crazy Diamond comes on. But I've only got this handful here, and that's it. And they're going to be $34.99, Jake. $34.99. And I will read off whoever got one first. And I'm going to count them off. First, update on our auctions. Dan Sessler was the high bidder on Pink Floyd. Jimmy Partridge. Jimmy Partridge bid $150 earlier. Jimmy is at $150. Dan bid $145 again, but Jimmy was already in at $150. So that means Brian's out, Barry's out, Dan's out. Jimmy Partridge has Pink Floyd for $150. And I don't think anybody else bid on Led Zeppelin, so let's go ahead and sell this. Only one bid. Let's go ahead and tag that, Jake, for $65 to Barry Seagrave. He gets the 1991 Russian Led Zeppelin. That's for $65. I'll put up another Led Zeppelin in just a second. The Pink Floyds for $34.99 go to Scott Drum, Joe Willinger, Henry, Homeland Conspiracy, Ryan Christie, IMJMV, Hiram Ortega. That's all that I have, too. Those are all spoken for. The last person was Hiram Ortega. Hiram Ortega. So that was Scott Drum, Joe Willinger, Henry, Homeland Conspiracy, Ryan Christie, IMJMV, Hiram Ortega. That was, I think, the 8 copies that I have. Kara, Holly, Barry, Sean, Christopher, James, they're all gone. Let's see here. Pink Floyd, 165. So new bid on Pink Floyd, 165. Let's put up another Led Zeppelin. Only one bid on that one. I'll put up something that I know won't get just one bid. This is a concert I never had heard of, live in Zurich. But somebody asked about it last night, I think. 1985 is when it was pressed. The concert is from June 29th, 1980. Check this one out. June 29th, 1980. $155 start. This one's rare. I didn't even know that existed. I never heard of the Zurich. This is June 29th, 1980, Led Zeppelin live in Zurich. That is a 2 LP. That's a 3 LP. I think that's the complete uncut concert. Usually 3 LPs are. $155 start on that. 34 on Wish You Were Here, yeah. $34.99, yes. $29.99 on Dark Side of the Moon, yeah. So yeah. Oh, and there's actually 2 other tracks. There's 2 tracks from 1973. There's 2 tracks from 1973. Awesome, full concert. When I dropped the needle, it was I was listening to the Rain Song, and oh, guess what? They did Hot Dog. We were just talking about that. They're playing Hot Dog live. I never had heard that before. It's right after the Rain Song, I think, which was a big change in contrast. Something like the Rain Song, and then they went into Hot Dog. So yeah, that's a great. Dan's collection is unbelievable. It took him a lifetime to accumulate all these. A lifetime of buying, traveling the country, going to record shows in and around Pittsburgh and Atlanta, eBay, wherever else he bought, however he could get these. It took him a lifetime to acquire all these. It's been an amazing experience just looking at them, researching them, appreciating how much time it took. I mean, because y'all know we could go months and months maybe seeing one Led Zeppelin bootleg. Seeing 100 at one time is just incredible. Just incredible. So Pink Floyd was at 165. Next is Led Zeppelin 155. And I think we are caught up. So Led Zeppelin is at 155, but now we have a new bid on Pink Floyd. It just came in. This is Eclipsed. 175. I'm going to try to stay focused on these. Pink Floyd's at 175. If you're done bidding, let me know. Jimmy's the new high bidder, Jimmy Partridge. Dave Mason, Old Crest on a New Wave. Dave Mason is $9.99. Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley. This is actually a 73 pressing from Canada. $19.99. Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley. Led Zeppelin's at 160 with Daniel Bouziden. So that's, I believe, almost a complete concert from Zurich. And then there's 2 bonus tracks from 1973. From the Forum in 73. This is Nat King Cole, A Many Splendored Thing. The Longens Symphonette Society, $9.99. My Heart Cries for You, Connie Francis, $9.99. The Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, $14.99 on the Moody Blues. And the Moody Blues, The Present, $14.99. Moody Blues, The Present. George Strait, Right or Wrong. Hadn't shown a George Strait record in a while. $49.99. They don't come through that often. An original George Strait, Right or Wrong. $49.99. Pink Floyd, 175. Led Zeppelin, 155. Led Zeppelin, 160. Pink Floyd, 180. Led Zeppelin, 165. Pink Floyd, 180. Led Zeppelin, 170. Christopher Morris on CF. That's Connie Francis. And Sherry Darnell got George Strait. That's so does Sherry Darnell. Pink Floyd's at 180 with Dan Sessler. He is the high bidder. Led Zeppelin's at 170. Nick, you were second on George Strait. We have Tammy Wynette's Biggest Hits. $9.99, such as Stand By Your Man. Chuck. That does say Chuck, doesn't it? Or does that say Chick? Chick Willis? Chick Willis, I think. Chick Willis now. His name is Chick Willis. It's in shrink wrap, and that's $14.99. Chick Willis, also B.B. King, Live at the Regal. That's a 1983 copy, $19.99. Marillion, He Knows You, and Charting the Single. Marillion is $19.99, and Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, $34.99. Judas Priest, $34.99. You've got another thing coming, $34.99. Kenny Heathcock wants CW. CW was Chick Willis, maybe. That's so to Kenny Heathcock. And Henry Pardides wants Judas Priest. John Miller was second. Jimmy's back in on Led Zeppelin at $190. Jimmy Partridge is the high bidder on Led Zeppelin for $190. And Pink Floyd is at $180 with Dan Sessler. So $180 on Pink Floyd, $190 on Led Zeppelin. That's the high bids right now. They're very close. $180 and $190. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in this crate. If anybody wants to know a price on anything, please let me know. We've got a ton of auctions to get through. Here's what's going to happen. If we don't get through them all, I'll start making some buy it nows tonight. What we don't go through, we'll do another night. We'll have more Led Zeppelin, but we have a ton of auctions to go through. I hope everybody's ready for more. We have Doug Kershaw, $19.99. Foghat, I'm actually just going to read titles. Dan Fogelberg, Laura Nero. Rush is still available. An original 1980 pressing, $34.99. We have Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin. We have Bob Dylan, Elvis Country. Bryce, wow, no one bought the K-Tail, $9.99. Where's Stacy Metternich at? This has Lobo on it, Donny Osmond, Joe Simon, James Brown, Dennis Yost, The Raspberries, Hurricane Smith. That's $9.99. Daniel Booziden's at $195 on Led Zeppelin. That means I'm about to sell Pink Floyd. This is a final warning. This is a final warning. Dan Sessler has Pink Floyd at $180. Not anybody has really said out. They're still bidding on Led Zeppelin, $195 with Daniel. We have Marillion. We have the Fabulous Rhinestones. Now, somebody asked about this earlier, and I never did get back to it. This is on the Just Sunshine Records, the Fabulous Rhinestones, $19.99. Loggins of Messina, So Fine. Loudness is still available. Thunder in the East, that's an original. That's kind of surprising, too. $29.99. Little Feat still available. So is Loggins of Messina and the Love and Spoonful and John Fogerty and the Naked Heroes 99 Diamond. Also Bob Dylan, John Wesley Hardin. We still got Marillion. We got Love and Spoonful. Dave Mason, Rod Stewart, Nat King Cole, Moody Blues, Tammy Wynette, B.B. King, and Marillion. And we have, I was reaching for Pink Floyd, and there's a new bid with Jimmy Partridge for $190. New bid, Pink Floyd, $190, and Led Zeppelin's at $195. Conditional loudness. It is near mint. It has a really nice jacket, too. No condition notes, nice jacket, original inner sleeve, very nice. And Brian, if you don't want it, it's sold to Craig Ruth. Pink Floyd, another $190, another $195. The B.B. King, Live at the Regal, is a 1983 UK copy, $19.99. Michael Nath also asked, B.B. King, Live at the Regal. That's an Ace reissue. I think Jetstream, the other night, you bought an original first pressing. I think that was on Monday night, right? That's a 1983 reissue of that, 1983 reissue of that. I'm going to go grab another crate. Actually, I think I've got it right here next to me. I'm also about to grab one of our first discounted records, or one of our next discounted records. We've already done some. What to do over here? We got lots of these. Let me go ahead and discount these. We got lots of them. They're originally $29.99. I'm going to do them for $24.99. Most people don't have this in their Zeppelin catalog. You need it. This is $24.99. It's Coda. It's got some great music. This was released after John Bonham passed away. It's all Led Zeppelin tracks that were not released on any of their studio albums. $24.99. That's $5 off sticker for Coda. Poor Tom, great song. We're Gonna Groove. I Can't Quit You Baby. Walter's Walk. Wearing and Tearing. Bon Jovi's Montreux. That's another John Bonham. That's another John Bonham drum solo. Ozone Baby, Darlene. Great stuff. Coda. That's the Jimmy Page remaster. Now on sale for $24.99. That's actually been out of stock. We got a shipment not too long ago, but we haven't had it there for a while when those came back in. So $24.99 Coda's great. Don't make sure that's in your collection. You need all the studio albums, Coda. You need How the West Was Won, BBC Sessions, Mothership, Celebration Day, and then you need all these bootlegs that you can get. And there's literally hundreds and hundreds of them. So, Jake, these are $24.99. I'm going to count them out to everybody who got one. James Lugwood came in first. James Lugwood came in first with Coda. There's one for James. Next was Kara Bauer. These are going to be $24.99. New bid on Led Zeppelin for $200. Ryan Christie got a Led Zeppelin. Michael Potts is going to get a Coda. Joe Willinger is going to get a Coda. Brian Case passed on the loudness, and we're going to give that to Craig Ruth. So Joe Willinger was the last name I said. Bill Samus is going to get one. Holly Safe is going to get one. Kenny Heathcock is going to get one. And would you look at that? Tony Shore is the last person, and that was the last one I have. Those are all sold. Led Zeppelin Coda. Those are $24.99, Jake. And the last two went to Kenny and Tony, and those are all gone. Those are all gone. Okay. I need to update our auctions. We've been bidding on Eclipse for about a solid 15 minutes, I bet, maybe 20. And we need to figure out who is going to be the last person standing. Dan Sessler has it for $195. Thomas is out. Jimmy Partridge is out. And no one else has bid. Jimmy Partridge is officially out. Jimmy Partridge was officially out, and Thomas is officially out. That means, Dan Sessler, you're going to end up with Pink Floyd in just a matter of moments unless somebody else bids. You have it for $195. And now, Edwin is the new high bidder on Led Zeppelin. He bid $200. Edwin Blom. Jimmy Partridge also bid $200, but Edwin was in first. So we need a tiebreaker there. So there's over 380 Led Zeppelin boots. I believe it. There's actually a really cool book. I forgot. We used to have it in stock where a guy, it's a guy's personal collection, and he has a bunch of them. Holly Safe is at $205 on Led Zeppelin, and so is Pink Floyd. These are tied right now at $205. Time for a new Creative Records. I guarantee you I'm going to discount stuff over here on the Zeppelin Pink Floyd bins to literally, probably it's all gone, which is going to be sad because I've always made it a staple here to keep in stock every Led Zeppelin album because people come in here all the time. I usually have like dozens of copies, but I think after the night they may be gone because we're about to do another one. Jake, I hope you're ready. But first I'm going to set this crate over here, and here's our next crate of vintage. And guess what? These are actually on sale. So first, the last one was $24.99. This one's going to be $26.99. These are originally $33.99. So these are going to be $26.99. How could you go wrong here? $26.99, Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy remaster. And these are all new and sealed. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy remaster. You're dealing with Over the Hills and Far Away, The Rain Song, Dancing Days, The Crunge, House of the Holy, $26.99. That's the buy it now price, and that's what I have. Jimmy Page remaster, new and sealed. For the longest, they were $29.99. The most recent shipment I got, the new price was $33.99. So $26.99, Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to count them off until they're gone. Houses of the Holy. What another incredible piece of music. So, Jake, first let me update our auctions. We were at $205. Pink Floyd, $225. Homeland, you're going to have to give me a moment on the outer sleeves. I will get you a pack. Just you have to remind me later, or Jake can make a note in just a second. We had another $225 bid on Pink Floyd, and Jimmy's out on Led Zeppelin. So Led Zeppelin is at $205 with Edwin, and I think he and Jimmy was the last bidder. So Led Zeppelin's a final call for $205. Now, for $26.99, Jake, House of the Holy, $26.99. There's one. The first person I see is Ryan Christie. Yep, let me get this to the top of my feed. Ryan Christie, Led Zeppelin. Kenny Heathcock got one, $26.99. Barry Seagrave. Pamela Yeager. Kara Bauer. Holly Safe. GC, and that's it. I got 2 copies left. $26.99, and that was for Ryan Christie, Kenny Heathcock, Barry, Pamela, Kara Bauer, Holly Safe, GC, and we have Darren Davis. We have one left. The name of the book. I'm pretty sure somebody watching just said they bought it. I can't remember though, but it's an awesome book. It's an awesome book. James Ludwig gets the last copy. All right, so we're sold out of House of the Holy. House of the Holy is sold out. Okay. No other bids on Led Zeppelin? I think we can tag that one. It's gone. Edwin Blom, $205. Now, Pink Floyd here is at $230 with Dan Sessler, and that was the Eclipse. Very, very cool. Dan Sessler has that for $230. Actually, Holly was in first, so that's a tie. Holly was in first at $250. That's between Holly and Dan. Let's go grab the next Led Zeppelin. This may be one of the most desirable of the Led Zeppelin boots. This is really cool. Somewhere, let me see if I can find my notes. I actually have an entire thing about this. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Give me a second. We also have some Jimmy Page. I have some Jimmy Page and Robert Plant bootlegs as well. So I'll show those in just a second. Let me see if I can find what I was just talking about. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. All right. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay. We'll do this one first. So, yeah, and this is on colored vinyl. Very cool. Also, somebody wanted me to do Mudslide. I'll do that in just a second. This bootleg is so popular, there's a Wikipedia article on it. It's live on Blueberry Hill. This is Led Zeppelin on Blueberry Hill, and check this out. Very rare colored vinyl. It's on blue and red vinyl. Led Zeppelin live on Blueberry Hill. And I will include this Wikipedia printout, or you can access it very easily on your iPhone or desktop, wikipedia.org. Live on Blueberry Hill is a bootleg recording, Led Zeppelin, Los Angeles Forum, 1970. The audience recording is one of the first Led Zeppelin's bootlegs and one of the first ever rock and roll bootlegs. It was released on the Blimp label originally. The album sold so many copies that many fans thought it was a legal release. And the title from Blueberry Hill is, they come out and do Fats Domino's Blueberry Hill as their final encore. They also do For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield, right in the middle of, I think, Dazed and Confused. But yeah, this is it's an audience recording, and it sounds fantastic. Blueberry Hill, $155 start. Led Zeppelin on Blueberry Hill, $155 start. That's a 2 LP. That is a $155 start, and that is on the colored vinyl. Blueberry Hill. Blueberry Hill. That is now up for bid. That's really cool, and it's on colored vinyl. And it's on colored vinyl. Yeah, Immigrant Song, Heartbreaker, Dazed and Confused, Bring It On Home, That's the Way, Bon Your Or, Since I've Been Loving You, Thank You, What Is and What Should Never Be. That's where I started listening to it right there. What Is and What Should Never Be. Moby Dick, The Whole Lot of Love, Melody. Communications Breakdown, also a melody. Yeah, they'd even do I Saw Her Standing There by the Beatles, kind of a slowed down version of that. That's really cool there. That's a must. Now, the high bid on Led Zeppelin was $230 with Holly safe, and she was in first. Dan Sessler, you're at $230, or Holly's at $230. Colin, that Charlie Daniels, or excuse me, that Charlie Brown is out of stock. I have them back ordered. Led Zeppelin's at $175, Blueberry Hill. Dan's at $255 on Pink Floyd. Everything in this bin is buy it now, best offer. So what that means, we haven't done a crate like this yet tonight. Everything in here, you can go ahead and buy it now and claim it, or you can make your best offer and I will negotiate with you. So that's how that works. Put Colin Butler down on the orange, Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Led Zeppelin's at $185, Pink Floyd's at $255. I expect lots of bids on Blueberry Hill. First is Carter Gillespie Inc. This is $14.99. Everything in here is going to be buy it now, best offer. Carter Gillespie Inc., $14.99. The Mahavishnu Orchestra with John McLaughlin, The Inner Mountain Flame, $19.99. And The Whisperers, Just Gets Better with Time. The Whisperers, that is sealed from 1987, $19.99. Holly's out on Pink Floyd. Dan Sessler has this for $255. About 30 seconds left, and I'm going to sell it, and I'll put up a new one. Dan Sessler's at $255 on Pink Floyd, going twice, going 3 times. Led Zeppelin's at $190. Zawinul is a 1971 Presswell press, $49.99. Zawinul, $49.99. Led Zeppelin's at $180. Led Zeppelin's at $190. Bryce Culver wants the Whispers. That's sold to Bryce Culver. Mark Lent said he'd give $13 for Carter. Gillespie Inc. sell that to Mark Lent for $13. So Bryce Culver got Whispers. Mark Lent got Carter. Led Zeppelin's at $195. Led Zeppelin's at $200. Songs and music of the peoples of the American Revolution. Farther Than Your Bullets Fly. $9.99. Music of the American Revolution. Pink Floyd, I think that was a quick 30 seconds, but it's been up for a long time. Dan Sessler gets that for $255. $255. Now the attention goes to Blueberry Hill. Very famous Led Zeppelin bootleg there. It sold so many copies, people thought it was an official release by Led Zeppelin, but it wasn't. Let's put up another Pink Floyd. Wow, we have, I don't know. Let's figure out which one to put up next. I think this one's pretty desirable here. Yeah, this is Pink Floyd, The Whole Pig. The Whole Pig. This is an Australian unofficial from Fort Worth, Texas. I actually think we've had this one recently. $85 start, May 1st, 1977, the Animals Tour. Pink Floyd, The Whole Pig. The Whole Hog. Excuse me, The Whole Hog. 2 LP. It was booted in Australia in 1977. $85 start, The Whole Hog. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Blueberry Hill. Blueberry Hill. And by the way, that's on red and blue colored vinyl. Led Zeppelin 200, Led Zeppelin 205, Led Zeppelin 210, Pink Floyd 85 and 85. Did I miss any claims? I don't think so. Young Holt Unlimited, $29.99. Oh, girl. It has a promo sticker on the front. Young Holt Unlimited is $29.99. Diana Ross and the Supremes Reflections, $14.99. Diana Ross and the Supremes Reflections. We have Malcolm McLaren and the Bootzilla Orchestra, $9.99. Malcolm McLaren and the Bootzilla Orchestra. Telly, Kojak, Telly Savalas, $9.99. $9.99. Pink Floyd, 85, 85, 90. Led Zeppelin, 215, 215. Dan Fogelberg, Souvenirs, $9.99. Holly Safe on DR. That's Diana Ross. That's sold to Holly Safe. Led Zeppelin's at $220. Dan Fogelberg, Home Free, $9.99. And Dave Mason, Split Coconut, $9.99. Frank Zappa's 200 Motels. This is $49.99. It's complete with the poster and the original inner sleeves. Extremely nice copy. Frank Zappa, $49.99. I can't believe that's still available. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. If you don't want to go ahead and buy it, you can make a best offer on it. There's a good chance I'm going to sell it to you if it's in a reasonable offer. So Pink Floyd was at 90, Led Zeppelin 215, 220, Led Zeppelin another 220, Pink Floyd 90, another 90, and 225. A lot of tied bids there, but Chris Gardner does have Blueberry Hill for 225. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Golden Greats, $12.99. And U2's Unforgettable Fire. The vinyl is fine. There is some cover damage right up here. $29.99. $29.99. Uh-oh, I'm walking over here to the Pink Floyd rack. That can only mean one thing. A discount of some sort. Okay, these were originally $33.99. These were originally $33.99. We'll get them down to $28.99. $28.99. Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, remastered, $28.99. If you want one of those, just comment PF or Pink Floyd or Piper or Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That is $28.99. Those are on sale, remastered, new and sealed, stereo mix, $28.99. Up at the top, Led Zeppelin was at $225, Pink Floyd $125, Pink Floyd $130, Led Zeppelin $230, Pink Floyd $110, but we was already at $130. And Jake, these are $28.99 for Pink Floyd, $28.99. Homeland Conspiracy is going to get one. Holly Safe is going to get one. Ryan Homeland was third, but he'd already commented, so that's the same person. So Homeland, Holly, Ryan Christie, Barry Seagrave, James Ludwig, Sherry Darnell, Paul Brothers, Michael Potts. They're all gone. Next was David Schroeder. David, I sold out to you. So Michael Potts was the last person to get one. Michael Potts was the last person to get one. And David Schroeder, if another one turns up, or for some reason somebody puts one back, you're next in line. So $28.99. That's Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, Jake. Those are all sold. Back to the bin. Haven't had any offers on anything yet in a while on here. Update on our auctions. Daniel Boozaiden's at $230 on Led Zeppelin. Going once, going twice. No one else has bid again in a while. And Edwin Blom is the high bidder on Pink Floyd at $130. No one else has bid in a while, so that's at $130. Blueberry Hill, classic live concert, and Pink Floyd from Animals. Art Farmer and Jim Hall, Big Blues. $24.99, Art Farmer and Jim Hall, Big Blues. Felix Papalardi. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. I definitely know who he is, though. Creation, $14.99. Creation, $14.99. Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead, a 75 Winchester press. Wow, still available. $39.99. A 1975 Winchester press near mint. What was the Bootzilla, LP or single? Bootzilla. I don't know what you're talking about, but with a little bit more information, I might can help you. Randy Anderson's at $135 on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin $225. Jetstream offered $15 for Art. Sell that to Jetstream for $15. That's sold to Jetstream for $15. Kara said she'd give $15 for both Fogelbergs. Sell those both to Kara for $15. Those are sold to Kara. The labels on Pink Floyd have "Wish You Were Here" on the metal hands on them. Here are the labels. Some of these I hadn't really got to really even show too much. It looks like they're just on standard white labels. Look how nice the vinyl is, though. Very nice labels. Let me show you the full jacket here. It's actually got really cool live shots of the band on the back. It's a gatefold. Wow, this has got pictures and everything in it. I think a lot of these boots I've just been showing, I haven't really been showing the jackets too well. They did a really good job on this. I mean, maybe with a little bit better front cover. With a little bit better front cover, this looks like an official release, especially in the gatefold. Wow, you don't usually see this kind of stuff from bootlegs. The back, I mean, to me, that looks legit. You wouldn't think that was a bootleg, really. They needed to do maybe a little work to the front, but other than that, that's a really cool copy. Very cool. Yes, it's very nice. Yes, if I don't say anything about the condition notes, these are nice. Some of these that Dale had, I mean, we had a couple that are sealed. You know, that just looks just nice. And then there have been some VG Plus. Not saying they're all mint, but when those do come up, I'll let you know. But like Blueberry Hill, it looks like it hasn't been played that much. I mean, it's still glossy and everything. Okay, so we saw both Fogelbergs, Led Zeppelin 240, Pink Floyd 140, Pink Floyd 140, Led Zeppelin 240, American Revolution. That's actually music from the American Revolution. So around whatever time that Paul Revere was making his midnight ride, this was the kind of music they were singing and playing. Songs of the peoples of the American Revolution. $9.99. War Chants for the red, white, and blue. Pink Floyd is at $140. Malcolm McLaren and Bootzilla Orchestra. It's in the current crate. Bootzilla. I must have completely overlooked that. Aha. Malcolm McLaren. This is Malcolm McLaren and Bootzilla. It's a 12-inch single, Deep in Vogue. And it's a different mix on the back. So two different versions of Deep in Vogue. 12-inch single, shrink wrap on the hype sticker, $9.99. Led Zeppelin 250, Pink Floyd 160, Pink Floyd 160, Led Zeppelin 255, and Pink Floyd 165. I will sell you the American Revolution for $7. Sell that to David Schroeder. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue with the poster, $39.99. The poster is included. Emotional Rescue, $39.99. Three Dog Night, suitable for framing. Same thing with our vintage LPs. If I'm not saying the condition notes, if I'm not saying anything about the condition, if you don't hear me say EX, VG Plus, they're going to look like this. Very clean. They're going to minimum be EX Plus. EX Plus on that. Holly Safe on RL. And I bet that was for, what was RL for? I bet that was for, I bet she meant RS for Rolling Stones, but we'll find out. Walt Disney's The Happiest Millionaire. That's $19.99. Walt Disney's The Happiest Millionaire. Pink Floyd's at $185. Daniel Booziden has the high bid of Led Zeppelin for $255. Pamela, you're out. Blueberry Hill, blue and red vinyl. Blue and red vinyl. Wow. George Harrison's All Things Must Pass, $49.99. Holly, just let me know what RL was for, and I'll pull that for you. Looks like there's a little bit of cover damage, and the lid is detached. But this is the classic. And this is now not in print. Well, they hadn't pressed it in like 2 years now because they did the big, huge anniversary release. And this is on the original Apple labels. This is a must. I think it's some of the greatest music ever recorded. George Harrison was just sitting on all this music basically waiting for the Beatles to break up. Or not waiting, but he knew he had enough material here. They only gave him 1 or 2 tracks every album, so he was sitting on all this great music. And as soon as that came out in 1970, the year the Beatles broke up, they all put out solo albums. Eric Clapton was here, $34.99. Eric Clapton was here in the original inner sleeve, $34.99. Also, in the world of Beatles, we had major announcements today. I got those up for pre-order. The Beatles have a new single coming out, the last Beatles songs ever, they say. It's a recording of John Lennon that Yoko Ono found. George Harrison had a little bit to do with it, and then Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr finished it up using AI technology, and it's called Now and Then. And we've got that for pre-order. Also, they're reissuing the 62 to 66 and the 60 to 70, 67 to 70, and they've remixed it and added more tracks to make them 3 LPs. They're reissuing that as a box set. We've also got that pre-ordered up in our group, so make sure you're in on those. I can't believe it's the year 2023 and the Beatles are putting out more new music. That's pretty incredible. With 2 of the members dead, they're putting out a new song in the year 2023. That is incredible. Led Zeppelin's at $260. Tony offered $40 for George Harrison. We're going to go ahead and let it roll. Great deal on that. Tony Shore got George Harrison for $40. Led Zeppelin is at $265, $270, $275. Holly did want the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Holly. And the Pink Floyd is at $185 with Edwin Blom. Randy Anderson, you're out. Edwin has that for $185. Led Zeppelin's at $275. Duke Ellington and his orchestra, $29.99. This is in shrink wrap from RCA Victor, and his mother called him Bill. A very clean record for what this is. The era, 1968, an RCA record. Usually RCA records, just when you look at them, they never look mint for some reason, especially around that era. $29.99, that's very nice. In shrink wrap. Ry Cooder, Bop Till You Drop, $19.99. Ry Cooder, Bop Till You Drop, and Cat Stevens, Buddha and the Chocolate Box. That's $14.99 for Cat Stevens. Bull Moose Jackson, $19.99 for Bull Moose Jackson. And Reuben Wilson, Bad Stuff. Reuben Wilson's $29.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Pink Floyd's at $200, $201. Led Zeppelin's at $275. Uh-oh, I'm walking over here to the Beatles bin. Or, excuse me, the Led Zeppelin bin. We're going to do these. They were originally $44.99. These were originally $44.99. An incredible piece of music. Now they're going to be just an even $38, Jake. Just an even $38. That is $5, $6, $7 off sticker. Physical Graffiti New and Sealed Remaster. 40th Anniversary Edition. Cashmere. That's all you need to know. Good night. It has cashmere on it. That's all you need to know. Sealed remaster. Originally $44.99. $38. Cashmere. Thank you and good night. That's all you need to know. It's on there. $38. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti Remaster. I don't have many of these. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first 7 people will get one. And I think we're about to hit that number. I'll start counting those out in just a second. But first, we got a couple other things to get to. We had Pink Floyd at $200, then $201. Jetstream offered $22 for Duke Ellington. That's sold to Jetstream for $22. Thank you, Jetstream. And then Paul T wants Reuben Wilson. That's sold to Paul T. We also have Led Zeppelin at $285. New bid on Led Zeppelin, Blueberry Hill, $285. Henry offered $15 for Bull Moose. Sell that to Henry for $15. And now Physical for $38 flat. Here's everybody who got one. Physical Graffiti. Pete Weisgarber is going to get one. Holly Safe is going to get one. Michael Potts, number 3. Homeland Conspiracy was next. James Ludwig wants some Physical Graffiti. Ryan Christie's going to get one. And Kenny Heathcock. Chad Smith, I have sold out to you. I have sold out at your name. So everybody that got one was Pete, Holly, Michael, Homeland, James, Ryan, and Kenny. That was the 7 copies that I had. Chad, we sold out to you. Michael was next, and then Pamela Yeager. Speaking of Pamela, you just got outbid on Led Zeppelin. Daniel Bouzadin is at $290 on Blueberry Hill. Just so everybody knows what's going on, this is Led Zeppelin live on Blueberry Hill. collector's edition colored vinyl. It's got a rubber stamp because they have issued this on red and blue vinyl. It's great. It sounds great. It looks great. Very cool vintage and well-known Led Zeppelin bootleg. I've even going to include, for no charge, the Wikipedia article that I printed out last night. And now an update on Pink Floyd. This is called the Whole Hog. Pink Floyd, another live concert. That is at 201 with Edwin Blom. Randy Anderson, you have been outbid. He did a $1 bump on you, and Randy's out. That's at 201, and so Randy's out. That's a final call. Pink Floyd's a final call, and I'm going to sell that pretty fast so we can put up another one. We got more to get to. Neil Young Decade. Wow, $39.99. That's a triple LP Neil Young compilation of his best music, in my opinion. Of course, he went into a whole different era there in the late 80s and early 90s, and then he had a career all through the 2000s, and then he put out music in the 2010s, and he's still putting out music in the 2020s. So this goes back all the way to 1960, let's see. That goes all the way around to about 1966, all the way up through Cortez the Killer. So that would have been all the way through the mid-70s. Neil Young Decade, $39.99. $39.99. That's a triple LP compilation. Janis Joplin, I got them old Cosmic Blues again, mama. $34.99. That's on the Columbia 2i. That's on the original Columbia 2i. There's two scuffs right here that do not affect play. The rest of the vinyl is amazingly nice. These auctions, first, I'm about to sell Led Zeppelin for $290 because Pamela's out, and I'm pretty sure she was the last bidder. So moments left on Led Zeppelin because I'm going to go ahead and wrap up Pink Floyd. And that is sold to Edwin Blom for $201. And as I'm wrapping up, or as I'm introducing the next Pink Floyd, when that's done, I'm selling Led Zeppelin. So I'm walking over here to get another Pink Floyd. And this one is called Embryo. Pink Floyd Embryo. This is live in San Diego. I've never seen that before. October 17th, 1971, San Diego. Paul says it's rare. It's an Australian unofficial. 1971, October 17th, 1971, Pink Floyd Embryo. $85 start. What a cool cover. Embryo. Hey, there's the hands were the Wish You Were Here mechanical hands somebody was just asking about. San Diego, 1971. There's a couple shots of the band on the back. $85 start on that. That's San Diego. San Diego. All right, no one else has bid. Blueberry Hill sold. Daniel Bouzide, $290. Daniel, that's sold to you. Excellent. Excellent. That's sold to you for $290. Holly's already in on Pink Floyd at $85. And now we got Nick Barger. He's going to get Janis Joplin, Jake, for $27.99. Let's put up a new Led Zeppelin. Is anybody looking for anything that they saw in the hot picture? If you're waiting for something, don't hesitate to ask. I know it's getting kind of late, depending on where you're watching, especially have to work in the morning. And I don't mind at all. But I'm going to go ahead and knock out some of the, like, Hall of Fame. I'm going to go ahead and knock out some of the Hall of Fame ones first. Here's another famous Led Zeppelin bootleg. This is called Mudslide. This is called Mudslide. And I do consider that a good deal on Blueberry Hill. These bootlegs are weird because what happens is they're not supposed to be sold on eBay or Discogs. But what happens on eBay is every once in a while one will slip through. And sometimes they bring a crazy price. And some of these I've looked up, like one had sold for, let's say, $175, and then one sold for $195, and then every once in a while, a random one will bring $390, just really random. And that's because one got slipped through on eBay, there was 2 or 3 people bidding on it, and it came down to the wire, and it was like an outlier. But it just kind of depends on who's on eBay at that time and how bad somebody wanted. Now, this is another very well-known Led Zeppelin bootleg. It's called Mudslide. And this is from the Trademark of Quality. And this was pressed in 1972. The concert is from Pacific Coliseum, Vancouver, Canada. March 21st, 1970. On blue vinyl. Trademark of Quality, blue vinyl, 1972. This is from Vancouver, Canada. March 21st, 1970. $85 start. $85 start. And that's the classic, that has the classic bootleg look. Just a rubber stamp, Led Zeppelin Mudslide, Trademark of Quality, blue vinyl, Pacific Coliseum, Canada, 1970, $85 start. $85 start. Let's see here. We have Pink Floyd, 85. Pink Floyd, 86. Platinum, there's Mudslide, Platinum. That must be something in the hot picture. I will try to find those. I will put those on deck. James Patrick Page, Session Man. Yes, I've got those. I'll do those in just a second. I have not sold Led Zeppelin Carnival. I have some I have some Page and Plant. I think I have one left, and then I have Jimmy Page Session Man, which I'll get to those in just a second. Have we sold Platinum? I don't guess we've sold Platinum. Let me figure out which one that is. Led Zeppelin Platinum. I'm getting myself confused now. Platinum. Let me get that in my hand so I don't forget about it. There's Teddy Bear's Picnic. There's Carnival. There's Persistence. Platinum. There's Early Jitters with the 45s. This 3 Days After is very popular. Nebworth 2. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. And the Egg Your Face that has Joseph Stalin on the cover. Let me figure out what Platinum. Live at Lyceum. There's Nebworth. What was Platinum? Somebody might have to help me with that one. Platinum. Or we've already sold it. One of the two. Not on the hot, but Pink Floyd Animals Remaster. Tony, I was about to do that on sale. Actually, you know what? Probably not. I will show that record. I don't want to put it on sale because I've only got 3 copies. And I'd like to at least keep those here in the store. But if anybody wants to buy them, they're $38.99, and I recommend you grabbing one because it's another one of those great pressings. So $38.99. This is Animals Remastered. So Tony, I'll tell you what, $36.99. I'll do $2 off. This is my last 3 copies I have. I'll do $36, even though Tony just said he would take one for $38. And if anybody else wants one, I have 2 copies left of Animals after that, and that is a must. That's my favorite Pink Floyd album. $36.99 for Animals. So Greg just got one, and Holly wants one. So those are gone. Jake, do these for $36.99. Do these for $36.99, and those are sold to Tony Shore, Mr. Greg D. Deschamaker, and Holly Safe. Those are sold. Jimmy Page is playing the double neck on the cover of Platinum. Okay, let me try to find that. There's so many over here I hadn't got to yet. I think also we got a Destroyer box. And of course there's pretty much a whole crate over here y'all haven't seen. I think most of y'all just seen what's on the picture. Let me see if I can figure out Platinum. Bonzo's Last Stand, that's one. So Jimmy Page is playing his red double neck. Let me see if I can find that. I'll put it on deck. I don't see that in here actually. We have the Led Zeppelin's Last Rehearsals, but I'm actually not seeing that. I may have to pull up the hot picture and get a look here in a second. Okay, so let's get back to where I was. I got a lot of catching up to do. Way up at the top, we introduced Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. I will show those again in 1 second, but let me just get to the bottom and figure out where we're at. I'll introduce them back again. Led Zeppelin 85, Led Zeppelin 90, Led Zeppelin 92, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 100, Pink Floyd 92, Pink Floyd 90, Led Zeppelin 102. We sold Animals, Pink Floyd 95, Pink Floyd 96, Pink Floyd 97, Led Zeppelin 108, Led Zeppelin 110, Led Zeppelin 120, Pink Floyd 110, or 100, and a Pink Floyd 101. All right, so Pink Floyd Embryo is live in San Diego, October 17th, 1971. Pink Floyd live, San Diego, 1971. That is at $101 with Edwin Blom. That is a 2LP. Edwin Blom has that for $101. Then we have the very well-known Led Zeppelin Mudslide, blue vinyl, trademark of quality. This is Led Zeppelin, Vancouver, Canada, March 21st, 1970. And that is at $115. That's our current 2 auctions. Now, the last vintage record I showed, these are all buy it now, best offer. So like if you want Neil Young, if you don't want, you can make an offer. That's what I'm trying to say. Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. These are all buy it now, best offer. Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band, $24.99. Led Zeppelin's at $120, now $122. The Drifters, Golden Hits, $19.99 for the Drifters Golden Hits. Jackson Browne, The Pretender, $14.99 on Jackson Browne the Pretender. Monumental Pop Hits, that's a compilation from the Monumental label. Monumental Pop Hits, $12.99. Pink Floyd is at $102. Edwin, you're outbid. Led Zeppelin's at $125. This is $19.99. This is Lou Vol, Lonely in Paradise, 2018 on clear vinyl. David Bowie, Station to Station, VG Plus condition, $24.99 on the original RCA Victor label, or original RCA Tan label, VG Plus $24.99. Led Zeppelin 125. The Drifters. The Drifters Golden Hits was $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. $19.99 on that. Greg D wants David Bowie. That's sold to Greg D. Next is Styx, Paradise Theater, VG condition, $9.99. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson's Secrets, EX $17.99. And Wes Montgomery, that is a Wes Montgomery Memorial album, March 6, 1925, June 15, 1968. That's in VG condition, $14.99 on the Riverside label. Holly, you were second on David Bowie. Final call on Led Zeppelin. Holly Safe has that for $127. Dan Sessler, Greg Rogers, you're both outbid. Let me know if you're out or if you want to bid again. Also, Edwin Blom has the high bid on Pink Floyd at $105. That's going twice, going 3 times. Please bid if you want in. If not, so I can end them and we can put up new stuff. There's new bids. Led Zeppelin, $130, $150. James Gang, Rides Again, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Todd Rundgren, Initiation. Todd Rundgren is in EX condition, $17.99. Hey, would you look at there? Led Zeppelin 4, a 75 Presswell press, EX condition, $59.99. Led Zeppelin, EX condition, that's a 75 Presswell pressing, $59.99 for Led Zeppelin 4. Misty Mountain Hop, Stairway to Heaven, When the Levee Breaks. Black Dog. All righty. We're going to do these for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to do these for $28.99, Jake. $28.99. First come, first serve. First come, first serve. Metal remaster, a beautiful remaster. Textured cover. It sounds great. You got to have a great sounding record to really enjoy echoes. Also, One of These Days is on here. A Pillow of Winds, amazing and fearless. That's $28.99. That's a remaster of Metal. First come, first serve on those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies. I have 6 copies of Metal. First 6 people get one, and that's all I have. Back up to the top, before I stepped away, we had a lot of new bids coming on Led Zeppelin. We had 2 130s and we had 150. And then we had another 130, another 135. A new bid on Pink Floyd for 107. A new bid on Led Zeppelin for 152. Greg Rogers is out. And then Holly Self wants the Led Zeppelin out of the bin. She got the vintage 1975 pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. Barry Seagrave, you were second on that. New bid on Led Zeppelin at 140, but we was already at 152. Now Pamela bid 160, and now time for the medals. Jake, these are $28.99. Let me count them out here. First, I think I said 6 get one. Randy Anderson, Ryan Christie, Barry Seagrave, Brian Arrigo, Chris B. Jack on Pink Floyd Metal, and Heather Feather. Now, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've said that name. Heather Feather. Heather Feather, if you're a first-time buyer, which I know you are, please make sure you contact our Facebook page. You are the 6th name, and you got the last copy there of Pink Floyd Metal. We need you to send our Facebook page a message, our Facebook Messenger inbox. We need your email address and your mailing address. We sell records live every night here on Facebook from 7 to 11, sometimes midnight. Sometimes we go to 1 a.m., depending on what night of the week and how many people we have watching and how much stuff we have to get through. We invoice every Monday, and that's Monday evenings before usually everybody gets their invoice. $7 in limited shipping. Holly, you were next on the Pink Floyd, but we do have new bids on Led Zeppelin. The Mudslide, Dan Sessler bid 155, Holly bid 162, Pamela's at 167. So Led Zeppelin's at 167. We got 3 or 4 active bidders still on that. But Pink Floyd may be done. Holly was at 107 on Embryo. Holly was at 107 on Embryo, and I think I saw somebody say out. If you're not done, let me know, because Holly has it for 107, and that's a final call. That's a final call on that. 107 on Pink Floyd Embryo. If you bid more than that and you don't see me acknowledge it, please bid it again. Brent Robley's at 110. Chad Smith, I will sell Neil Young for $30 if you want that. That's $10 per LP. How could you go wrong there? I'll do that for $30. Delaney and Bonnie on tour with Eric Clapton. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Holly's right back in on Pink Floyd at 111. Pink Floyd 110, Pink Floyd 111. Led Zeppelin's at 175. The Beatles 62 to 66. The Beatles 62 to 66. VG Plus condition, $34.99. They just announced a new reissue of this. First time in a long time. And they're expanding it. 3 LP. That's VG Plus, $34.99. Chad Smith said he'll take Neil Young. Chad Smith, if that is a sold, which I think it is, I think you're a first-time buyer as well. So thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page, just like I told Heather Feather. We need your email address and your mailing address on that. Chad will take it for $30. Great deal. So we will invoice you on Monday. Somebody just posted the link to our website. Was that Tanner? That was Jake. Okay, I was about to say. Okay. Yeah, he usually has a dual feed pulled up on Facebook, but that's okay. Yeah, usually we send y'all a message. Usually we send y'all a message on Facebook as well. Tanner is logged in on the admin side, but he's not here tonight. So, okay. Now we have 112 on Pink Floyd, 114. Mark wants to know the condition. No condition notes. No condition notes. It was very nice, Embryo. And that was a San Diego concert from 1971. Yes, very nice. Most of these bootlegs, though, I haven't called too many near mint, and you definitely haven't heard me use the word pristine on these bootlegs because they are bootlegs. So even though some of them sound extremely well and they're quiet, I'm not calling too many of these near mint because they are bootlegs. But some of them really are near mint minus. But very conservatively, I'm calling all of them, if they don't have condition notes, EX plus. That was at $114. Chad just sent us a message. Fantastic. Pink Floyd's at $115. Greg, I will sell you the Beatles for $30. That's sold to Greg for $30. Heather has also messages. Great. Led Zeppelin's at $180. Pink Floyd $116. Chris, I'm going to sell you Delaney and Bonnie for $10. That's sold to Chris B. Jack. Led Zeppelin's at $181. Led Zeppelin's at $185. And Heather, you did get a copy of... Oh, no, you got what I just sold, didn't I? What did I just sell? Metal. You got the last copy of Metal. There's no Pink Floyd Animals left. Led Zeppelin 186, Pink Floyd 117. Mudslide Slim. Speaking of Mudslide, here's James Taylor Mudslide Slim. VG condition, $12.99 on the original label, James Taylor. VG condition, $12.99. Don Henley from the Eagles. This is Building the Perfect Beast. VG Plus $14.99. Has his hit song VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Jim Croce, Life and Times of Jim Croce. Jim Croce's in VG condition, $9.99. That's the Life and Times of Mr. Jim Croce. Led Zeppelin is at 183. Led Zeppelin 186. Pink Floyd 117. Led Zeppelin 188. Pink Floyd 118. Led Zeppelin 191. Kara off for 10 for Don Henley. Sold to Kara Bauer. Kid Dynamite. What a cool looking cover. Kid Dynamite. VG Plus condition. $17.99. 1976 pressing. Let's see here. Wow, the feed just moved really quickly on me. Kara got Don Henley for 10. Jetstream got James Taylor for 10. Brent Robley's at 119 on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin's at 203. We've crossed over the $200 threshold for the blue vinyl copy of Mudslide, and that was Led Zeppelin live in 1970. That's when I really like listening to Led Zeppelin. 69, 70, 71. Robert Plant's voice, just incredible. There's a booklet I've got over here talking about how his mic went out one night at the concert, and people said they could still hear him over the instruments. He was singing so loud and powerful, which is probably the truth. He was a very loud, powerful vocalist. Let me go over here and see what I've got left in our bins on sale. So we've went through a lot. Okay, this record, I actually just got a restock of these. And it is a remaster. Yes, this is a remaster. I will do them for $34.99. I will do these for $34.99, and this is always a must-have. I have several of them. I hope everybody can get one that wants one. This is a $34.99 buy it now. They were $39.99. They were $39.99. This is Momentary Lapse of Reason, featuring Learning to Fly. Yet Another Movie is a great song on here. Signs of Life, The Dogs of War, On the Turning Away. And that is a Momentary Lapse of Reason. I just got a restock of those not too long ago. $34.99. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Gatefold Remaster, Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's what I have there, $34.99. I literally just got a restock, so I don't know how much I really want to sell out of these because they were tough to get for a while, but I do have them now. Momentary Lapse of Reason. Of course, how great is the song Learning to Fly? Just incredible. $34.99. So let's go ahead and count these out, then I'll update our auctions. Actually, the last bid I've seen on Led Zeppelin was 203, and then we had 210. Brent Robley was at 119 on Pink Floyd, and Holly is out. So Brent Robley has Pink Floyd Embryo for $119. That's now a final call, so we can run another one. And Led Zeppelin was at 210 with Dan Sessler. Now, Jake, the Pink Floyds for $34.99. $34.99. Holly Safe is going to get one. Chris B. Jack is going to get a Momentary Lapse of Reason. Sherry Darnell on Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. B. Smoker gets one. Cynthia Herdron. Pamela's back in on Led Zeppelin for $215. Kara Bauer wants a Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. This is a remaster. Barry Seagrave, Momentary Lapse of Reason. And I Am J&V on Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. Now, at first, I thought this was like a drawing of this cover. I remember when I first started listening to Pink Floyd and just really appreciating their artwork and their music. I used to look at this and be like, wow, that's incredible if they actually did that. And they actually did that. They actually put those hundreds and hundreds of beds out there on the beach like that for that photograph. Incredible. $34.99, and that is the remastered Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason. I have 3 copies left. I Am J&V was the last person to claim one. That means Pink Floyd is sold to Brent Robley. Embryo, Pink Floyd, that is sold to Brent Robley. Jake, I'm actually going to put that right there. That's sold to Brent for $119. Next was Dan Sessler, just came back in on Mudslide for $222. And we have Brian Arrigo, I just sold Pink Floyd. That is already sold. Kid Dynamite. Kid Dynamite. Details on Kid Dynamite. What happened to you, Kid Dynamite? Oh, it's right here. Kid Dynamite is a 1976 pressing, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Kid Dynamite, self-titled. Brent got that. It's time for a new Pink Floyd. Let's see what else we got over here. We got some Syd Barrett stuff. Now, Paul said this may be the rarest one he researched. This is also going to be probably the highest starting bid of any bootleg tonight. This is live at Musiklof, Hamburg, Germany, February 25th, 1971. And Paul has 2 notes here. Extraordinarily rare and highly sought after. $245 start. He said, and I looked up 40 or 50 last night. Paul probably looked up 50 or 60 today. And between all the Led Zeppelins and the Pink Floyds, well, especially in the Pink Floyds, this may be the rarest one we've had. And this is on the Wizardo Records, Pink Floyd, The Miracle Muffler. Look at that, a typical Pink Floyd cover. It's a drawing of a hand drawing another hand. And that's a $245 start. And that's Pink Floyd, The Miracle Muffler. And that's live February 25th, 1971. $275 start. Very clean vinyl. Extraordinarily rare and highly sought after. The cover is a VG minus. The entire left seam is split. Actually, no, wait a second. That is the seam. That is the seam. It looks like it's split open, but that's where the record comes out. So it actually isn't split. That's how it's supposed to look. So it's actually, but you see how it's kind of rough? Looks like they cut it open, but yeah, it's not split. And there's the label on the back. Careful, that Axe Eugene. So it's got some information. That is a $245 start. $245 start. Oh, I know what that is now. Now that I mentioned that. That is right. That is right. Thank you. I thought I'd seen that before. Pink Floyd, the Miracle Muffler. Okay, where are we at on Led Zeppelin? This is 225. I've been trying to get up to date on all of my art because a lot of it does pop up on covers, all the different art and artiste. It's a whole different field of study, though. I was reading about Van Gogh a couple nights ago. That's stuff I read right before I need to go to sleep to chill out my mind, is usually as fast as it's going. Led Zeppelin's at 222. Led Zeppelin's at 225. Led Zeppelin was at 228. Scam Squatch said he'll take the Kid Dynamite. That's sold to Sam Squatch 67. And we have Pink Floyd. We're looking for a $245 start. Led Zeppelin's at $230 with Dan Sessler. Back to the bin. We hadn't finished this Buy It Now Best Offer bin yet. We got Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses, VG Plus $14.99. The Kinks, the Live Kinks, VG Plus $19.99. A 77 Winchester copy of the Kinks, the Live Kinks, VG Plus $19.99. Dan Sessler at $230. Now, this hadn't happened in a long time, but if an auction doesn't get a bid pretty soon, that I go ahead and make it a Buy It Now and we move on. So, Pink Floyd, I'm looking for a $245 start. And Jimmy, does it have an insert? It has the original inner sleeve that most likely came with it. Oh, wow. It's got all kinds of stuff with it. Let's see here. It has this insert. The British Buzz, a few lashes from London. Take home a part of Great Britain. From Heads Together, it talks about these imports. This is an advertisement for the Bootleg Company. And this is the official Pink Floyd Cosmic Whistle. Wow. Cut out the whistle, along the heavy, roll up the whistle, flatten the triangle, play along with the record. Wow. It also includes the official Pink Floyd Cosmic Whistle insert. And you can tell, look how long that insert laid inside of that piece of paper where it reacted there to the paper. That's how long it probably laid inside that jacket for decades, untouched, just like that. So that's now for bid. It looks like the interest has definitely come up to the plate on this one. That's now up for bid. Very rare bootleg by there. That might be the rarest of all the Pink Floyds we sell tonight. Now, Led Zeppelin, we had Dan Sessler's at $230. Pamela was at $228. So Pamela, you were out on that, and I do see her back in here. Pamela's back in at $233, and now we've got bids going for Pink Floyd. Wow, it has that insert. Jimmy, I'm glad you asked. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $12.99. Michael Jackson Bad, VG $14.99. I bet Paul normally would make a note of that. He may not even know that was in there himself. Michael Jackson Bad, that was a VG copy, $14.99. Abbey Road, this is a VG Plus condition, $26.99. This is a 180 gram, fairly new remaster. VG Plus condition, $26.99. It's a fairly new pressing to be in VG Plus condition, but it is a 180 gram remaster, $26.99. And Pink Floyd is a 72 Richmond PRC press. That is VG Plus condition, $34.99. $34.99. All right. Led Zeppelin, $235. New bid on Led Zeppelin, $235. Pink Floyd, $256. Pink Floyd, $275. Pink Floyd, $278. Led Zeppelin, $245. Holly Self is going to get Abbey Road. Chris, I hope you enjoy that poster. We're really getting a lot of stuff shipped out. Doug and Ed are working very hard to get everything out on shipping. Just this KISS stuff was overwhelming. That's why we took a break from it for 2 weeks now. We had so much. We sold tub and tub and tub. It was on racks and bins, figures, posters, cups, purses, records, 45s, and then on top of all the other albums that we normally sell. And they're getting caught up on that. Daniel Booziden said he'd give 10 for Hank. And let's go ahead and sell that to Daniel for 10. Now next was Cynthia put PF, and so did Barry. What was PF? That was what was PF? Let's see here. There was 2 people for PF, but that usually means Pink Floyd, unless they were about to bid or something. I'm not real for sure. But Holly got Abbey Road. Daniel got Hank Williams for 10. Then there was a PF and PF. We had a $350 bid on Pink Floyd. Pamela's out on Led Zeppelin. Pamela's out on Led Zeppelin. That means Dan Sessler has Mudslide for $245. Pink Floyd is at $300. Holly's at $500 on Pink Floyd. And you said Pink PF for that last one. Pink Floyd, the last album. The record is in the front of the bin. Did I say Pink Floyd? Did I call this Pink Floyd? This is King Crimson. Did I call this Pink Floyd? I may have had some kind of brain lapse there. This is King Crimson Islands. Did I call this Pink Floyd? This is VG Plus $34.99. Sorry, this is not Pink Floyd. Did I call it Pink Floyd? I got Pink Floyd on my mind tonight. This is King Crimson Islands. My bad. No, that is not Pink Floyd. Sorry. That is King Crimson. I bet some people's like, what? VG Plus, $34.99. Randy asked about Adam Hartmother. We're about to go over here and see what I've got. If I only got a couple copies, I'll do like I did with Animals, and I'll discount it, but not by much, because, yeah, I've only got 3 copies. So, Randy, these are originally $34.99. I'll do them for $31.99. This is my last 3 copies, too. I'll do Adam Hartmother for $31.99 if you want one, and then I've got 2 extras, and that is $3 off sticker, and I've only got 3 of these. So give one to Randy Anderson. Now, this is actually a Pink Floyd record here. This is actually a Pink Floyd record. Adam Hartmother. Barry Seagrave is going to get one for $31.99. $31.99 for Adam Hartmother. And Holly Safe is going to get one for $31.99. Those are gone. That was my only 3. Now, let's really update our auction, because somebody asked what was the high bid of Led Zeppelin. And I believe Dan Sessler, that is with you at $245. So let's get this for a final call, because Pamela set out, and I think it was just down to Pamela and Dan. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next Led Zeppelin record. And this is Mudslide, blue vinyl, $245. Dan has it. I'm going to get the next Led Zeppelin auction. If no one else has bid, that's sold. Those 3 copies of Pink Floyd are sold for $31.99. This Pink Floyd is with Holly Safe. You've got to bid more than $500 on this one. Holly has it for $500. That's going to qualify her for back-to-back air horns. We hadn't done her first one. We have now hit air horn range on that. $500 for the Miracle Muffler. And Led Zeppelin is a final call. Let me step over here and grab this. So I want to do 2 Led Zeppelins at the same time, and we can do that by me putting up a Jimmy Page record. So I'm actually going to put up a Jimmy Page, and then I'm going to put up a new Led Zeppelin. And I'm trying to find, let me see if I can find some of those. Yes, let's do the Egg Your Face. Another really rare and really desirable one. And Mudslide is sold. Dan Sessler, that is sold to Dan Sessler for $245. Are we all done on Pink Floyd? I think we are. I'm going to give it a few more moments, though, because this couple people has set out, but just a few more people on that one. Okay, so first let's do the Jimmy Page. So please, if you want to bid on this one, put JP. JP for Jimmy Page. And this is called James Patrick Page, Session Man. I think the sticky note fell off. James Patrick Page. I knew it was going to be a $35 start. Let's see here. $35 start. Yes. This is a compilation of Jimmy Page. If y'all didn't know, Jimmy Page was a prolific session player. He played on a lot of other people's records. That's what a session guitarist does. He played on a lot of music. This is a compilation, an unofficial compilation of all of some, or not all, definitely not all, because he played on a lot of some of the tracks Jimmy Page played on. So if you want to bid on this, JP, use JP for the bidding initials, $35 start on that. Pink Floyd is sold to Holly Safe for $500. Now earlier, Holly came right out of the bat and was bidding on some major auctions. We had 3 of some of the biggest auctions we had, and Holly ended up winning one of them, I think for over 500 or 500 or over 500. And we were pending, that was pending payment. Since then, Holly has paid. She's in good standing. And now she just won a Pink Floyd bootleg. And as a Collectco tradition, anybody who makes a $500 purchase, we got to congratulate them with the air horn. So this is a air horn for the first one. And the second one. We'll do it at the same time. Welcome, Holly. Jimmy Page is a $35 starting bid. Now, there's only been one Pink Floyd record that has not sold out of. We have 3 copies left. That's the only one I have not sold out of. If anybody wants one, just comment PF. I'm putting them back in the bin. Momentary Lapse of Reason, $34.99. $34.99, Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's my last 3 copies. I'm putting them back over here in the bin. Wow, this is starting to look sad over here. If y'all are local, y'all know how many Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin records I had in these bins, and guess what? They're almost gone. They're almost gone. You know what? I've actually got more Momentary. I found 5 more. I've got 8 copies of Momentary Lapse of Reason left. I've got 8 copies of that left. Okay, I'll go ahead and, man, I feel like John Bonham's going to haunt me tonight if I put this on sale. But I have to. I said I'd at least run through everything. But I don't have many left, but I will discount it enough where I think we might sell out. If anybody wants one, let's make these, Jake, an even 27. Okay, they're normally $31 or $33.99, and even 27 for Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 1, their debut album, an even $27. Only thing you need to know is it has Good Times, Bad Times on it. $27 even. That's Led Zeppelin 1, and what I have there in that stack is all that I have. And I saw where at least one person wanted a Pink Floyd. Let me walk over here. I'm about to put that up for auction. I'm about to introduce some new auctions. So there's Led Zeppelin, even 27 on that. And I'll get caught back up here, and let's put up some great auctions. We got some great auctions still to go through. Back up to the top, Kenny Heathcock was at 50 on Jimmy Page. Nick Bargeron bid 55. Kenny Heathcock bid 60. $60 of Kenny Heathcock. Next, Nick Bargeron bid 65. Vaughn Schoenfield wants a Pink Floyd for $35, Jake, so that's sold to Vaughn for $35. And now, this is on deck, I'm about to introduce it. Led Zeppelin, Ryan Christie, these were for $27. Ryan Christie, Holly Safe, Michael Nath, Heather Feather, Cynthia Herdren, and Bryce Culver. I have 1 copy left. Led Zeppelin. I'm going to lay that right over there. That's the last copy. All right. So Jimmy Page is at 65. If you want to bid on this, please put LZ for Led Zeppelin. Check this out. This is a 1986. Actually, it's when it was pressed. The concert is from Montreux, Switzerland. Another very rare, very desirable Led Zeppelin bootleg. Egg Your Face, Zoso. That is Joseph Stalin on the front cover. $155 start. $155 start. Extremely nice vinyl. Egg Your Face. If you want to bid on this, put LZ for Led Zeppelin. Montreux, Switzerland, 1970. Egg Your Face. That's now up for bid. $155 start. I have a feeling that might be back there for a while. Egg Your Face. That is now up for bid. Chris Gardner's in. Final call on Jimmy Page. We might have sold Jimmy Page before we even get up to the next one. And the last Led Zeppelin is going to go to Brent Robley for an even 27. That's sold to Brent Robley. There's Jimmy Page. There's Led Zeppelin. That can only mean one thing, when you got to put up a Pink Floyd. And for Pink Floyd, we have an offer you cannot refuse. Wow. Pink Floyd, an offer you cannot refuse. I like this artwork. This is sides A, B, and C. So this is a 2 LP. 3 of the sides are live at Wembley. Wembley, 1974. Drawn from a FM archive master. And then side D is One Side of the Moon, tape discovered in 1992. Now, I don't know what that is. Maybe demos from Dark Side, which I don't think there really isn't ever been any demos released. There's not really many like outtakes and demos from that album ever released. I don't really know what that means. One Side of the Moon tape discovered in 1992. So this is going to be a $65 start. That's Pink Floyd, an offer you can't refuse. $65 start. Really cool back cover there. Live at Wembley, Empire Pool, 1974. And then we have One Side of the Moon tape. Let me see if there's anything. Complete Soundboard Master Recording, 1975. And then the unedited One Side of the Moon tape, which was discovered during the remastering procedures for the anniversary edition in 1992. Let's see here. Side D provides you with the most fascinating work-in-progress document referred to Pink Floyd's opus magnum. So yeah, it's demos and work-in-progress of Dark Side of the Moon. Wow, I'd like to listen to that. That's never been officially released. So this was a putback. Who put this back? Bryce Culver. So John Smetzer gets it. John Smetzer. John Smetzer, I'm assuming you were after Brent Robley. I'm assuming your Zepp comment was for the Led Zeppelin 1. So that was a putback, so you were next and you get it. Okay, Led Zeppelin 155, Led Zeppelin 160, Led Zeppelin 200. And where do you guys get an idea of valuable bootlegs? Popsike.com. 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 It's a French website database. You get about 5 or 10 free entries every 24 hours, and then you have to pay for a 3-month subscription, which is about $17 after it converts from French francs. That archives everything that's been sold on eBay. The only way you can really determine what these are worth is when they have slipped through on eBay, or going back years ago when you could sell them on eBay. You used to could sell these on eBay. And sometimes they slip through. Like some of these sold as recently as like March of this year. It's where one gets slipped through and it sells and PopSike archives it. But in the end of the day, it's worth whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. And that's you either can list it on eBay, try to sell it in a group. We have a record store, so we can sell them here live at auction. We can put them in our store. And it's kind of, you just mark them, unless you're going to auction them. You mark them and see what happens. But these right here are very difficult to price. It comes down to whatever somebody's willing to pay for them. Pink Floyd is at 100 with Randy Anderson. I have the OG live on Blueberry Hill. Well, there really isn't an OG Blueberry Hill. That album has never been originally released, so they're all bootlegs. Led Zeppelin's at 201. Next is John Smetzer said he'll take it. And we have Led Zeppelin at 205. That means Jimmy Page is sold. James Patrick Page, session musician. This has been a long time ago, but this is sold to Nick Bargeron for $65. That's sold to Nick Bargeron for $65. Seth, you leaving? Seth is just, man, he's sneaky. He just snuck out the door. Didn't even tell him he could leave. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, well, there's going to be 2 other happy people. I have 2 more identical Jimmy Page session mans. First come, first serve. $65 buy it nows. They're very similar. Same condition. It's the same record. If you want one, I have 2 more. He had 3 in this collection. If anybody wants it, $65 buy it now. Same price that Nick Bargeron just paid. Dan Sessler is going to get one for $65, Jake. And there's another one. If anybody wants it, $65. And there's one left. Dan got one. John Leal's going to get one. And that's Jimmy Page studio recordings from his session works. Led Zeppelin's at 212. Did we only have 1 bid on Pink Floyd? Wow. Pink Floyd's at $100 of Randy Anderson. Final call. Final call on Pink Floyd. $100. Led Zeppelin 205, Led Zeppelin 210, Led Zeppelin 212. And I think we're done there. So we got a Led Zeppelin, we got a Pink Floyd. We've been on this bin for a long time because we've been really focused on auctions and on sale stuff. In the previous bin, there was a Telly Savalas for $9.99. I think you mean this bin. I hadn't put up a new one since this one. I was going to read what's left, and if anybody wants prices, let me know. So we have Pink Floyd at 105, Led Zeppelin at 222. So new bid on Pink Floyd. Randy Anderson, you're out, and Led Zeppelin's at 222. We have Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin. If you want prices, let me know. I'm very much ready to put up a new crate. I feel like we've had this one on the table for a half hour. Young Colton Limited, there's Telly, sell that for $6 to Heather Feather. Young Colton Limited, Dave Mason, Frank Zappa still available. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. My mic's dead. Let me walk across the room here and make sure this is plugged in. And I'm going to I need some ice in my energy supplement. So, hope everybody can hear me if I'm back on. I've walked across the room while I was doing that. We're down to me and Jake. Paul is left. Seth snuck out. Tanner has a back injury. He says he's in tremendous pain, and I know how that is. I was on Zappa. Thank you. Okay. So way back up to the top now, we had Pink Floyd at 120. Led Zeppelin was at 222. Led Zeppelin 222, Pink Floyd 120. And then I cut out on Frank Zappa. Okay, so here we go. Zappa, we were at Zappa. That was way back here then, wasn't it? Frank Zappa, 200 Motels. Wow, I went through a lot with my mic off. Zappa, Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Golden Greats. U2, Unforgettable Fire. Felix Paparotti, Creation. If you want any price on these, let me know, and I'm going to bring up a new crate. Grateful Dead, Malcolm McLaren, Three Dog Night. Walt Disney's Happiest Millionaire. Eric Clapton was here. Ry Cooder. Cat Stevens, Deep Purple, Come and Taste the Band. Jackson Browne, The Pretender. Monty Mental Pop Hits. And I was getting to this one, Lou Vol. So, Pink Floyd's at 125. Brian Arrigo's at 125 on Pink Floyd. And that's a final call on Led Zeppelin. Pamela Yeager, 222. Egg Your Face. 222. Egg Your Face, 222. The Drifters' Golden Hits is $19.99. Eric Clapton was $34.99. Eric Clapton was here, $34.99. And price and details on the Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead is $39.99. 1975 Winchester Press, $39.99. Very nice. It is a 75. It is a white Warner Brothers label. The vinyl and cover are superb, though. If you're not looking for a nice vintage clean copy, that's what you want. Pink Floyd 130, Led Zeppelin 225, Led Zeppelin 225. Michael Golston, you get the the Drifters. You get the Drifters for $13. Styx is VG for $9.99. Greg, I'm going to say the Grateful Dead for $35. That's a great offer, great record. So do you. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson, Secrets, EX $17.99. Wes Montgomery is VG $14.99. Okay, so we're bidding on both of those. I'll show that. That's a different looking Session Man. I got a different version of Session Man, so I'll do that in just a second. And there's those and those. Let's see here. There's that. Let me see what else I've got. Okay, let me assess where I'm at as far as records, and I'm going to grab a new crate and let y'all know what we're going to be doing the rest of the night. But right now, here's what I have left. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 10 Pink Floyd, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. I have 40 Led Zeppelin auctions left. Now, somebody was looking for platinum, and I'm still trying to find that one. Paul, there might have been something wrong with it. If it didn't make it out to the bin, Paul might have been inspecting it, and we pulled it. Or I've already sold it, and it slipped by, and nobody really recalls it. But I don't see that one over here. So sometimes stuff gets in the hot picture that we don't have like prepped yet. And when we inspect it, there ends up being something wrong with it. You have The Wall. Yes, let me show that. The Wall's another one of those records that I only got 2 copies over here of. If anybody wants them, $44.99. That's $5 off. I've got 2 copies. So Chad, if you want one, then I've got 1 extra. I've only got 2 copies of The Wall. I only got 2 copies of The Wall. That is $44.99. So where were we here? We sold The Dead for $35, Led Zeppelin $235, Pink Floyd $135, Led Zeppelin $230, Pink Floyd $140, Led Zeppelin $235. We have any more to Led Zeppelin? I may have one more title that I can discount, and then I'm looking at one right now. I only got 3 copies. I've only got 2 of another. So I really don't have much more I can discount. We've almost done every album. They only have I guess 9 albums, not counting 8, and we've already done 5 of them, I think. So there's not much left. Let's see here. Led Zeppelin 250, Led Zeppelin 275, Led Zeppelin 260, and Chad said he'll take Pink Floyd and so will Holly. So these are $44.99, Jake. Those are on sale. Holly gets one and Chad gets one, $44.99. Now let's do some updates. Pamela Yeager on YouTube is bidding on Led Zeppelin. She's at $275 for Egg Your Face. And then Pink Floyd, the last bid I seen, Brian Arrigo was out, and Randy Anderson has it for $140. Randy Anderson has an offer you can't refuse. That's $140, final call. I'll show some more whenever these sell. James Gang Rides Again, VG Plus $14.99. Todd Rundgren Initiation, Jim Croce, Jethro Tull, The Live Kinks, Michael Jackson Bad, and King Crimson. And that's where we got. I think I've been through that crate 4 times, and it's been there on the table for what seems like an hour. But usually it's like that on nights where when we're heavy on auctions. There's some stuff there's some crates that stay up there a long time. But what I'll do is let me step over here and try to find a different bin. Let's see, this is from October 20th. That's a little bit too recent. I'll try to find some stuff maybe a little bit older that we can go ahead and discount. Let's see what we have here. I think that might have been a crate we've already been through for discount, so don't want to go through that again. And let me see what's underneath it. Let's see what's way down here at the bottom, Jake. Let's see here. Might be some bins I can find for, let's see when these were marked. July. Might be some half-off bins, or possibly. Let's see what these other ones are. Let's see what we have right over here. What are the dates on these? October. That's pretty. That's like that's stuff from last night. Jeff's out on Led Zeppelin. And we have, where are we at? Nobody else bid on Pink Floyd? That's sold to Randy Anderson then. Randy Anderson gets Pink Floyd for $140. Jeff McMaster's out on Led Zeppelin. No one else has bid on Led Zeppelin. About to sell it to Pamela for $275. Let me go ahead and introduce the next Pink Floyd then. The next Pink Floyd is called California Stockyard on the Road. This is live at Anaheim Stadium. Wow, 1977. Paul has a note. Rare. Live at Anaheim Stadium. May 6, 1977. $95 start. $95 start. Pink Floyd, California Stockyard on the Road. That is a Anaheim Stadium. May 6, 1977. 77, the Animals Tour. That is a $95 start. Vintage Pink Floyd bootleg, unreleased concert there. Okay, no one else bid on Led Zeppelin. That sold to Pamela for $275. That sold for Pamela for $275. Pink Floyd's now up for bid. That's Anaheim, 77, $95 start. That's now up for bid. And Pink Floyd. Now, somebody asked for Carnival. We'll definitely get that one going. That one's been asked about a lot. Pretty desirable. This is a one-night stand Playhouse Theater, Westminster, London, June 27th, 1969. Excellent. 69, June 27th. Sides 2 and 4, so that's side 1. Sides 2, 3, and 4 is the Paris Theater, London, 71. I'm pretty sure that's BBC sessions. Usually Paris Theater is BBC, and I know they played in 71. So side 1 is Westminster, London, 69, and Paris Theater, 71. $65 start, and that's Led Zeppelin Carnival. Very interesting cover there. Led Zeppelin Carnival. That's a 2 LP, and that is a $65 start. $65 start on Led Zeppelin Carnival. Those are up for bid. Now, believe it or not, there was actually one of the first auctions. When we first went live, and before I think we even got over 100 viewers, I showed a Pink Floyd record here that didn't sell. This is a buy it now for $55. It's a live Montreux. Nope, not that one. What is this? I don't know. I've lost the sticky note to it. This is a $55 buy it now, though. Flowers and Vegetables. I'm pretty sure it's $55. And it's sold to Cynthia. But yeah, I can't believe it. That's when we first went live. The first couple auctions, I was worried. I put up a couple auctions, and not everybody was on yet, and everybody was getting situated, and I put up a couple auctions, and they were buy it nows. They didn't get bids, and I was like, whoa, I'm starting to get nervous. Let's Let's see here. Okay, so there's two new Pink Floyd, or new Pink Floyd and new Led Zeppelin. I'm trying to find another crate to go through. Let me, I'm going to have to step to the back, which is going to take me 5 seconds, and grab something from back there, because everything up here is either not worthy to go through or it's too recent. All right, I found just what we needed. I saw one record. I saw Cream, Disraeli Gears, and that's all I needed to see. I was like, if there's a crate that still has a copy of Cream, Disraeli Gears still left in it, then that crate needs to be gone back through again for sure. So back to more vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. It is 6 minutes after 11. We still got lots of bidders on. We're going to keep going until I decide that I don't need to sell anymore for the night. I'm going to try to get through all the requests and as many as I can, but the good thing is this has been a lot for one night, and we have plenty to do this a whole nother night. We almost can do a whole nother Led Zeppelin night. Most of the stuff that was already posted on Facebook. We've been showing a lot of stuff tonight that I didn't even post. So I'll keep selling them. Y'all stay on and keep bidding. I'll keep selling them as I promised. And then at some point I'll say whatever's left, we'll do another night. Just like with the Grateful Dead stuff. But actually at the end of the Grateful Dead night, we end up selling everything right there at the end. So Led Zeppelin's up for bid, and so is Pink Floyd. Let me update everybody on what's going on. We had a $95, no, that was from something, what was that? Yeah, Pink Floyd was at 95, but I think Brian came out right out the gate on Pink Floyd at 95, which was the opening bid. That is sold to Randy Anderson for, actually, let me confirm that. That was sold to Randy Anderson for $140. Yeah. Oh, I hadn't sold that one yet. That was supposed to, yeah. I was supposed to, Jake's like, who got that one? I was like, I hadn't sold it yet. That's on deck. That's my next Led Zeppelin auction. Led Zeppelin live at the Lyceum. That one's cool. That one's like, I love the cover on that one. Okay. Thomas is at 100 on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin's at 87 with Edwin. These are Buy It Now Best Offer. We have Third World, $19.99. These are Buy It Now Best Offer. Third World is $19.99. Has the original inner sleeve with it. You can buy them now or you can make a best offer. Let's get some of these sold. Jackson Browne, For Every Man. That is Jackson Browne, $24.99, an original. Pink Floyd is at 105. Led Zeppelin's at 90. Two people are tied. Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $9.99. Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $9.99 for Dan Fogelberg. Chicago, $9.99 for Chicago. This has the original inner sleeve. Let's see if it still has the screen printing with it. $9.99. Great deal either way. It has the original inner sleeve. Chicago. Does this have Old Days on it? I love that Chicago song. I think that's what's on here. Old Days. Let's see here. Great. It's in cursive. Let's see here. Old Days. Yeah, I knew it was on there. $9.99. Okay, Pink Floyd was at 105. Led Zeppelin $90.90. We have a $12 offer for Third World. I'll go ahead and sell it, and we'll sell Jim Nelson, Jackson Browne for $18. So $12 and $18 on that. Sell Brent Chicago for $7. Now I just need to convince somebody they need some Dan Fogelberg in their life. Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness, $9.99 for Bonnie. Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. Pink Floyd's at 110, now 115. Jeff McMaster, you were first on Led Zeppelin at 90. So Chris Gardner, you tied them. You can say out, or if you want to break the tiebreaker, we need more than 90. Jeff is the high bidder at 90. Thomas is at 120 on Pink Floyd, and that's Anaheim, 1977. Seals and Crofts' Greatest Hits, $14.99. Diamond Girl, Hummingbird, very nice. When I Meet Them, $14.99. Seals and Crofts' Greatest Hits. Eagles, or also known as The Eagles, On the Border, $34.99. I'm Already Gone, Midnight Flyer. James Dean, The Best of My Love, $34.99. This is Eagles on the Border. Very clean copy, extremely clean cover and vinyl. Edwin's back in on Led Zeppelin at 95. Jack Hewitt wants Seals and Croft. Led Zeppelin's at 99 and Pink Floyd's at 125. The Temptations is $14.99. What's this one called? I guess it's right here, A Song for You. It's originally came with like a seal there. The Temptations, A Song for You. Pink Floyd, $125. Thomas is back in at $130. Temptations, $14.99, A Song for You. We have Jay Ferguson, All Alone in the End Zone. Jay Ferguson's $14.99. Eagles is a textured cover, yes. Textured cover, that's the OG of that. Wow, that was a loud truck. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $24.99 on the Reprise label. Look how nice the vinyl is. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. The Led Zeppelin is called Carnival. It's got 2 LPs. Side 1 is from Westminster, London, Playhouse Theatre, 1969. Sides 2, 3, and 4 is Paris Theatre, London, 71. Pretty sure that's BBC Sessions. Jeff McMaster has the high bid for $99. Pink Floyd is Live, 1977, Anaheim Stadium. We were at $130 on that with Thomas Hujar. Those are both going once, going twice. ZZ Top, Fandango, $34.99 for ZZ Top Fandango. It has the original inner sleeve. Very nice vinyl. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Jackson Browne, Hold Out. Jackson Browne is $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Desire. Very clean looking copy of Bob Dylan, Desire. Also has the original inner sleeve. Very nice, $34.99. Led Zeppelin's at $105. Jeff McMaster, you're out. Thomas Hujar has Pink Floyd for $130. Brian's out on that. Pink Floyd's a final call for $130. Boz Scaggs down 2 then left. That's $19.99. The best of Dave Mason. The best, $9.99. The best of Dave Mason, $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. Bruce is $19.99. Born to Run, baby. We were born to run, $19.99. Jeff is at $108. Edwin's at $110. Sons of the Beaches, Flash Cadillac and the Continental Kids, $9.99. Corey Gaston gets Dave Mason. No one else has bid on Pink Floyd. That means that's sold to Thomas Hujar for $130. Thomas Hujar gets that for $130. Led Zeppelin's now in slot 1. We have that at $115. And Corey Gaston, you got Dave Mason. Kara Bauer, you were second. Let's get another Pink Floyd rolling in. One Pink Floyd down. Another one coming up right now. This is, I think, a pretty popular one here. The Great Gig in the Sky. Yes, live at Earl's Court on UFO Records. UFO is one of those more notable bootleg companies. This is live at Earl's Court, May 18th, 1973. This is Disc 2. They're doing Dark Side of the Moon live on Disc 2. $85 start. $85 start. Pink Floyd, live vintage bootleg, The Great Gig in the Sky. Earl's Court, 1973, $85 start. $85 start. Led Zeppelin's at $115, $116, $125. And Sam Squatch needs to put back Kid Dynamite from earlier. Not what I thought. No problem. Thank you for letting us know now. It's always good to let us know now until you get your invoice. That way we might have a chance to resell it. Led Zeppelin at $125. Led Zeppelin $129, Pink Floyd $100, Pink Floyd $100. Info on Flash Cadillac, inner sleeve and original. This is $9.99. It has a generic inner sleeve, no condition notes on the vinyl, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, a solid VG Plus or better cover. It does have a clip corner, a little bit of a corner ding up here. That's $9.99. Does Flash have Did You Boogie? This has the songs Did You Boogie with Your Baby. It's on here. $9.99. Pink Floyd's at $100, $100, $111. Led Zeppelin's at $129 with Edwin. Jeff McMaster, you're out on that. And Pink Floyd's at $115. Here's Kid Dynamite. It was VG Plus $17.99 if anybody wants it. VG Plus $17.99. Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel, $9.99 for Dan Fogelberg. Pink Floyd's at $125. Pink Floyd's at $130. And Led Zeppelin's at $135. David LaFlamme, White Bird, $9.99. And Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. Henry Gross is $9.99. Edwin's at $137 on Pink Floyd. Bryce said he'd give $6 for Flash. So that the Bryce Culver for $6. Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflections. We sold a couple of these actually, I think last night or 2 nights ago. This has the original inner sleeve, near mint. The Devil Went Down to Georgia, $24.99. Led Zeppelin, $137. Pink Floyd, $140. Best price on the Eagles. I will do $28 on that. $28 on the Eagles, Von Schoenfield. Led Zeppelin, $140. Pink Floyd, $150. Also, Henry Gross is $9.99. Henry Gross, original sleeve. This has, this one has, does this one have Sharon on it? No. I like this album. Actually, John, who works there, gave me a copy one time. He's like, you got to listen to Henry Gross, this album. Very enjoyable. Led Zeppelin, $142. Pink Floyd, $175. Dave Mason, Let It Flow, $9.99. Von Schoenfield said he will take the Eagles for $28. Led Zeppelin's at $150, Pink Floyd's at $155. Now, we've discounted a lot of vinyl tonight. I hadn't done all. I'm not done yet. I kind of took a break because it got so hectic there. But here's one. It is a fairly new release, and I'm going to do $5 off and make it $34.99 if you don't have one already. I think I've discounted it before already, and this is all that I have left for sure. This is Pink Floyd. It's $34.99, $5 off the original sticker, and this is Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, live at Wembley, 1974. I think somewhere at one point tonight we sold the bootleg of this. This is the first official release. But it was bootlegged for years and years. It's a very great sounding recording. This is the official release. Pink Floyd is part of the 50th anniversary celebration of Dark Side of the Moon. $34.99. We're going to sell Randy Anderson one. Jake, those are $34.99. It comes with a book. Let's see here. Does it say on the cover? I'm pretty sure it comes with a booklet. $34.99. And that's what I have left of them. 245. Randy Anderson wants one. If anybody else, those are $34.99. So back up to the auctions. Randy was at $155 on Pink Floyd. Edwin bid $151. Randy out. Actually, so let me go back. Pamela was all in, or not all in, but Pamela was high bidder at $175. So Edwin, you're out. Randy's for sure out. Pamela has this for $175. That's a final call. And then Led Zeppelin Carnival. Where were we? Let me go up to the top for a second. Edwin was at $137. Jeff $140. Brent $150. Jeff $150. Edwin $151. So Edwin Blom is at $151 on Led Zeppelin. Jeff and Brent were behind him at $150, so he's at $151. Pink Floyd, Pamela $175. Now we're at $200 with Brent Robley, The Great Gig in the Sky. Live, Pink Floyd, $200. Now, we sold one of those to Randy Anderson. Benjamin Franco also wants a Dark Side of the Moon. And what this is they're playing Dark Side of the Moon live. That's what's going on here. They're playing Dark Side of the Moon live. So that's sold to Benjamin Franco, also $34.99. Vaughn Schoenfield wants one, $34.99. And that leaves 3 copies of Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, live at Wembley. So Pink Floyd's at $200, and Led Zeppelin's at $151, and Pamela's back in at $210. Jeff's at $175, actually, on Led Zeppelin. Brent wants one. Brent gets a Pink Floyd, $34.99. 2 left. Let me straighten that out for a second. Led Zeppelin's at $175 with Jeff, and Pink Floyd's at $210. Brian Arrigo gets a Pink Floyd. That's also $34.99. I have 1 copy left. I was about to go put them back in the bin. 1 copy left. I think somebody's going to take it. I'll figure that out in just a second. So the last one claimed was Brian Arrigo. I think Holly may be claiming one. She may have got auto-corrected there. If not, Ryan Christie was next. All right, Edwin's at $176 on Led Zeppelin. I'm in the middle of a buy it now best offer bin. We have Country Joe McDonald, Paradise with an Ocean View. That is $14.99, Country Joe McDonald. Deep Purple Burn, $24.99 for Deep Purple Burn, $24.99. Deep Purple Burn, $24.99. And Holly did want a Pink Floyd. I think the autocorrect got her. So the last one here goes to Holly Safe, Jake, for $34.99. Ron Christie, you were next, and that was my last copy. Wow, Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, $39.99. I've been listening to this a lot lately. Red Polydor labels, very nice, $39.99. Update on our auctions. Brent Robley just came in on Pink Floyd at $215, and so did Pamela Yeager at $225. And then Led Zeppelin Carnival, Edwin Blom was at $176. Jeff McMaster, you've been outbid. Edwin's at $176. That's going once, going twice. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, a must-have. So is this one, Hotel California, with the poster. The Eagles, Hotel California, original inner sleeve and poster, $39.99. Hotel California, that is $39.99. $39.99. Brent's back in on Pink Floyd at $228. Now, I'm going to do something as a buy it now, actually. I'm going to do this as a buy it now. We sold one earlier for $65. This is the exact same thing. This is the exact same thing. It's just, it was a later pressing. This one's from 89. And it's the Jimmy Page session comp. So I've got one left with a different cover. It's a different pressing with different cover. It's a little bit later, but it's the same music. If you didn't get one earlier, we've already sold 3 tonight. James Patrick Page, a.k.a. Jimmy Page, Session Man, $65 buy it now. That way we can at least show something to left in the bin that we might not get the auction. $65 buy it now. That's what the other 3 have sold for. That's sold to Brent Riley. But before that, Brent was at $228 on Pink Floyd. Holly Safe wants the Eagles. Von Schoenfield was second on the Eagles. Holly was first of that. Pamela's back in on Led Zeppelin at $231. Brent Riley's going to get the Jimmy Page for $65. And Jeff has bid $178 on Led Zeppelin. Eric Blom, you're out. Jeff has that for $178. All right, let me show a few more records then. ELO, Face the Music, very nice. Strange Magic is on here, and Evil Woman. It has the original inner sleeve. This is 1999. Edwin's at $179 on Led Zeppelin. Pamela's at $231 on Pink Floyd. Brent, let me know if you want back in, and he does. He's in at $235. Elton John, Madman Across the Water. Wow, how did somebody not buy this? It is the second label, which is the first MCA label. It has the lyric booklet. Tiny Dancer, Levon, Indian Sunset, a must-have, $39.99. Jeff is at $180. He said 80 plus 100. That is 180 with Jeff McMaster. So Edwin, you're outbid. Arthur Wyman is going to get Elton John. Now somebody needs to get ELO. Holly, you were second on Elton John. Frampton Comes Alive, $29.99. And J.J. Kell Troubadour. Wow, we hit a pocket of stuff there that I can't believe did not sell. $34.99 for J.J. Kell Troubadour. We also have Peter Frampton. And let me see what I've got over here in the bin. There's only a couple records I hadn't got to yet, and it's really because I don't have that many of them. But I figured there'd be people want them. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 copies of these. I'm going to knock a few dollars off and make them $29.99. This one has always sold really good because for some reason, in the Zeppelin catalog, people's always needing a vintage copy of this. So a lot of times they buy the remaster. Plus, it sounds really good. And it's also more of an acoustic album. I mean, the Immigrant Song leads it off. But other than that, you know, it's kind of a softer side of Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin 3, $29.99. $29.99, Led Zeppelin 3. They call it a softer side. And then it starts off with the Immigrant Song. Oh, my gosh. So just a few dollars off on that one. $29.99, but I don't have many. I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only got 5 of them. And I figured as many people stocking up on Zeppelin tonight. Everybody's wanting to get the lead out. Everybody's wanting to get the lead out tonight. I figured we would sell them. So there's one for Holly Safe. Jake, $29.99. Heather Fairweather gets one for $29.99. And Ryan Christie gets one for $29.99. I got 2 copies left, and I really would like to hold on to these. But if anybody wants them, they're for sale. I try to let people know if you're looking for certain artists, we try to keep their entire discography here in stock at all times at the store. But I'm not saying I can't order more, but there's a good chance I go to order them and they're not available. So, all right, let's get these auctions updated. Brent Robley is going to take one for $29.99. And now we just got a new bid on Led Zeppelin for $200. This is Led Zeppelin Carnival. Led Zeppelin Carnival. Edwin just bid $200, and Pink Floyd's at $240 with Pamela Yeager. $240 with Pamela Yeager. J.J. Kell is $34.99. These are all buy it now best offer. J.J. Kell has the original inner sleeve. No condition notes on the original Shelter label. John Smetzer is going to get the last Led Zeppelin 3 Jake for $29.99. Led Zeppelin's now at $225, and Pink Floyd's at $250. We just had some big jumps there. Here it is. This is the whole reason I grabbed this crate. It's a really nice copy of Cream Disraeli Gears on the yellow Atco label. That's the second label for the U.S. It's still an older copy. It's got an 1841 Broadway. Sunshine of Your Love, $34.99, Cream. That's a nice clean copy too. Strange Brews on here. Tales of Brave Ulysses, Swallow Bars also on there, $34.99. We're going to go ahead and sell Jetstream J.J. Kell for $25. And we're going to go ahead and sell Holly Cream for sticker price. And Sherry Darnell said she would give $10 for Country Joe. Sell that to Sherry Darnell for $10. So $25, sticker on Cream, $10 for Country Joe. Make a note that Nick Bargeron needs to put back Janis Joplin. Pink Floyd, new bid, The Great Gig in the Sky, Pamela Yeager has that for $265. Brent, you just got outbid. And Jeff McMaster's at $225 on Led Zeppelin. Pamela, you're outbid on that. So is Edwin. Jeff McMaster has it for $225. We're at $225 and $265 is what's on my screen right now. Next is Henry Gross, Release, $9.99. That has Shannon. Huge hit from him in the 70s. Jackson Browne, The Pretender. What a great album and great song. Jackson Browne's $19.99. Peter Frampton. Peter Frampton is $29.99. No condition notes on the vinyl, which is surprising. Now, this cover is famous for having ring wear. If you can ever find an original of this without ring wear, you need to buy it even if the vinyl's beat up and swap out your jackets because this cover's notorious. I've seen some with ring wear. It's like they're really, really bad. But that's a nice clean copy on the vinyl, $29.99. Next is Jim Nelson wants the Henry Gross, Led Zeppelin, $230. Now, Brent's out on Pink Floyd, and I think it really was just between Brent and Pamela. And Pamela has that for $265. $265, and I think that was between Brent and Pamela. So unless anybody was waiting for it to get back down to one person, this is Pink Floyd, $265, Pamela, final call. Led Zeppelin's at $230, Led Zeppelin's at $250. We have two $25 offers on Peter Frampton. Jack Hewitt was first, and he inquired about it. So that sold to Jack Hewitt for $25, and then Jim Nelson got Henry Gross. Dave Mason, Headkeeper, $9.99. The Buckinghams, Greatest Hits, It's Kind of a Drag, $12.99. And Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, Eric Clapton Live. Steve Winwood also appears on that. Pete Townsend of The Who, $34.99. All right, I'm reaching for Pink Floyd. Pamela, $265, 54321. Sold to Pamela, $265. Now, that leaves Led Zeppelin. Edwin, you're at $230. Jeff bid $250. I'm going to go over here and call that a going once, going twice while I grab one of the next Pink Floyds. This is one that was featured in the Facebook picture. This is called High Time. Wow. On green vinyl, $45 start. EX condition. This is, well, actually, Paul says what's on the back is what's accurate. So this is called Pink Floyd. Really cool cover there. Nick Mason, David Gilmour. High Time. What's on the back here is what it is. And I'll read off some of that in just a second. It's live performances and TV appearances. Green vinyl, $45 start. That's called Pink Floyd High Time. And the vinyl is EX. So there's a lot of information here, but just to hit some highlights. Recorded live, Rome, Italy, May 68. VPRO Holland radio broadcast, 1988. Wow. Television West Germany broadcast, 68. There's the tracks they did. It's actually kind of hard to read. Looks like Paris Cinema and BBC Radio, 69 and 69. Looks like a total of 7 tracks is what I'm seeing. It's kind of hard to read. Just so you know what that is. Okay, we have an out on Led Zeppelin. Jeff was at $250. Edwin's out. That's a final call. Led Zeppelin Carnival, $250. And I'll put up that other one in just a second. So Pink Floyd is now up for bid. We got Led Zeppelin. We got that one about to be sold, and we're about to put up another one. We're about to put up another one after that. Okay, so Boz Scaggs, Middleman, $19.99. Here is the Janis Joplin that was put back, $34.99. I think I took an offer on this. I sold it last time for $27.99 if anybody wants it. It was originally $34.99. It had this one scuff mark right here on it, and that was $34.99 if anybody wants that. Best of Leon. Leon Russell, $19.99. The Best of Leon, Allman Brothers Beginnings. This is their first 2 albums, $34.99. Heidi, Tony Bowman. That's either, do we need to put you under Heidi Bowman or Tony Bowman? But one of them just bought Janis Joplin for $27.99. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Make sure you send our Facebook page a message. We need a message with your email address and your mailing address. Your email address and your mailing address. We do $7 unlimited shipping, and we sell every night here on Facebook, except Sundays. Sometimes we're live here selling other stuff on Sundays, though. That's Heidi Bowman, Jake, and that's over $27.99. This Led Zeppelin is also sold for $250 with Jeff McMaster. We have a final call on Pink Floyd. Brian Arrigo has this for $50. Bert Jordan, let me know if you want in. You bid $45, but Brian had actually bid in front of you already at $50. The next Led Zeppelin boot is really cool. And what the heck have I done with the sticker? Did that fall off earlier, Jake, when I handed it to you? Is Live in Lyceum. Do you see a Live in Lyceum, London? Let me see what this says here. Canada. I think I can figure it out on the jacket, though. I may have already took it off. One Night Stand, San Diego. Whoop, I've lost my sticky. This is Led Zeppelin. I think it is what it says on here. Live at the Lyceum in London. All I remember is a $95 start. It was a very desirable concert, and that's Led Zeppelin, $95 start. Let's see what the back here. 1969. Yeah, Lyceum. You could have saw Led Zeppelin for $2.40. I would let Mike Tyson punch me in the face if I could go to a time machine and see this concert, just to get an experience of Led Zeppelin in 1969. I would say, Mike, punch me as hard as you can. I get one trip in the time machine to see Led Zeppelin in 1969. That's how dedicated I would be. $2.40. That was sold to Jeff McMaster. That's sold to Jeff McMaster for $250. So it looks like they're doing Good Times, Bad Times, Communication Breakdown, I Can't Quit You, Baby, Heartbreaker, You Shook Me, What Is and What Should Never Be, Dazed and Confused takes up an entire side 3, How Many More Times, Eyesight to the Blind, and Let That Boy Boogie Woogie. I'd be dead, probably. All right, Pink Floyd is sold. I would miss my trip on the time machine. I would be knocked out. I'd be in a coma. Brian Arrigo is at $50. Boy, could you imagine? Prime Mike Tyson punching you right in the nose as hard as he can. Whew. Oh, that's painful, isn't it, Jake? Oh my gosh. Whew. That would be devastating. You'd have to have surgery. All right, let's do another Pink Floyd. This one I think was on Facebook as well. This is Pink Floyd, The Man and the Journey. The Man and the Journey. But I would be willing to try to get a shot of seeing Led Zeppelin in 69 and 70. Could you imagine? That only cost, do you know what a small venue, 3-member Led Zeppelin concert would cost you right now if those three decide they were going to play in a room together? If Page, Plant, and Jones said, we're going to play at the Ryman Auditorium next Monday night in Nashville, tickets would be one more show. That's it. At the Ryman. At a small venue like that, I don't know. There'd only be royalty there. Okay, next Pink Floyd is live at the Concert Gebouw in Amsterdam. Is that what that says? Concert Gebouw in Amsterdam. September 17th, 1969. Early Pink Floyd, an FM transmission, EX condition. We're looking for a $45 start. $45 start. FM transition, $45 start. Pink Floyd, 1969. Concert Gebouw. Got some Leonardo da Vinci going on here on the cover. Amsterdam, 69. Very cool. Early Pink Floyd there. Well, not too early. They'd been a band for almost 3 years. When you hear 68 and 69 Led Zeppelin, that's early Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin formed in 68. Pink Floyd's formed around 66. Early roots of 65. Mostly 66 though, so. Okay, let's see here. Led Zeppelin, we have $85. Hurry and close the bidding. I doubt that's going to happen. Led Zeppelin 90. What the concert goes from 69. Think about it, Bloody Chad from the future. I'd be like, I got beat up outside. When's the show start? Let's see here. Pink Floyd 45, Pink Floyd 45, Pink Floyd 95, Pink Floyd 50, Led Zeppelin 95, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 100, Pink Floyd 51. Brought in six figures. Oh yeah, he could show up and say he's going to sing Ramble On, and he could raise a lot of money. He knows that too. Sorry, I'll mute my mic for a second. All right. We are, we'll put Thomas Bowman on a Linda Ronstadt Christmas list. I don't have any more left. Led Zeppelin 150. And Pink Floyd is at 51. Let's finish going through this bin of buy it now, best offer. Jimmy Rogers, Honeycomb. Jimmy Rogers, Honeycomb on Dot Records, $9.99. The best of ZZ Top. We sold a couple of these the other night. We had like two in the same crate. $34.99. Blue London label. Very clean looking copy. The best of ZZ Top. $34.99. The Bachelors, No Arms Can Ever Hold You. That's in shrink wrap for $9.99. Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp. Leon Russell's $19.99. Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash, a 71 Presswell press, $19.99. And the Ritchie Family, Arabian Nights. The Ritchie Family is $9.99. Arabian Nights. Led Zeppelin's at $150. Led Zeppelin's at $150 with Dan Sessler. Thomas Bowman, we got you down on the Linda Ronstadt waiting list. Thank you. Led Zeppelin's at $150 with Dan Sessler. Pink Floyd's at $55 with Brent Ribley. Live $69. The Man and the Journey. Holly's back in on Pink Floyd at $57. Edwin's back in on Led Zeppelin at $160. Wet Willie, Left Coast Live. Wet Willie is $19.99. Marilyn Magoo and Billy Davis Jr., $9.99. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, original inner sleeve. That is an original pressing of Nothing Fancy. In the dead wax, it says, Brian, please call home. Linda and I are sick with worry. Al. That is $34.99. Holly Safe is going to get the Led Zeppelin. Oh, I really messed that up. Holly Safe is going to get Leonard Skinner. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, is $19.99. This has the original inner sleeve for it. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, $19.99. Also has the booklet in there with it as well. Running on Empty. Pink Floyd's at $60. Holly, you're out. And Dan's back in on Led Zeppelin at $175. And Edwin's at $177. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Jethro Tull is $19.99. Traffic, when the eagle flies. Traffic is $19.99. Trezombre, ZZ Top. Wow, $34.99. What label? It's on the Blue London label. $34.99 on that. And we have Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. $14.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. That is $14.99. BTO, Not Fragile. And we have Jacqueline Kennedy. Jacqueline Kennedy. That's a spoken word record. $12.99. Okay. We have Pink Floyd. We were at $60. And then Led Zeppelin was at $175 and $177. So Dan Sessler, you're outbid on Led Zeppelin. Edwin Blom has that for $177. $177. Edwin Blom is at $177. Holly's back in on the Pink Floyd. Brent at $61. Holly's back in at $61. Let's see if I can find any of these to make a buy it now. I think we have mostly auctions, and I know I'll go ahead and let you know right now we're not going to be able to finish all these tonight because it is approaching midnight. I've been talking for 5 hours straight. I'm sure Jake has stuff to do. Jake is my last tagger I have here left, and he is... Jake, you have any schoolwork to do tonight, or are you caught up? Okay, Jake has wrote an essay while he's been tagging. So Jake is in college, actually. So I was about to say, I don't probably need to keep him out too late, especially if he has classes or something tomorrow. It's approaching midnight here. And what we can do is very soon have a Led Zeppelin Part 2. So I think we can make it through some of the Pink Floyds. I think we have time for 2 or 3 Pink Floyd auctions, especially if everybody could let me know very quickly if you're in or out, because I just grabbed one. I've got 2. Well, 3 of them are Syd Barrett's. 4 of them are Syd Barrett's. I've actually only got about 3 more Pink Floyds, and I've got like 4 Syd Barrett records, which are some of them are bootlegs, because those were bootleg for a long time. So you know, we'll probably have a Led Zeppelin continued at some point. Not saying we're done right now, but I know we can't get through everything, and we still have definitely our serious bidders and buyers on right now, but we'll probably do a Led Zeppelin continued. Or if you want to tune in tomorrow night, we're going to be live tomorrow and Saturday night. You may, if you see Led Zeppelin in our hype pictures, we may continue with some Led Zeppelins, especially people who missed out on some of the ones early. So we may continue that. But yeah, we probably have time to wrap up some of these. And I actually have an official release here. Look, I'm going to do this Pink Floyd next. This is a promo official release on pink vinyl. I'm going to do that next. So let me recap the comments. Holly was at 61 on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin was at 180. Then a Led Zeppelin for 181. Would you take 15 for Genesis Abacab earlier? Yes, but I'll have to find it. Give me a second. I seen Led Zeppelin at 69 and 75. Wow, that's saying something. Pink Floyd is at 62. Pink Floyd 63. And only $1 bid increments, by the way. Pink Floyd's at 60. Now, where are we on Led Zeppelin? Edwin Blom's at 181. Dan Sessler's at 183. So we'll try to stay on top of the bids. Not only will I try to stay on top of the bids so we can go through a couple more very fast, but also if you're bidding, I know sometimes your connection can get whacked, but make sure you're paying attention so we can stay on top. Dan Sessler's back in on Led Zeppelin at 183. Edwin's right back in at 185, and Brent's right back in on Pink Floyd at 64. I'm going to read what's left in this bin, and then I'm going to go back to the very beginning of the sale and show the new stuff so we can find out Genesis. And some people might want to make some offers on some stuff they saw at the beginning of the show. Here's what's left in here. Dan Fogelberg, Bonnie Raitt, Jefferson Starship, 65 on Pink Floyd to Holly, safe. Dan, you're out on Led Zeppelin. Edwin has it for 185. The Temptations, Jay Ferguson, Fleetwood Mac, ZZ Top, Jackson Brown, Bob Dylan. Dan's back in on Led Zeppelin at 190. Bob Dylan, Boz Scaggs, Bruce Springsteen, Kid, Dynamite, Dan Fogelberg, David LaFlamme. Brent's back in on Pink Floyd at 66. Henry Gross, Charlie Daniels, Henry Gross, Dave Mason, Deep Purple, Led Zeppelin, 191 with Edwin. Jan Sessler, you're out. Derek and the Dominoes, surprised no one made an offer on that. Or ELO, or Jackson Brown. Another Dave Mason, the Buckinghams, Eric Clapton Live, Rainbow Concert. Another Boz Scaggs and Allman Brothers, their first two albums. Leon Russell, Jimmy Rogers, The Best of ZZ Top, The Bachelors. We have Leon Russell, Kid Dynamite 12. I've already sold it once tonight for sticker, but it was put back, so now we'll sell it for jail for 12. The Fleetwood Mac was called Bare Trees. Fleetwood Mac was Bare Trees, $24.99. Graham Nash, Songs for Beginners. The Ritchie Family, Wet Willie, Marilyn Magoo. We have Jackson Brown, Jethro Tull, Traffic, Tres Hombres, Bachman Turner Overdrive, and Jacqueline Kennedy. Kid Dynamite is at $12. We sold that to Jeff. Pink Floyd's at $67. Dan Sessler, let me know if you want back in on Led Zeppelin. Edwin Blom has that for $191 live at the Lyceum in London. And that was one I don't see too often. I don't hear about that one too often. It's in great shape, and evidently it's a great sounding concert. Dan says I'm back in at $200. We have Pink Floyd at $67. ELO, we have a very nice copy, original inner sleeve of ELO, Face the Music, $19.99. ELO, Face the Music. It also has the original inner sleeve. It has Evil Woman on it. I mean, come on. And Strange Magic, two of Jeff Lynne's best songs. Brent's back in on Pink Floyd at 68. And I'm going to go revisit some of those very first crates tonight, so I'm going to leave that up there just in case. I'm going to step over here for a second and do some condensing. Now, there was a restock of Pink Floyd that came available for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and show it first. If you didn't see it, this is actually a restock that we unboxed today. Pink Floyd Relics, $33.99. I only have 3 copies left for Relics, $33.99. $33.99. But let me do some condensing. And first thing I'm going to show you is some of the new vinyl that came in, and then we'll go through some of the vintage. But we had a lot of great new vinyl come back in, including restocks, new releases, and just in case you missed that part of the show, I'll run through that, and I'll even read off some waiting list if you want me to. I'll even read off some waiting lists, but let's see here. That was that crate. That was a Buy It Now Best Offer crate I've been through. Where's the actual new arrivals? There's some of the new arrivals. There's the new arrivals. I think I can condense these with these. Yeah, there's the Genesis Abacab. That was in one of the next to last bins, so let me pull that. This was $15. Let me figure out who I said I would give that to for $15. Pink Floyd, hold on a second. And this is sold to, who offered that? Jack Hewitt. Sell this to Jack Hewitt. Abacab, $15, Jake, $15. Now back to the bottom. We had Led Zeppelin 200, Led Zeppelin 201, Pink Floyd 68, and then we have 3 copies of Pink Floyd sold. Holly Self, Brent Robley, and I think Debbie Blair. I was walking away when I was reading those. I think all 3 of those are sold. Jake, these are sticker price, $33.99. This is Holly Self, Brent Robley, and Debbie Blair. Sid, yeah, let's run a Sid. We can do that, and everybody can just comment Sid. Great idea. Led Zeppelin is at 201 with Edwin. Dan Sessler, you're out. Pink Floyd is at 68 with Brent. Holly, you're out. And let me know if you're done bidding or if you want to bid again. Brent has that for 68. Jack's back in on Zeppelin at 205. Or excuse me, Dan's back in on Zeppelin at 205. So, Sid Barrett, let's do this one first. Rare recordings and outtakes of Sid Barrett. It looks like his cover art for Barrett, but it's pink and with the dragonflies and the butterflies and the birds and the insects. $35 start. Rare recordings and outtakes, Sid Barrett. Wouldn't You Miss Me at All? $35 start. Sid Barrett, Wouldn't You Miss Me at All? Sid Barrett, that is a $35 start. Rare recordings and studio outtakes of Sid Barrett. There he is. One of the original members of Pink Floyd that had a untimely mental health condition. Mostly, I think, from, they say maybe it was caused from a bad acid trip. I think they say he went, that's one of the things. They say he kind of just lost it after that. He basically went on a trip and never came back. Sid Barrett. He just wasn't himself anymore. Great mind, too. Great musical mind. All right. Yeah, I think he went on a trip and never came back is what they said. Let's see here. Pink Floyd, Sold, Endless River. Give me a second on that one. Black Pumas are in. I'll show those. I'll talk about that in just a second. Led Zeppelin 205, Led Zeppelin 206. Holly's out on Pink Floyd, so Brent was at 68. If there's no new bids when I get to the bottom, we're selling that to Brent for 68. Sid Barrett 35, Sid Barrett 38. All right, so Pink Floyd, there was nobody else bid on that. Holly's out. Jake, this is sold to Brent for $68. Now, the next record is Pink Floyd. This is a rare 1981 promo, Money, re-recorded at New Roydona Studios in 1981. I said it was on pink vinyl. Is it actually on pink vinyl? So here's the plastic. There's the sleeve. There's the sleeve with the sticker. It's a promo record. That's the original plastic. It's kind of dingy, but it's there. This is our next Pink Floyd record. This is actually official. It's a pink vinyl promo of Money, re-recorded, taken from a collection of great dance songs. Never seen this before. And this is a $55 start. And the B-side is Another Brick in the Wall Part 2. The original Another Brick in the Wall. So, that is now up for bid. Pink vinyl, Money, and Another Brick in the Wall. Pink vinyl promo from a collection of great dance songs. That's a $55 start. $55 start on that. Oh, yeah, this sleeve is pretty, the original plastic's pretty bad. It's still there though, and it still has the sticker, so. All right, so if you want to bid on that, put PF for Pink Floyd. If you want to bid on Sid Barrett, SB for Sid Barrett. Let's get the Led Zeppelin updated, and I think a bid just came in for $211. So we were at 205 with Led Zeppelin, 206 with Led Zeppelin, 35 with Sid Barrett, 38 with Sid Barrett, 210 from Led Zeppelin, 42 on Sid Barrett, 40 on Sid Barrett, 211 on Led Zeppelin, 45 on Sid Barrett, 56 on Pink Floyd, and 50 on Sid Barrett. So 50 on Sid Barrett of Tom Sullivan. Pink Floyd has a bid for 56. The high bid on Led Zeppelin's 211 with Edwin. Dan Sessler, you're out. That's where we're at on those records. That's where we're at on those records. And there's the sleeve for that. Dan's back in at 215. Now, let me grab this crate over here I was just talking about. Debbie wants the Endless River, which is right here. This is sold to Debbie Blair for $39.99, Jake. The Endless River. $39.99, that's sold to Debbie Blair. Let me grab our next crate. Still bidding on Led Zeppelin. Final call, though, on Pink Floyd. It doesn't look like nobody else is going to bid on that. If they don't very quickly, that's sold to Burt for $56. Pretty obscure pink vinyl promo there. And for licensing purposes, they had to re-record money for that compilation. I think there's actually a note about it on the back of the cover. That's around when I think the feuds between Gilmore's and Waters really started. So Pink Floyd's at 60. New bid on that. And where are we on Sid Barrett? 55. We got new bids on all three auctions. New bids on all three auctions. Here's some of the new vinyl from the night. Speaking of Led Zeppelin, this is the new Atlantic 75th anniversary edition on clear vinyl. One of the few times ever Led Zeppelin's been pressed on colored vinyl officially. Their fourth album, one of the best-selling albums of all time, remastered. Atlantic anniversary celebration, $33.99. That's a new release. That's a new release for $33.99. I have 4 copies left. That was a huge pre-order. We sold about 10 tonight live, and I have those 4 left. If anybody wants one, LZ for Led Zeppelin. Holly gets one. That's on clear vinyl, $33.99. We also have 1 copy of Motorhead, The Ace of Spades, $33.99. Probably my favorite Motorhead song for sure. Everybody should know that one. The Ace of Spades, $33.99. Pink Floyd's at $62.65. Where are we on Sid Barrett? Where are we on Sid Barrett? Tom Sullivan was at 50. Sarah was at 55. Tom Sullivan, let me know if you want backing on Sid Barrett. And now the Led Zeppelin, for about the last half hour, it's between Dan Sessler and Edwin Blom. They've been going at it back and forth. Dan Sessler, you are outbid. Edwin has it for $216. If you want to bid, it's got to be more than $216. That's not good. My chat just went away. I don't know if I just accidentally signed out or what just happened. That's not good. Dan's back in at $225. I can look off Jake's if I need to. Let's see here. Okay, Holly Safe gets Motorhead. That's sold to Holly Safe, Motorhead. Select all squares with motorcycles. Does his mirror count? Okay, there's his mirror. Let's see if that works. Nope. Select all the squares with motorcycles. Well, those are actually scooters. Those are all scooters, but let's see what this happens. I am a human. Nope, that didn't work either. Select all the images with crosswalks. There's a crosswalk. There's a crosswalk. Click verify once there are none left. Okay. Wow, they're reloading. It's like it's working against me. All right, now verify. Wow. It didn't want to let me in to see y'all's comments. Okay, Scott Jokumstaller got a Led Zeppelin 4. Dan bid $225 on Led Zeppelin. Edwin bid $226. Pink Floyd's at $66. And I think Tom Sullivan was out on Sid Barrett. So Sid Barrett is sold to Sarah Long for $55. Sid Barrett sold for $55. I got 2 copies of the new Led Zeppelin 4 on clear vinyl for $33.99. That comes out Friday. Yeah, that's the CIA. They've been watching all night. Make sure I don't. Actually, that's weird. It's almost midnight. You can officially open the Taylor Swift album now. I have unreleased Taylor Swift music over here that no one has heard before. I could have probably charged people to come in and listen to it early, but you can't do that. Clear violation. I don't want to lose any rights of selling new vinyl, especially Taylor Swift vinyl. We sell a lot of it. Okay. Led Zeppelin's at $230. Led Zeppelin's at $231. Pink Floyd's at $66, now at $68. I can put up another Sid Barrett. This one's got a really cool cover on it. Let's go ahead and auction this one. This Sid Barrett is going to be a $45 start. This is unreleased studio recordings. live radio broadcast, a film soundtrack, and other radio broadcasts. Is this Syd Barrett or does this actually have Pink Floyd on it? I think, let's see what's going on here. $45 start. Unforgotten Hero, Syd Barrett. I mean, this is around the time Pink Floyd was, but that kind of looks like Roger Waters. Yeah, I guess this is Pink Floyd, sort of. I think it's focused on Syd Barrett. So if you want to bid on this, put Syd, S-Y-D, or S-B for Syd Barrett. They misspelled his name on the cover. Very common for these bootlegs. They do that on purpose. S-I-D. His name is spelled S-Y-D. Syd Barrett. That's a $45 start. So it's live, unreleased studio recordings from 67, and then radio broadcast from 67, 70, and then film soundtrack, and then radio broadcast from 68. So wow. Syd Barrett, that's up for bid. So if you want to bid on that, put SB. I don't think I've actually showed this a second time, but this is the new Journey. A 40th anniversary of Journey Frontiers. It includes a bonus 7-inch, and it's remastered for the first time. Journey Frontiers, $36.99. 40th anniversary remaster of Frontiers, $36.99. If you don't have one already, you can buy one. Holly Safe is going to buy one. $36.99 on Journey. Frontiers includes Separate Ways, Faithfully, Send Her My Love. That is $36.99. Let's get some updates here. Dan Sessler, you are outbid on Led Zeppelin. Edwin Blom has this for $236 live at the Lyceum. Look how cool that looks. Man. Little Robert Anthony Plant on lead vocals. That is $236 to Edwin. Dan Sessler, you are outbid. Syd Barrett was at $45 with Brent Robley. Pink Floyd was at $75 with Shakedown. Shakedown bid $50 on Syd. Syd Barrett, we have another $50 bid. We have a $78 bid on Pink Floyd. Now an $80 bid on Pink Floyd. Now a $52 bid on Syd Barrett. A $238 bid on Led Zeppelin. A $240 bid on Led Zeppelin. And Arthur Wyman wants a Journey. I've got 2, 4, 6 of those left, and I got 2 Led Zeppelin 4s on clear vinyl. Talking Heads. Naked. A Rocktober exclusive, one of the many Rocktober exclusives on purple vinyl. Talking Heads Naked, $33.99. $33.99, Talking Heads Naked, $33.99. Chad, I'm in Nash and coming to see y'all tomorrow. I'm in deep discount on everything. Well, it depends on what time you're here. You probably won't see me. My mother will probably be here. And FYI, she's tough to deal with. No discounts. But if you do see anything you want that's higher priced, let her know and we can talk. If you find any high, there are $100 records. There's high-end records scattered all throughout the store. I got to start sorting stuff. I talked about that at the beginning of the show. I'm still looking for records. So, yeah, she's a tough negotiator. Yes. She's no records for you. Yeah. She... we have some built-in discounts, but there'll be some people come in and they'll lay a stack of records on the counter and start trying to negotiate with her, and she's like, I don't do this. You got to talk to Chad. Just put them back in the bins and ask them tonight on Facebook. So, well, the store looks kind of bare right now. We're going through a remodel. I'm trying to fill it up with merchandise. We have plenty in the back, but we're trying to get it out here. So, okay. Led Zeppelin, $240. Syd Barrett, $55. Syd Barrett, $60. Led Zeppelin, $245. Led Zeppelin, $246. Pink Floyd, $85. Pink Floyd, $90. And we have Syd Barrett. Okay, so Syd Barrett, the last bid was Shakedown at $60. Not anymore. Brent's at $65. Check out that cover. Very, very cool there. Also has some psychedelic lettering. Brent's back in at $65. Sherry Darnell wants a Journey. Can I interest anybody in a Talking Heads Naked on purple vinyl? Led Zeppelin's at $250. We might end up getting to an air horn on this one. It's officially Saturday now. It's now a new day here in Tennessee. We've been streaming for 5 hours selling Led Zeppelin auctions. I told y'all we would. Last night I said, we'll be going to midnight and we won't even be close to finish. We still got a whole crate of Led Zeppelin bootlegs. A whole crate full. Macho Man, Randy Savage. Orange vinyl, $44.99. Randy Savage, Macho Man. Two left if you wasn't on the pre-order. Pink Floyd, Shakedowns at $90. Daniel Booziden, let me know if you want back in. Daniel Booziden, because that's now at $90. Oh, it's Friday. That's right. It's now Friday. My bad. It's Thursday. Now it's Friday. Okay. Let's see here. Shakedown. Sid Barrett's at 70. Led Zeppelin's at 245. I'm getting hungry. I'm sorry. Mike Golston is on Macho Man. I may have to go to Waffle House after this. Right, Jake? Let's see here. Michael Golston got Macho Man. Randy Savage. I have one left. Now, this was originally a Record Store Day release, and it was very limited. I know Doug that works here, he tried to get one. He was unsuccessful. They were out everywhere, and now they have officially repressed it for unlimited, or not unlimited, but they have pressed it not for Record Store Day. So it's definitely still a limited release. $44.99. One copy left. Macho Man. New Danzig. Who Killed Marilyn? Anything with that name on it can become quite pricey. Who Killed Marilyn? $34.99. Michael Golston's been looking for that. Michael, make sure you're, if you're on Facebook, make sure you're in our group, because I posted a pre-order for that. And if anybody has Facebook, make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records, so you can get in on our pre-orders, because we post pre-orders every day. I did several big ones today. So that's Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn picture disc. That's $34.99. I've got 3 left. That's been a big release too. Okay, I see some stalling in the bidding. I think we're done. I already did a final call on Pink Floyd, so sell this to Shakedown for $90. And Daniel said he was out. Great. So that's sold to Shakedown for $90. Sid Barrett, Shakedown was at 70. Brent Robley, let me know if you want back in. He has that for 70. $70. And now Led Zeppelin. Who are we between? Dan Sessler, you are outbid. Edwin Blom has it for $251. $251. Led Zeppelin, and then there's Sid Barrett. So that's between Led Zeppelin and Sid Barrett. Do I have anything left with the word Pink Floyd on it? I have Sid Barrett, Sid Barrett's Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd. Okay. This is the last bootleg from Pink Floyd I have that actually is titled Pink Floyd. The other one is Sid Barrett, which I think also has Pink Floyd stuff on it. And the other, it's called Barrett's Revenge, Pink Floyd. And that's a vintage bootleg. That's really cool looking. But I'll do one of the last Pink Floyds that we have the name Pink Floyd on, okay? We have Pink Floyd. We have Pink Floyd. Light the Fuse. Pink Floyd, Light the Fuse. Tracks A1 through A6 is BBC Top Gear. Tracks B1 through B4 is BBC Top Gear. It's on red vinyl. It's EX. It's a $45 start. That's Pink Floyd. If you want to bet on that, put PF for Pink Floyd. We got some really cool bootlegs up right now. I mean, this is stuff that I would just, if this was in a collection, I'd be like, whoa, what do you have here? It's just in this Pittsburgh collection, it's just been like one after another. Pretty incredible stuff. I've said it a bunch, and I'll continue to say it. We got a long ways to go in this collection. We still got to have Rolling Stones night. We got to have Jimi Hendrix night. A lot of stuff to look forward to here coming up before the end of the year. So Led Zeppelin, I have an out. Dan Sessler's out and out. This is a rare Led Zeppelin live at the Lyceum, London. I think it was pressed in Germany. Super nice. Great sound quality. The high bid on that, with Dan Sessler being out, is Eric Blom, $251. Live at the Lyceum. Final call, $251, Edwin Blom. Now, Sid Barrett, we had some new bids. Brent Riley, 75. James Bragg, 75. James Bragg, 77. Dan Sessler is out on Led Zeppelin. Sid Barrett 80, Sid Barrett 82, Sid Barrett 85, Sid Barrett 87 is pressed in Germany by Grant Music. That's correct. Final call. No bid yet on Pink Floyd. If you want to bid, put PF for Pink Floyd, $45 start. Brent's in on Led Zeppelin for $255. He pulled the old Lee Corso. Not so fast, my friend. Brent Robley's in at 255. Destruction, Cracked Brain. Destruction is $46.99. Cracked Brain, mixed splatter vinyl. Destruction is $46.99. Their stuff is usually very difficult to get. They have recently reissued their catalog. Mr. James Bragg is at 87 on Sid Barrett. Brent Robley, you're out. Led Zeppelin's at 255. Edwin's back in at 256. Greg D's at 46 or 45 opening bid on Pink Floyd. 45 on Pink Floyd, Light the Fuse. That was BBC Top Gear 68. BBC Top Gear 68 on Pink Floyd. Sid Barrett's at 90. We got a restock of Kiss, Music from the Elder. Kiss, Music from the Elder is $36.99. Music from the Elder, 2 LP, $36.99. 2014 remaster. Bush, 16 Stone, $33.99 for Bush, 16 Stone, $33.99. Motorhead Overkill, $28.99. Motorhead Overkill, $28.99. One copy left. One copy of Bush, 2 copies of Kiss, and the last copy we have left of Prince. Look at that cover. Very cool. It's a foil cover on white vinyl. That is Prince. Prince's iconic 1991 album remastered for the very first time. Now, a lot of these that I'm reading off, we had some extensive pre-orders on some of them. By the way, the Kicks is in. Kicks Blow My Fuse, that came in. I've already read the pre-orders for Taylor Swift, the Led Zeppelin on clear vinyl, the Danzig, the Linda Ronstadt, the Randy Savage, the Talking Heads, the Black Pumas. Black Pumas, yes. So I don't know. I think I showed that earlier and we sold out. I had a couple extra copies, but everybody that was on the pre-order got one. Jerry Stone, Leslie King, Preston Rogers, Shepard Michael, David Schroeder, Sarah Long, James Bragg, Chris Kirkley. Everybody got the indie exclusive on that. Journey Frontier. So those are all still available. So I'm about to sell Pink Floyd. Greg D has it for 1 bid. Sid Barrett was at 90. Led Zeppelin, 257. Sid Barrett, 92. Led Zeppelin, 260. Sid Barrett, 100. Sid Barrett, 102. Edwin Blom wants Prince. Led Zeppelin clear vinyl, 2 copies left, $33.99. $33.99 on Led Zeppelin. Sarah Long's very happy. The Black Pumas has finally come in. Sherry Darnell, if it's okay, I will take you down on a waiting list for Prince. By the way, the pre-order for Prince was Bill Walton, Chris Crowley, Sherry Darnell, Nikki Cox, Scott Fish, Stacey Brown, Lisa Davidson, Kristen Seen, and James Bragg. That was everybody who was on a Prince pre-order. Debbie has bid on Pink Floyd for 47. Greg is out. Led Zeppelin's at 265. Brent's at 105 on Sid Barrett. We have Led Zeppelin at 266 and Sid Barrett's at 100 on 7. Holly Safe also wants on the Prince waiting list. So that's Prince. That's the title there. Sherry Darnell and was Sherry on the pre-order? Sherry was not on the pre-order. She was. She was. Sherry, you was on the pre-order. Sherry, you was on the pre-order. So that one goes to Edwin, and that means we need Holly Safe on the waiting list. Thank you. Okay, and we got a restock of Taylor Swift Folklore, $44.99. Taylor Swift Folklore, $44.99. And Sherry was on the pre-order. Okay, so thank you. We got that taken care of. Brent's out on Led Zeppelin. Edwin, unless somebody else gets in, I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. I'm going to do a final call. Some people wait till it gets back down to one person, and then they may jump back in or jump in for the first time. Led Zeppelin live at the Lyceum in London. West German, pressed by Grant Music, a Led Zeppelin unofficial. The new high bid is $266 with Brent Robley out. Edwin Blom has that for $266, final call. This has been an epic battle. I might have to go back and rewatch and see what time I put this one up into the show. I bet this has been up for a half hour. It wouldn't surprise me if it's been up for 45 minutes. It may have been. This has been a long auction. We're not done yet. It's a final call. $266 with Edwin Blom. Sid Barrett was at 107. Sid Barrett's at 108. Holly Safe wants a Taylor Swift. Sid Barrett's at 110. Sid Barrett 115. Sid Barrett 121. And now let's go ahead and do a final call on Pink Floyd. Red vinyl. That's Light the Fuse. BBC Top Gear. Debbie has that for $47. Might be one of the cheapest ones that's sold tonight. Final call for $47. I hadn't officially done that as a final call. Sid Barrett 121, Sid Barrett 125. The Elder is a single LP, $38.99. And Edwin, I'm reaching for Led Zeppelin. $266, $266. Sold to Edwin Blom, $266. Jeff says nearing 40 minutes. I had a feeling. I knew that's got to be one of the longest auctions we've ever sold. It has to be. We have been bidding. I think I started that at what, $45 or $55? We were bidding on that for a long time. It has found a new home. Sid Barrett's at 131 with James Bragg, and I'm about to sell Pink Floyd. This was all of the new vinyl that's left. Y'all have really wiped some of this out. Only 2 Led Zeppelins left on clear vinyl. The New Journey, the Talking Heads, the Macho Man Randy Savage, the Danzig picture disc, Destruction, Kiss, also Bush, Motorhead, and Taylor Swift. Sid Barrett's at 133. Let's go ahead and sell this to Debbie. And I've been asked a bunch, do I have anything we can sell that to Debbie for 47? Sorry, Jake. Jake looked at me like I was crazy. I've been asked several times. I don't know if I want to put up another Zeppelin auction just for time purposes. I feel like if we get another one rolling, we may be here a while. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to flip through my crate, and I'm going to try to find some buy it nows, okay? Most of these, though, we're going to have to auction on a different night. But I think I may have some. Yeah, here's one that we had a copy of earlier tonight. And here's one we had a copy of earlier tonight. Jake, are all these in one place, or how hard would it be for me to find prices on some of these? Are they all kind of mixed in all the crates? No, they're Zeppelin, like some of the Zeppelin auctions we sold earlier tonight. They're kind of just mixed in. Okay, that's what I thought. We didn't even do a Nebworth tonight. Wow, we need to sell at least. Nebworth is like, I didn't even get to that. Man. I don't want to end the show. I feel mostly bad for Jake right now, keeping him there this late. Tanner was here, we'd probably go to 1 a.m. Okay, so let's see here. Sid Barrett, 131. Sid Barrett, 33. James Bragg, 141. Let's see, Brent Robley's out. James Bragg's at 141. James Bragg has Sid Barrett for $141. 141, final call. Let's do one more Led Zeppelin auction. It's got to be fast. I want everybody focused and locked in. This is Nebworth, one of the greatest Led Zeppelin concerts ever. Nebworth 79. $75 start. They positioned the blimp in an awkward place relative to Robert Plant's body. This is a $75 start. It's a 2 LP Led Zeppelin Nebworth 79. This is a 2 LP. Bid away. Led Zeppelin 79. Now up for bid. Sid Barrett is sold to Mr. Bragg for $141. Sid Barrett. That's rare. If we're going to sell a Led Zeppelin, if we're going to have one auction going, we might as well do another. Let me see which one of these two I'm going to pick. BBC, John Peel, 55. I got 2 Sid Barretts in my hand. This one, oh, they both look interesting. BBC 69, BBC Olympia. Okay, I think this may be a concert we hadn't actually shown before, or Sid Barrett. So this is side one. Side one is BBC John Peel show sessions, the John Peel BBC. Side 2, live in Olympia, June 6, 1970. $55 start. The vinyl is hazy, but it plays completely fine. And this is Sid Barrett, He Whom Laughed First. Sid Barrett, He Who Laughed First. Syd Barrett's a $55 start. Now, once again, 1970 BBC. This is confusing to me because, okay, I actually think these are Syd Barrett songs, yeah. That other one, I think he was with Pink Floyd. These are actually Syd Barrett songs here. So there's another Syd Barrett. There's another Syd Barrett. Now, let me see what I've missed in the comments. We had Led Zeppelin 80, Led Zeppelin 100, Led Zeppelin 80, Led Zeppelin 105, Led Zeppelin 110, Led Zeppelin 110, Led Zeppelin 111. Yes, I do have another Nebworth. I think I have a different cover. It's the same concert. And then I think I have a Nebworth Part 2 as well. Nebworth 125, Nebworth 130, Syd Barrett 55, Led Zeppelin 135. Did I miss anything else? Did I miss anything else? All right, so we're bidding on those. Those are available. Let me put away my notes. Actually, let me keep that with Syd Barrett, just so in case anybody asks. So Syd Barrett is John Peel, BBC Sessions, and Olympia. That was all around 1970. All around 1970. And Led Zeppelin's at 140. So while those are wrapping up, and I will say we are fresh out of Pink Floyd bootlegs, okay? There are no bootlegs left unless we find more in the back or unless Paul didn't price them all, which I don't know the answer to either of those. We are out of Pink Floyd. We have a half of a crate, almost 2/3 of a crate of Led Zeppelin left. We'll continue that. We may go into some of them tomorrow. We may go ahead and say Saturday night if I make a post like we're going to finish them out Saturday night, or we can do it Led Zeppelin, or we can do it Saturday. I don't want to do them buy it nows because I've got these priced for starting bids, and based on what I've seen tonight, these are really hard to price, and it's just going to be difficult. I can do one Jimmy Page that's in here. I didn't actually flip through them all. I think I can do some of the... I got one Jimmy Page, and this one's hard to price because it's a different one. So we did Jimmy Page Session Man Volume 2. It sold for $65. If I sell this, I'm going to ask $95 for it. Jimmy Page, $95. It's sealed. It's never been opened. Session Man Volume 2, and it should be on purple colored vinyl. $95 buy it now. That's Session Man Volume 2. It's sealed. First come, first serve. First one to claim it, $95. We sold Volume 1 for $65, but this is sealed and it should be on colored vinyl. Very hard for me to price unless I auction it. I'll take $95 for it, and that's so did Jeff McMaster. Session Man Volume 2. That was sealed. It's possibly on lilac colored vinyl. All right, where are we at on Syd Barrett? I think we might be done if no one else has bid recently. I think we've had one bid from Brent Robley, and that's it. He whom laughed first. Brent's at 55 on Syd Barrett. Nobody else has bid. Final call. Now, we're still definitely bidding on Led Zeppelin. We've got 3, 4, possibly 5 people still bidding. None of them has really said out. And that's on Nebworth. And Daniel Boozaiden's at 150. Daniel's at 150 on that. So, and Syd Barrett. I'm about to sell Syd Barrett, though, to Brent for 55. I guess I need to be showing y'all a crate of something to keep you occupied while we do that on that. So, we take an offer on Discogs album you have it for all. Absolutely. You can let me know now, and I'll jot it down and take a look at it, or you can message us on Discogs and just let us know it's you so we don't accept your offer and have to pay fees on it. But pretty much anything on Discogs is already going to be negotiable, so I don't have to pay fees on it. So, all right. I think I've gave this ample time, so let's sell Syd Barrett for $55 to Brent Robley. Now, since we're still bidding on Led Zeppelin, I'll sell off the last Syd Barrett. This is Barrett's Revenge, Pink Floyd. Very interesting. The notes on the back says, Disc 1 is BBC Sessions from 67 to 69. Disc 2 was an Amsterdam concert, which was a free concert in 1971. The top seam is split on the jacket, also a $55 start on that. Barrett's Revenge, Pink Floyd, $55 start. That's Barrett's Revenge, Pink Floyd, $55 start. James Bragg, Brent Robley, Holly Safe, Daniel Boozaiden are all still bidding on Led Zeppelin. James Bragg has it for $181. There's my last Syd Barrett, $55 start. While we're focusing on these last 2 auctions, and those will be the last 2 auctions. I'm not saying I'm not done with Led Zeppelin stuff because I know I sold one of these earlier tonight, but I can't remember what it brought. Jake, if you see this or know where it may be, and you can give me a price. It's probably in this one. It's probably in this one, he says. All right, possibly. Yeah, see if you can find this one right here. If I mention it, there'll be people already trying to buy it. But very recognizable. Okay, so I'm going to sell this one for the same price as the last one. And honestly, I thought it would bring a little bit more. Actually, when we sold it, somebody said that was a good deal. First come, first serve, $275. I've got another one. We've already sold one tonight. Egg your face. I've got another one. That is Montreux, Switzerland, 1970. We had two of these in here. Pamela Yeager got the last one for $275. Sold to Brent Robley. That's a rare one. Sold to Brent Robley. Jeff was second. Holly Self was third. Now, there's actually one more here. See if you can find this one, Jake. The other one we sold was on colored vinyl. See if you can find that one. It looks just like it. The other one we sold was on colored vinyl. This one's not, so I'll take less. And it also has one mark that does not affect play, but I can get a price on that. I think all the other ones, let me take one more look. It may be some of the same concerts, but they're just different covers. But I think that is all that we've had. I think, we have a whole nother show here. We have a whole nother show here of Led Zeppelin boots. Pretty incredible, honestly. So that'd be something to look forward to. Kind of like with the Grateful Dead stuff. I knew we had so much it'd take 3 or 4 shows to go through all that. So, okay. Let's see where we're at. Way back up at the top. We had Craig asked me about Discogs album, and then I know I'm nowhere near the bottom, but let me just read off what I have. Led Zeppelin 155, 152, 160, 162. Led Zeppelin 175, Led Zeppelin 181. Brent bid on Sid Barrett for 55. Led Zeppelin 185, 185. Pink Floyd 56, Sid Barrett. Led Zeppelin 190, Led Zeppelin 200, Led Zeppelin 200, Led Zeppelin 210. And then Brent got the Led Zeppelin Buy It Now, Jeff second, Holly third. Led Zeppelin 250, Sid Barrett is at 60 with Shakedown. So Led Zeppelin's at 250 with Holly safe, and Sid Barrett's at 60 with Shakedown. Here's some new vinyl. The remastered Steely Dan Aja, while y'all were thinking final thoughts on those auctions. Sid Barrett is at 65 with Brent Robley. Steely Dan Aja is $36.99. New sealed remaster. Hey, Pink Floyd, I actually discounted these tonight. Man, I got a bunch of these. Here are 3 more. These are $35 even if anybody wants one. A momentary lapse of reason. I'm actually going to go ahead and put them over here. $35. That's on sale price. They were $39.99. James Bragg is at $260 on Led Zeppelin. Sid Barrett's at $70. So momentary lapse of reason, I said I'd do those for $35 on sale. Have I shown all the new vinyl that I think we've shown every Pink Floyd album I wanted to discount, except maybe, that's probably, we sold a bunch of momentary lapse of reasons, and I think I still got over 10 of them, so that's unusual. Ooh, probably halfway through the show. It could have been a while. It had it looks just like that. Okay, James Bragg's 260. Everybody else, let me know if you want in or out. We have Green Day, Dookie. This is actually an anniversary edition on baby blue vinyl. Green Day's $29.99. So James Bragg has the Led Zeppelin for $260. Holly, let me know if you want in or out. Who else was bidding? I think it's between Brent. I don't think Brent's actually said out. And this is $29.99. That's baby blue vinyl. Duran Duran Live, Thanksgiving Live, the Ultra Chrome Latex and Steel Tour, $39.99 for Duran Duran. That is on purple and yellow vinyl. Destruction, Eternal Devastation, $49.99. And Destruction, Mad Butcher, $44.99. Brent's out on Led Zeppelin. Holly's back in at $262. James, you're out. And final call on Sid Barrett. Brent, you're out on that. Shakedown has it for $70. And that's Barrett's Revenge, Pink Floyd. Barrett's Revenge, Pink Floyd. Jeff Beck, Beck-Ola. Jeff Beck's second album, featuring Rod Stewart, Ronnie Wood, Nicky Hopkins, and Tony Newman. Excellent stuff there. Remastered, $31.99. Arrested Development, 3 years, 5 months, 2 days in the life of Arrested Development. That is $39.99. Davey's going to take one of the on-sale Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reasons. And that's the only record I have left on sale that has not sold out. I do have black vinyl Led Zeppelin 4s if anybody wants one of those. Yeah, I knew that was expensive. Okay, thank you for finding that. Thank you for finding that. So I'm about to do this Pink Floyd right here. This is sold to Debbie Blair for $35. James Bragg. Let me know if you want to bid again on Led Zeppelin. Holly Safe has that for $262. Brent's out on this, so that's about to be sold to Shakedown for $70. Okay, this one is not on colored vinyl. It does have one mark that does not affect play, but it is a very popular. There was 2 people asking for this all night. I don't even think they knew we had a colored vinyl one. So first come, first serve. My price is going to be, I feel like it needs to be at least 15% less than what the last one brought. So we'll say $265. This is rare, very desirable. First one to comment, Led Zeppelin, for badge holders only. $265. $265. The last one we had was on splatter vinyl, and that's live at the Forum, June 23rd, 1977. $265. The last one sold for $300. That was on colored vinyl. $300 on the last one. That sold to Holly for $265. That sold to Holly for $265. Who got the last one? You remember who got the last one? I know Pamela got the first one. We did a bot now on. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I was about to say, I think she got that one too. Holly, you've already got one of these. Do you want another one? You got the last one already. So I was about to say, that's why I asked, because I'm pretty sure you got the last one. So do you want another one? You got the same concert on colored vinyl. So she's out on Led Zeppelin, James Bragg, $280. Final call. Sid Barrett is sold to Shakedown for $70. And let me know if you want another one of those. If not, then you got the last one for $300. She's out on Led Zeppelin, James Bragg, $280. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Feel like I give everybody plenty of time for the lag. Make sure their bids pop in. $280 to James Bragg. That's sold. Nebworth sold. James Bragg, $280. Okay, so Holly, unless you say otherwise, that one sold to you as well for $265. Okay. I'm going to stop there. Not even going to finish going through this crate. I got to put a sticker on Arrested Development. That was an epic night. And for those that just got on late, if you missed out on some, don't worry. We have enough for a whole nother show. And the night we do that, we'll probably have another artist where we'll have other auctions. Like, we'll probably do more Led Zeppelin. We'll do more Pink Floyd. Tune in tomorrow. We do this every night. We could have a few more up on the auction block tomorrow. If so, I'll put them in some hot pictures, okay? So we'll put them up in some hot pictures. If I do, that way I can let everybody know, hey, we didn't get through all the Led Zeppelins. Or I might just save them for a whole nother epic Led Zeppelin night. We have more stuff. I'm going to start pricing right now. We got 2 more shows this week. I'm probably going to be here on Saturday. I don't think we're going to Kentucky to the Tennessee game. We definitely were if they would have beat Alabama, but that didn't happen. So, okay, so if anybody, she's passing. Yeah, I didn't think you wanted 2 of those, but, I mean, they are different. But this is available if anybody wants it. The last one sold for $300. Holly bought it. If anybody wants that, $265. So I think I'll be here Saturday unless something changes. Unless I really want to watch the game in intensity and Paul hosts a show. So we'll see what happens. I have a feeling I'm going to be here. Paul's going tomorrow to look at a collection. James Bragg says he'll take it. Sell this to James Bragg for $265. Do you have any of the Pink Floyd Immersion box? I don't know. I don't. Now, while we're live, I can give everybody a preview of some of the other Led Zeppelin records that I didn't sell. Let me flip through the crate, and I can show you some of the ones that we didn't sell. I think I've sold all the duplicates off that I had price comps on. Here's what I didn't get to. This is Paris Theater. That's BBC Sessions. This looks like something Japanese. It's Paris Cinema 1971. Led Zeppelin in concert, Stairway to the Moon. Playhouse Theater. The New Yardbirds, Led Zeppelin BBC. Fly to the Zeppelin 69. Bonzo's Birthday Party. Royal Albert Hall 71. 75 British Tour. That's the one that's a different one of the one Earl's Court. That's the one we bid on forever. That was up there. We bid on that for a long time. That's a different version of that. The 75 World Tour, I think that's the same thing. No, that's Montreal. Led Zeppelin on tour, that is Seattle. I don't think we had anything from Seattle tonight. Live in Japan, A Cilla for a Noise. That's a very popular one. There's another Blueberry Hill, very crude Blueberry Hill. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Somebody hand drew the cover. We have Destroyer. We have a different Destroyer box. Very cool BBC Sessions here. That looks almost official, but it's not. It's still an unofficial. That one, which I thought looked really interesting. Live in 71. Bonzo's Last Stand. Teddy Bear Picnic. This was Earl's Court. There's another Earl's Court 75. That was Persistence. We have not sold any Pink Floyd Pulse. No, there's Early Jitters. That one has the bonus 45 with it. Early Jitters. We got 2 of those. Bonzo's Birthday Party, 3 days after. Paris Theater 71. Dazed and Confused. Nebworth 2. There's Nebworth 2. Led Zeppelin Live in London. Now, this is actually, this is an official, well, it's a bootleg of an official. This isn't the official. But there is a BBC transcription disc. It has green and white lettering. And that is, the green and white lettering is very rare. The last one sold on Discogs, I think, for $700. It's an official. It's a BBC. So there are such things as official BBC transcription disc. And this is a bootleg of one of those. It looks the original looks just like this, but this up here is in green. They're very rare. There's none for sale on Discogs. The last one sold like last year for $700. And that was probably a deal. They probably should have put it somewhere and let people bid on it, like on eBay. Led Zeppelin solo performances. Led Zeppelin One Night Stand, and another Bonzo's Last Stand. Yeah, the one with Statue of Liberty, I meant to run it tonight because it's very interesting looking. That is Handsome Led Zeppelin display is actually Iron Lung, a.k.a. Zoso 1980, live at Istadien, Mannheim, Germany. Yeah, I've never had that one before. 1980, it's on white vinyl. Paul says it's rare, so that is something that we will have next Led Zeppelin sale. Heck, I may even mix it in tomorrow night. So hopefully that everybody's watching. If so, I'll try to get it in a hot picture. I don't have any copies of Ummagumma available right now. I should have them somewhere, but actually I don't. I don't have any Ummagummas. I don't even have it on new vinyl, actually. So, okay. And that's where we're going to stop. Thanks, everybody. Especially anybody new. I know we've had several new buyers tonight. Thanks, everybody. Another great night. We have sold an incredible amount of stuff. We've sold, that's a lot of high-end Zeppelin we just sold. We sold a lot of high-flying Zeppelin tonight. Wow. I don't know how many $200 plus albums we sold tonight. 50? It seems like it. We've sold a bunch. That is some great stuff. Thanks, everybody. These are rare. This is like something we never get. If I'm saying that, it's the honest truth. Y'all know, y'all watch every night. We just don't get stuff like this. If so, it's like one, it's in the hot picture, and there's a bunch of people watching just ready to bid on that one record. Tonight we had 5.5 hours of them, and we didn't even get through them all. That's in my opinion, pretty incredible Zeppelin collection. So yeah, Bowie night, we have a few. We've already sold a lot of the David Bowies off. And actually, if y'all remember, we've already sold several Zeppelin bootlegs out of this collection. We've already sold several. So that shows you even more so how many this guy had. It was incredible, truly incredible, how much time it took him to accumulate all these. Just to get online right now and try to find these for sale somewhere to have them shipped to you, it would be a challenge. It would be a challenge. So thanks, everybody. But we do have some David Bowies left. We kind of mix those in every night. Just make sure you're tuned in. Thanks, everybody. I'm sure Jake's ready to go home. I'm ready to go eat, and then I'm going to get to work for the rest of the night. So we'll have another great show tomorrow. Great auctions, great buy it nows, and we'll be back then. Thanks, everybody, and see y'all tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Central Time.